Hello. Okay, I was gonna have a morning stream. I got up with only like an hour and a half to spare, and so I didn't think I would have enough time to finish Shihana in the morning, so I was like, I'll wait. So I'm either going to get through one and a half of this story, so finish the story we started yesterday, and try to get halfway through the next one before I end, which means ending maybe close to where we were. We played 7 hours yesterday. We got through the common route in 3, and then the last 4 was the route we were on. We ended at a clean break. We ended it at the see you next time screen, so I think we're in a good spot. I did not mute the game, so I'm hearing the game right now really loud in my headphones. And the reason it's still muted on here is because it's a song, and I'm afraid it's copyrighted, and it'll copyright strike me if I play it. So we'll get into the game first. But yeah, that's where we're at. So right now, I like this story so far. They're definitely throwing us some curveballs here and there. I'm not sure where the twist really is, which is good. I like not knowing. I like being a little more in suspense than I typically am. But uh, we're currently on the mystery of what happened to our grandpapa, um, who's missing, what happened to Haran's sensei. He's also missing and presumed dead, but I think he's not dead. Because he doesn't have the hands. He doesn't have the zombie hands. He had normal fingers. And I think they mentioned that a little bit in the last part where they're like, hey, there's dark arts where you can control somebody, and so maybe he's not dead. He might not be dead. But we're gonna find out. We will hopefully get at least to the end of his story, if not further, which is my goal. And then I won't have a stream tomorrow because I am doing an early work shift tomorrow. But I will have a stream on Thursday. So Thursday is when we'll finish Shihana. And then Friday, maybe I'll put up a post on if I should start Shihana. I might try to Shihana on a day where I have a longer time. I don't know how long the fan disc really is, and so we will see. We definitely will see about it. Um, but yeah, I have at least, let's see, what time is it for? I have at least 6 hours that I'm gonna dedicate to today's stream, maybe longer, depending on how I'm feeling. Because I would like to do another 8-hour stream. We did 8 hours yesterday, and it was an easy 8 hours. Honestly, I was worried. I always say like 6 to 8 because I like if I get to 6 and I'm like, am I forcing myself to play right now? I'll stop. But I actually was enjoying the story. I almost stayed on longer, but we were gonna go see a movie, and I hadn't got confirmation if we were gonna go or not. And I didn't want to be the person that's like, well, was waiting for you. So I went to a movie, and I liked it. I liked well, I liked one of them. I liked the other one too. It just wasn't a movie I would have paid to see in a theater. So, all right, the next day. We decided it didn't make sense to discuss our next moves in the suspect's house. Is that spoilers? So we moved from Longley's place to an inn that had our conversation there.
良き様の協力は得られた。友人であるロンレイを
I
疑う
still
のは
think Wei
心苦
is
しいが、
suspicious.
罪は裁かなければならない。
I think it's suspicious that you tore your leg and that all of these people are getting their legs chopped off. We have His Highness's support. He said while it pains him to suspect his friend, Longley must be punished for his crimes. Well, let's also find him guilty first. Like, we don't know yet.
そっか。でもあの資料だけじゃ決定的な証拠にはならないね。
The documents isn't decisive enough on its own, right?
ああ、言うなればただの紙だからな。
It's just paper at the end of the day. None of us seem to believe Longley was truly guilty, though we tried to make sense of things regardless. We need some solid proof that Longley is colluding with Shiyu.
うん。そのためには、
Right, and to get it...
両人様や大勢の兵士たちに彼が犯行に関わってる瞬間を目撃してもらうのが確実だと思う。I also have... So,
It's a little sad to say it out loud, actually. So I usually pick up a bunch of shifts at my job. My job does OT, and I'm very excited to have that job because I love OT. And my last job was no OT ever, unless it was an emergency. And emergencies didn't come up too often. And sometimes they'd give you OT and then tell you to go home early the next day. So then you didn't get OT. But I wasn't flexible for not OT. So I'm really excited that I get OT at my new job, which I've been at it for a year now. I've been here a solid year. Pretty nice, like it. But they are fully staffed right now, which means there's not as many extra shifts to pick up unless someone's taking PTO. No one's really taking PTO in the next couple months. So I only have like a couple extra shifts in the next couple schedule blocks. Obviously, I offer to pick up. I will post and say, hey, if anybody needs one. But tomorrow is actually one of those shifts. I got an early shift because someone said, hey, did you want mine? And I said, yes, give it to me. I will take a shift. Give me money. So I will have more streams in the meantime because I'm trying to not spend money. And guess when I don't spend money? When I'm here in this room. So in the next couple of weeks, after this next weekend, I'll probably be streaming a little bit more frequently, which is good because I want to get back to Breath of the Wild so I can get ready for Majora's Mask, and I have to go see where I'm getting my Majora's Mask from. Sorry, not Majora's Mask, Ocarina of Time. I gotta see where I'm getting my Ocarina of Time from, and I still need to pick up my Halloween game this year. I haven't picked it out yet. I don't know what it's gonna be. There is a Otome-ish style Halloween game that we are gonna be playing in October, but it's a short game. It's not a very long game. And I'm not sure if I'm going to try to 100% it. It's just going to be a game I play in that time. And there's also another game that I might be getting soon to play that I tested during the, I think it was Games for Dames time. And they reached out and asked if I'd like their full game when it came out. And I asked if there's any restrictions, and they said none. And I said, okay. So, Jesse. All right. I'd say our best bet is for His Highness and the whole host of soldiers to witness him incriminate himself. I agree. Longley outranks me, mind you. Oh, and I need to open Steam. So I have codes for Steam because I bought a couple Humble Bumble bundles, which I think you can still get if you guys like Yuri games and if you like Choose Your Own Adventure. Not really Otome. They're not always Otome. See. I think they're still up right now. Obviously, I'm not a sponsored person. There is 1 day left for the Yuri and Luck bundle, which is all Yuri games. There's a bunch of Otome games in there, including one I did stream before, which is why I'm going to be putting a post on Discord if anybody wants a copy of it. It's Blackberry Honey. I've played that already. I have it on my Switch. And I have to double check if there's any other dupes because I do be buying games when they're cheap and not paying attention. But there's a couple others in here that I would like to play. There's one called Kindred Spirits. She goes on the roof and says that she'll help. But yes, it looks cute. And then also this one, Lysel Rainbow Stage. That looks adorable. Oh, gosh, I'm so excited. But yeah, I bought that one, but I know I have Blackberry Honey. I think I have another one too because some of the covers look familiar, but I am who I am, and I will not regret that. The other one, which also has a day left, is We Will Always Be Here, which is for Pride Month. And this one also has 11 games in it, and I think I don't need Dustborn. I might need it. I don't know. I mean, I don't really need anything, but I might already have it. And there's a couple others like Thirsty Suitors. That is a Otome style game. But both of them together, I think I paid about 25 bucks, a little bit less. And most of it's Otome. So yeah, definitely if you want some nice Otome games, definitely check it out. At a cheap price. Tavern Talks, a cozy visual novel, running a tavern, and a D&D inspired fantasy, all that. All good stuff for a decent price. Definitely go. Now's the last chance. Go get it. before it's all gone. Humble bundles, how I get most of my game collections. I'm actually, there's something else on here. Guilty Gear. Do I need Guilty Gear? Do I need Guilty Gear? Oh my gosh. Blaze Blue's in here too. Oh my goodness. But do I need it? I don't think I need it. It'll be okay. I don't play a lot of Guilty Gear, so. But yeah. So they have bundles. They also have bundles on books and on software. So if you like making things, definitely check them out. They're fun for that alone. Wow. Easily distracted. All right. But yeah, last chance, last call. If you want any of those games, go grab them now. They're really, really cheap. And I'm always for a deal. I'm all about deals. I love saving money when I buy video games. If we accuse him armed with faulty evidence, he could easily just bury us. Nice. Yeah, let's get buried. I was confident that Longley would never do something like that, but I kept it to myself. Haoran has a good idea of the traitor's identity. If we want to drag them out into the open, I'll need to tread carefully. Yeah, but like, I was a Daoshi who carried the weight of many lives on my shoulders. I had some growing up to do, and that meant not clinging to my own viewpoints as a be all end all.
そうだね。相手はまだ武術家の襲撃を続けている。
You're right. Our enemy is still carrying out their attack on martial artists.
次に狙われそうな人のところに
As one does,
兵士たち
honestly.
を集めて秘密裏に待機させる。というのはどうだろ
What happened? My phone acted like I had a text message, but I didn't. Weird. Why don't we have soldiers gather at the homes of the next likely victims in
う。事件
line
その
wait?
ものは私有と師匠がいれば事足りるけど、
We only need Shiyu and the master to show up to put an end to all of this.
足の剣を正確に切るには人間である彼の力が必要不可欠だ。確実に姿を現すはず。
I'm sure Longley will come too. They need a human to carry out the delicate task of severing the foot. Do they though?
そうだな。じゃあ、俺をおとりにしろよ。
Good point. All right, I'll be the bait.
シウとロンレイはまだ俺がお前らに協力してることを知らねえだろ。うってつけだと思うぜ。
Shiyu and Longley don't know I'm working with you guys yet, right? I'm the perfect man for the job. I'd rather you didn't consider how dangerous it is. But we can't ask some random martial artist with no idea of what's happening to take the risk.
そうだね。それに、ユーハンなら実力は確かだから、襲撃されても何とかしのげるはずだ。
Besides, Yuhan's tough. He'll pull through no matter what.
申し訳ないけ
Sure,
ど、
all the other martial
Panicking.
artists, especially the ones who almost won the contest the year prior, definitely were weaker than Yuhang. Sorry to ask, Yuhang, but could you do this for us?
お、
Leave
任
it
せ
to
とけ。
me.
つか、ここで頼られなかったら。
I was actually gonna get mad if you said I couldn't. I bet you would have. All right then, where are we doing
兵士た
it?
ちが巡回を行っている通路近くで行おう。
We'll do it near the walkway that the soldiers patrol.
ユーハンは大会の再開を直談判しに
You
私
pretend
の
to
と
be a
ころに
pushy
強引に
martial
押しかけて
artist
き
who
た武
does
術家
demanding that I
と
get
いう
the
役
tournament
を演じて
reopened.
くれ。
わかった。
Got it.
演技は苦手だけど、どうにかやってみせる。
I suck at acting, but I'll figure something out.
なら、俺たちはその近くで待機だね。きっと
We'll be
襲撃
waiting
には
nearby and
操
out
ら
of
れた師
sight.
匠が来るはずだ。
Master will definitely show up and take the bait. Let's make sure we capture him for good this time. It'd be great if we could free him from Shiyu's control as soon as
そう
possible.
だな。では、この闇の砲術に関する
Stream
資料は
hype.
一度あなたに預
You're
けてお
late
こう。
today. That's not like you, Ninja. It sure would. Now I'm going to go ask you to hold on to these documents about the shadow arts for the time being. With a nod, Wei passed the papers over to me. But it's only pieces of evidence.
これが明確な証拠になるのは ロンレイの罪を明らかにしてからだ。逆に言えば、それまではただの紙切れ。
Okay, but where it came from is important, so giving it to me makes it no longer that important. I'm off work and not in bed yet, so I can tune in. What's it, like 6 p.m. there? What time do you go to sleep? It'll only count as evidence. Wait, isn't it your birthday? It'll only count as evidence once Longley's guilt comes to light. Until then, it's just paper.
知識のある同志が活用した方がいいだろう。
I go to bed at 9. Nice. That's early. That's crazy early. It is my birthday! Yay! Happy birthday! I thought so. Look at me. I'm bad with dates. Yay! Did you get anything good for your birthday? It'd be best served in the hands of the Daoshi who can actually make sense of it. You went to work for your birthday? I'll be sure to look after it. It was a hard-earned clue. I carefully tucked it away so I wouldn't lose it.
作戦の決行時間はどうする？
It's barely a clue. When should we launch the plan?
日が暮れてからでいいだろう。それまで私と夕飯は作戦現場の下見をしてくる。
I got a Diet Coke. Nice. Nice. Just a Diet Coke? Like, just that? Nothing else? I mean, I guess I'll have to look at your Steam wish list. I think we should wait till after sunset. Until then, Yuhang and I will figure out the exact location and get familiar with it. Well, double check your Steam wish list. I don't want to buy you something you already have. Sounds good. In that case, hold on and I will see if we can work out the details of this document. Hodan and I saw the pair off as they left. After this, we... Okay then. Okay then, after this? How did I read after this? How did I see that? Where did I get those words? Okay then. I still have dyslexia, by the way. It doesn't go away. It just stays with me. We don't know how much of what's written here is real. That's one of the hard things with dyslexia. You think if you read more, you'll get better. It's not. It's still there. Why don't we keep reading for now? I read further through the section on shadow arts, letting Haoran peek over my shoulder. This is a pretty old document and it uses a lot of outdated characters. Ignoring the fact that we found it in Long Li's room, I'd say the document itself is credible. The part about the yellow springs is accurate too. Yes, that's right. Wait. Disenchantment? I started to quietly read out the text beneath the heading. To counter the shadow arts, one must possess the same potential for using the arts as he who cast the original spell. Oh, perfect. Splendid. I have to go to Steam later today because I bought a couple Humble Bumble things and I need to put my codes in. Ha ha ha, it gives me an added reason to remember. That means that basically leaves us with Shiyu and no one else. Grandpa knows about the shadow arts, but I've never heard him say he can actually use them. But that's not like someone would never lie or keep that secret to themselves, but sure. Gotcha. Sounds like we'll have to capture Shiyu as well as Master when we carry out the plan. Uh-huh. He'll have to be nearby to control Yiming at least. I just hope he doesn't give us the slip like he did last time. Me too. Hodan crossed his arms and took a moment to think. If Yuhang manages to pin down Master, then you and I can grab Shiyu. With how serious these incidents are, he should really be our priority. Okay, and if we subdue Shiyu, Yiming shouldn't be able to lift a finger. I'll figure out some way to protect us from being turned ourselves, so you leave that to me. And then there's the mastermind, the person who's been working with Shiyu to kill all these people. I paused. He's important to you, Haoran. The murmured admission left my lips before I realized it. That he is, but my mind is made up. I mean, it could still be the guy who's injured. I'm pretty sure he said it wasn't Wei. Or he doesn't think it's Wei. Close to him. I'm ready to cut myself free from how I feel towards him as soon as everything comes out in the
そ
open.
うしなきゃ彼が奪ったたくさんの
It'd be an
命を
insult to the many lives
侮
he's
辱す
taken
る
if
こと
I
になって
didn't.
しまう
Right. I'll fight with you, Haoran, no matter who our enemy
あり
is.
がとう春麗でもその前に一つお願いがあって
Thanks, Shunlin. But there's something I want to ask you first. What is it?
俺の拳に
Could you
触れ
take a
てくれない
moment
か
to blast my fist? Why? Because you're gonna punch people with it?
決
You're
着
gonna
の瞬間
punch?
誰が相手であろうと全力で振るうことができるように
Okay, what if it's my first theory and my first theory is still correct? What if it's still his teacher? What if his teacher is still the bad guy? And unfortunately, he's still the bad guy, but he's under control, but it's not really under control because like I said before, he doesn't have the ghoul hands. He doesn't got ghouly hands, which means he might not be a ghoul because he's got regular fingers and not sharp knife for fingers. It could happen. If you do, I know I'll be able to swing as hard as I can at that critical moment, whoever I might be facing, of course. Bless, 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 bless. I immediately stepped forward and wrapped my hands around his clenched fist. May you fight to the bitter end and come out on the other side with no regrets. I promise I'll use every skill at my disposal to help you as best I can. I made that heartfelt wish with all of my might.
やっぱり春麗に触れられると
Thanks, your touch is really reassuring. Shunlin.
今までとも少し違う
It just means something a little different now.
実は今かなり緊張してる
I don't trust.
昔よりもずっと
I'm
大き
kind
く
of nervous.
綺
Your
麗な手になっ
hands
た
have
んだなっ
gotten
て
bigger and so much more beautiful.
心臓が痛いくらいに高鳴ってる
My heart's pounding so hard it hurts. Really, you don't look nervous.
表情に出ないだけだよ微笑みながら俺に力をくれる君は本当に魅力的だよ
I'm not letting it show, that's all. Truth is, you're unbelievably lovely when we're smiling and supporting me. Is it making you nervous because we had that talk about our future?
かもしれないねでも決して嫌な変化じゃない
That might be it. It's not a bad thing, though.
心地いいような
Bad change, though. Feels kind of nice. He smiled softly, hand still wrapped in mine.
ありがとうもう大丈夫君からたくさんの力をもらえた
Thank you. That's all I wanted, and you've given me plenty of
これ
strength.
ならためらいなく拳を震えるはずだ
Now I'm sure I can fight this battle head on. I'm glad I could help. I'll fight my hardest too, and I'll make sure I don't slow you down.
今夜
Tonight we put an end to
全
all
て
of
の
this.
決着をつけよ
That's so soon. That's so soon. That's like tonight. That's like basically now. Yuhang. The people were all in their beds, too frightened to come out with these attacks going on. It was time to put on our plan into action.
おい話はまだ終わってねえぞ武術界はいつになったら再開するんだ
I'm not done talking to you. When's the tournament gonna restart
こっ
already?
ちはあの戦いで名を上げるためにわざわざ北地区から出向いてきたんだぞ
I hauled ass all the way from the northern district to make a name for
無理な
myself.
ものは無理だ中止の決断は全てルオジン様によるものである
I'm afraid it's just not possible, sir. The decision to cancel the tournament was made by His Majesty himself.
けどよ
Look, man.
ああもうしつこいなまだこの場にとどまるようなら兵士に捕らえさせることになるぞ
You're really testing my patience. If you continue to hang around, I'll have to call the soldiers to arrest you.
大会が再開される前に罪人になるつもりか
You wouldn't want to miss out on the tournament when it does happen because you're in jail, right?
覚えてろよ
You ain't seen the last of me.
くそなんだよあの肝心の態度 俺が何のために来たと。
Damn it, what's that guy's deal? Didn't he hear me when I said,
このわざとらしい足音。来たか。
footsteps? They're not trying to hide him. I guess it worked.
誰だ。王宮を守る兵士か。俺は何もしてねえぞ。
Who's there? If you're a soldier, I didn't do anything. Oh, ooh, everything froze. I just realized my entire screen was frozen. Did I go under? The screen was black. All the stuff was black. Dun 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 dun. No, everything seems okay. It might have frozen though. There's a chance it did freeze because it does look like when I first clicked on it that it was frozen. Who's there? If you're a soldier, then I swear I never did anything.
あんたは。
It's you. Nice try! And then I show up and I go shing shing shing. I threw a talisman from the shadows and it landed at Eamon's feet, restricting his movements.
あとは任せとけ。
Sweet move, I got it from here. Thanks, Yuhang. I now had to let him know I heard him. The pair went on to exchange a series of violent blows in the middle of the walkway. I've got to conserve my energy so that's all I could do was slow Yingming down. Hopefully that's all Yuhang needs. Next up. There. I heard the tiniest noise from the nearby shadows and immediately hurled a fresh talisman. In a panic, a figure hurried out from the covers. At the same time, a man leapt down from above. Ah, there he is.
あぶなー。あと一瞬でもかわすのが遅かったらぺっちゃんこになってたわ。
That was close. If I dodged any slower, I'd be flat as a pancake by now. There you are, Shiyu.
やっぱり君も来たか。
Thought we'd find you here. Shiyu was wiping the cold sweat off his brow as Haoran landed and fell into a fighting
やっ
stance.
ぱりはこっちのセリフ。正直君らの立てた作戦自体は簡単に読めたけど。
Took the words right out of my mouth. Your plan was super duper obvious, you know.
僕を引きずり出す手段と春林の術の発動がここまで鮮やかやとはさすがに驚いたわ。
But colored me impressed by the way you lured me out. Not to mention Shinlin's technique. You're coming a long way. Thanks for the compliment. We didn't come here to kiss and make up with you. I mean, that's valid. I followed Haran's lead and got into a stance holding a charged talisman between my fingers.
これが最後の忠
This
告だ。
is your final warning to you.
師匠を解放して今までの罪を認めて捕まってくれ。
Release Master, admit your guilt, and let us take you in.
ワン君を解放してくれた恩人たちの言葉やし聞いてあげたい気持ちはあるけど。
Let me think. You did help me out with Fluffy, so I want to be on your side real
悪い
bad.
な。やっぱり無理や
No
わ。
can do. I've
僕
got
に
all
は
this
どうしても譲れ
regret
へん未練。
and revenge stuff to work through, you see? What revenge?
個人的な。な。そのために僕はあらゆる手段と命を利用してきた。
Let's get a little personal. I'll be using every method and every life I can to get it, though.
だから今さら止まることはできん。それこそ全てが無駄になる。
I ain't about to stop here and make everything I've done so far a waste.
そうか。なら仕方ないな。
I see, then we have no choice. Haoran clenched his fist
戦
tighter.
おう、シエ。
Prepare to fight you.
君にどんな過去や思惑があるのかはわからないけど、
I may not know what happened in your past or what your motivations
俺たちに
are,
はその全てを握りつぶしてでも
but
取
we're
り戻し
taking
たい
back
もの
what's
がある。
ours, even if we have to crush everything you've worked for. I gave Shiyu a nod from where I stood behind Haoran, backing up his words.
はあ、やっぱりこうなるか。まあ、もともと君らに近づいたのも春林の今の力を見極めるためやし。
Guess there's no avoiding it, huh? The thing is, I got so close to you in the first place was to see how strong Shinlin is now.
上等やわ。おいで。
This
二
is
人まとめ
perfect.
て相手したる。
Go ahead, I'll take you both on. It wasn't that he was mocking us, he was just that confident in his abilities. Shiyu was declaring that he could defeat both of us by himself, and he meant it. This coming from the guy who's gone to so much effort to set Fluffy free, it made my heart ache a little, but I was way past the point of hesitation.
やろう春林
Let's do this, Shinlin. Yeah. The pain was far outweighed by my feelings towards the man before me. He wanted us to fight and win together.
行くよ See you
We're coming for you, Shiyu.
ええよ。ボッコボコにしたる。
Sure thing, I'm gonna leave you all battered and bruised. He's so happy. Shiyu and Haoran flung out their fist at the same time. A great thud thundered through our surroundings. Oh my. Haoran dealt blow after blow, never giving Shiyu a chance to dredge up his dark technique.
とははまだまだ甘いな。
Don't you think it's about time you upped your game? Shiyu dodged each strike with very little effort. Not only that, he had enough energy left over to kick Haoran and send him flying.
ただのキョンシーではないと思ってたけどやっぱり強いね
I knew you weren't no ordinary young Shi, but you're even tougher than I expected.
これでも生前は常に命を狙われる立場におったからね。自衛のためにそれなりの腕は持っとるんや。
You know, everybody was always out to get me when I was alive. Had to pick up some tricks to defend myself, didn't I?
それに本気の拳を振るい慣れてない君をいなすなんてお茶の子さいさいや。
Besides, y'all ain't used to fighting seriously. Dodging your punches is a piece of cake.
痛いところをついてくれるねけどまあ事実だから
You've hit a nerve there, but it's true, and now there's only one thing left to do.
おっと今のはええ拳や。
Oopsie! Nice punch, though. Shiyu not even phased, but Haoran can't go all out with me behind him. I've got to help him. But Yuhang's over there.
さすがに体力が底なしだな。
This guy's got stamina for days. He's still holding up, but if we don't make my move soon, we're not gonna win this. Okay. Mimi, I'm gonna give you a few talismans. Can I entrust Yuhang to you? All you need to do is wait for an opening to throw a talisman, and that should keep Yuhang in check. Mimi took the talisman from me and scurried off towards Yuhang. Now that I know Yuhang will be fine for a bit, I can focus on helping Haoran, which I should have already been doing because I literally was like, let's take this guy. I could just throw a talisman at Shiyu, he had slipped right past them. Instead, I drew my peachwood sword from its sharpened tip. Haoran! Spotting my stance from the corner of his eye, he ducked. I'd already thrown the sword by the time he had.
うわ危な。
Careful with that thing. Shiyu dodged at the very last moment, just before the blade could pierce his head. But his eyes left Haoran and fell out of his stance.
いった。
The tip of Haoran's foot flew right up into Shiyu's jaw. Did we get him? No. I only needed him to be distracted for a few seconds so I could restrict his movements with a talisman, unfortunately.
いたたたたたた。舌噛んでちぎれるかと思ったわ。春林、投擲の才能あるやん。
I bit my tongue. Could have sworn it was about to come clean off. You got yourself a nice throwing arm there, Shinlin. You're still giving out compliments after you were kicked in the jaw?
やっぱりちょっとやそっとの攻撃は通じないか
It's going to take more than ordinary fighting skills to bring him down.
ははそりゃキョンシーやし、そこらの武術家と一緒にされたら困るわ。
Well, yeah, I'm a Jiangshi and not some small potato martial
しか
artist.
し自分らほんまに息ぴったりやな。言葉のいらん連携といい、一人一人は未熟やけど、二人揃うとほんまに厄介や。
You guys are in perfect sync, you know. Don't have to talk to know what you're thinking. Alone, You're nothing special, but together you're a pain. Thanks, but hey, you're not going to go easy on you just because you're flattering
それ
enough.
でこそ春林や。さすが幼い頃に僕の力を奪っただけのことはある。
I know what you're like, Shunlin. After all, you're the girl who stole my power back when you were a little pipsqueak. Huh?
幼い頃に彼女がシーの
Dude,
力を
what? What are you talking about?
僕と彼女にはちょっとした因縁があるんよ。
Me and her go way back, you know?
もしも君たちが僕を捕まえることができたら潔く教えたる。ついでに僕に協力する仲間の名前もね。
I'll tell you the whole story if you beat me. Heck, I'll even give you the name of my buddy, the one who's been helping me out.
確かに今は長話をする状況でもないか
Now's not the time to sit around and chat.
その身を捕まえた後にしっかり教えてもらうよ
We'll capture you here and make you spit out the whole story.
やれるもんならやってみ。
Step right up and give it a whirl. Haoran unleashed a flurry of attacks, and Shiyu came right back after them. It was such a fast-paced brawl that I couldn't do a thing, not after I had thrown my sword. He'll dodge any talisman I throw, and it's all over if I hit Haoran. I'll have to work with Haoran to create an opening. Just as I was calmly analyzing the situation. What? For whatever reason, Haoran whipped away from Shiyu and picked up the Peachwood sword. What are you doing? I was about to yell for him to focus on the fight. Shunlin! I ducked on instinct. The blade went flying past me. There was a groan from behind me as the sword hit its mark. What? I didn't even realize someone was back there. Here I thought I was aware of my surroundings, since I knew Shiyu might have a Jiangshi reinforcement. But to hear someone's voice this close, whoever managed to sneak up on me has to be a real master. I readied his talisman and spun around. The Peachwood sword lay on the walkway. Even though it wasn't made of metal, the blade could still cause damage if carved to a sharp enough point. The figure grunted in pain and crushed the sword underfoot like the sight of an offended them.
完全に隙をついたと思っていたが、まさかお前に気づ
Thought
か
I
れる
had
と
my
は。
chance, but then you had to go and spot me. Wei,
あらら、見つかってしもたね。
they found you. What a pickle. His fight with Haoran cut short. Shiyu whizzed over to where Wei was in a blink of an eye. It was obvious what this meant.
やっぱり君がシユの協力者だったのか
So you really are the one working with Shiyu. Haoran rushed in to stand between us, then turned to his fellow student. What? But he's been with us the whole time, except for that time he wasn't.
多分ウェイ以外にもう一人王宮内で情報活動を行う部下や仲間がいたんだろうね
You have another accomplice, didn't you? A subordinate, maybe, someone who could gather intelligence in the palace.
ウェイ自身は自分に疑いがかからないようにずっと外部から指示をしてたんだ
You've been giving them orders from the outside also that you didn't come under suspicion.
なぜ気づいた？完全に信頼を得たと思っていたが。
What gave it away? I thought I had your total trust.
何もかも順調すぎたんだそしてその調査の方針を定めていたのは他でもない君だから
Everything went way too smoothly, and it was you who decided on the details of checking the off officials' rooms.
そうか。そういえば昔からお前は勘が鋭い上に小賢しかったな。
I suppose you always have been perceptive, not to mention pretentious.
せっかくこのまま
You know.
親切な元兄弟子を信じさせたまま死なせてやろうと思っていたというのに。
I was hoping you'd die here while still believing in me with that pure heart of yours.
やっぱり怪我のことで俺を
It's because of that injury I left you with, isn't it? Why are you doing this way? You said you didn't blame Haoran for what happened.
ああ、それ多分嘘やで。 この男、計画の話し合いのたびにハオランへの恨み事を言うてたからな。
I'm gonna go and say that was a lie. Guy kept on going on about how much he hated Haoran every time we met up to plan stuff.
僕らの計画に加担したのも、相手の調査にハオランが協力してるって知ったからやしな。
Only real reason he agreed to help us was because he knew Haoran was looking into these murders too.
あ
No!
あ、そうだよ。俺はあの時からずっとこいつのことを恨んでいた。
That's right, I hated that bastard ever since he maimed me. Our former ally slammed his cane into the ground.
かわいい弟弟子冗談じゃない。俺は昔からこいつのことが大嫌いだったんだ。
You thought we were friends, didn't you? How absurd. I've always despised
弟
you.
子入りできれば
Always.
地位が約束されてるイーミンの道場に義理の息子ってだけで何の苦労もせずに入門して。
Training under Yingming guarantees success. Along comes his adopted son who gets to join the Quan on that basis
あ
alone.
げく後継者候補兄弟子の俺を差し置いて
Then I, his senior, gets overlooked. He's the one poised to succeed the Quan.
何もかも気に入らなかったんだよ。
I hate every last thing about you. But didn't you always stick up for Haran when he was getting bullied?
そんなの俺の自作自演に決まってるだろ。
That was all an act. Are you too dense to work that out? What? Wei was no longer hiding his true colors, his face contorted into a sneer as he ranted
ま
on.
だわからないのか。他の門下生の嫌がらせは俺が指示して行わせてたんだよ。
You still don't get it, do you? The other students only bullied you because I ordered them to.
耐えかねて自分から道場を出ていくように誘導するためにな。
I wanted you to throw in the towel and leave the Quan on your own accord.
お前に俺と同じ目に合わせてやろうと仕返しを企んでいたが。
I was plotting to have you suffer the same fate as me. That would have been my revenge.
その直前にイーミンにだけ暴かれて破門される始末だ。ふざけてやがる。
Yingmin found out just before I could act and expelled me from the Quan. What an absolute farce. That's horrible.
俺が恨まれるのは当然だ。けど、
I understand why you despise me,
だ
but
から
even
俺へ
then.
の復讐のために、君が大勢の人の命を踏みにじってるなんて、信じたくはなかったよ。
I don't know. I didn't want to believe you'd ruin so many lives, all to get revenge on me.
俺はお前のそういう偽善者ぶった振る舞いが昔から大嫌いなんだよ。
I've always hated your utter hypocrisy, too.
シユ、正体が暴かれた以上はここでこいつらを始末していいな。
They know my secret now. There's no reason not to dispose of them, is there?
ええよ。個人的にはもうちょい春林の力を見極めたかったけどな。
Can't think of one. Would have liked to learn a little bit more about Shun Lin's powers, but that's all. That's about it. Wei's intentions were crystal clear. Horan took on a fighting stance, snapping me back to my senses.
おう、やる気か。それとも俺が戦力にならないと踏んで油断してるのか。
You intend to go all out, or are you thinking I'll be an easy target? So what if he thinks that?
その油断を残酷に叩き折ってやるだけさ。
I'll just have to beat him. Beat into him why he's wrong. Oops, sorry. Out of nowhere, a shadow appeared above our heads. Shinlin! What? Lodon thrusted his arms up into the air to protect me. The giant silhouette's axe swung down and smashed into his arm. He managed to block the blow. There was a sickening crunch. Hold on! I cried out, and the figure appeared before me. Xiao Wu!
この様子、
Is he?
別行動してる間にシユに操られて。
She must have gotten to him when we split up.
ごめんと。けど気づいたところでもう遅い。
You got it! Not that it's gonna do any good now. I heard the sound of dripping like raindrops, but the sky was so beautifully clear that you could see your last star. There shouldn't have been a rain cloud anywhere near us, but that means it was the sound of blood trickling from Horan's stomach. Horan! Wei's loud laughter cut through my scream. He tossed his bloody dagger onto one side. Wei,
不意をつかれた気分はどうだ
how's it
Haoran.
feel to be the victim of a sneak attack, Horan?
俺はな、この一瞬のために生きてきたん
I've
だ
lived my whole life for this moment, he says.
終わりだ、ハオラン。屈辱にまみれたま
It's
ま。
over, Haoran. This will be the
あの世に送ってやる。
humiliating goodbye you deserve. Wei hadn't killed him instantly. He wanted Haoran to endure a long, agonizing death. No. Kinky? Oh, goodness. I agree, honestly. No! And I run. Oh, as I cried out, a strange mist whooshed up around me. What?
おお、これは
Oh, I wasn't expecting this. The black fog rose high into the air and stayed there for a moment as though surveying its surroundings. Then it flooded down over Wei before it could take another step with Horan.
おい、シウ、一体なんだこれは
Wei barely managed to dodge with his cane, but there was now a cold sweat dappling his forehead. See, what's going on?
ふんふん
Oh, I was delayed.
これは春林
Is
が
my
昔
thing delayed
僕
right
から
now?
奪った
I had
力
a
が
it glitch
ハオ
earlier.
ランを守ろうと暴走しとんのかな
It might be just me. Ah, it's not too bad. Oh, it was you. Okay. Earlier, like, my screen went black, and I was just sitting here, like, everything was gone. And I was like, what happened? If you ask me, the power Shinlin stole from me is going nuts trying to protect Haoran.
闇雲に発動したもんやから精度は大したことないけど聖者が飲み込まれたら一巻の終わりやで
She's not controlling it, so it ain't all that accurate, but it's bad news for anyone alive who gets swallowed up by it.
ち
Wei quickly hopped away from Haoran. I had absolutely no idea how I was able to activate Shiyu's powers. Who cares? I have to save Haoran. But who cares? I need potato chips, huh? Suddenly, I was floating. Haoran had thrown me over his shoulder.
逃げるんだ
Bitch, you're bleeding. We gotta go. We gotta go. Hold on. I used a talisman to conceal us. As we escaped, Haoran was barely staying conscious. Where's our little fighter guy and our panda?
あらら逃げられてもうたまこの状況であの子が覚醒するなんて誰も思わんし
Are
しゃあな
we?
いか
Are we all good? Dearie me, they're gone. Still pretty sure that kid's done for, so I guess we're all good.
仕方ないわけないだろうこのまま逃がしたら俺の復讐どころか立場すらも危うくなる
There's nothing good about it. I haven't secured my revenge, and now my career might be on the line.
奴らが全てを王宮に報告すればお前の望みも永遠に不可能になるんだぞ
If they report this to the palace, then your plans will hit a dead end too.
わかっとるってこのまま逃がすつもりはもうとあらへんそのための戦力もきっちり整えない
I didn't say we should just let him go. We've got this brood on our side, don't we?
シャオはこちらのコマに捕らえたロンレイは用意した力をに閉じ込めとる
Xiaowu's our little pawn. Longlee's been captured, so we'll toss him in the cell we prepared for him.
ユーハンは
As for Yuhang,
体力の限界を感じて先に撤退したみたいやな
looks like he skedaddled, must have reached his
見た
limit.
目に似合わず冷静な子やあるいは最初からそういう作戦やったんかな
He seems like a hothead, but he's cool as a cucumber. That, or they planned for him to run away all along.
あのガキのことはどうでもいい早く追いかけてハオランとあの小娘を殺すぞ
I don't care about that brat. I'm going after Horan and the girl, and I'm killing them both.
お前だってあの小娘に奪われたとかいう力を取り返したいんだろ
You want to wrest back the powers she stole from you, don't you?
わかっとるって。
You know
そう
it.
せかさんと、まずはイーミン君を回収せな。
There's no rush. Gotta get Yiming back first.
やらどこに行ったん？ユーハンを追いかけて行ったのかな？
BRB. Okay, I'll be here. Where did he go? After Yuhang?
俺が知るか。王宮を襲うキョンシーなら他にも山ほどいる。放っておいてもいいだろう。
Don't ask me. You've got the whole horde of Jiangxi ready to storm the palace. We can't afford to lose one.
それもそやね。いよいよ計画も佳境や。彼らに多少の情はあるけど。
I guess it's about time for the pun part. My heart goes out to the kid, but
これも僕の悲願、復讐のためや。そろそろ力を返してもらわんとね。
I gotta get my powers back. Ain't no way I'm giving up on my own wish or my revenge. It said on, but I'm pretty sure or was the right answer. I'm pretty sure my dyslexia corrected that. Somehow we made it out of the southern district and into the nearby forest, but it was no success story. Hold on, that's enough. Put me down, bitch. You're gonna die if you don't stop the bleeding. The further he ran, the more tired he became, and the shallower his breaths got. Also, I can walk. I wasn't injured. So why is he carrying me still? Like, getting me out of the fog, sure. At that point, I fucking walk. He stopped and collapsed on the spot, like all his strength had left him at once. I'm gonna treat your wounds. I helped him lie down under a tree. Then I peeled his clothes away and inspected the injury. The moment I saw him, how deep it was and how badly he was bleeding, I lost all hope. Hold on, there was no saving him. It was a lethal wound. I knew it in my bones, no matter how hard I tried to deny it. No. I shouted my refusal, pressing as much cloth as I could against Hodan's wounds. The bleeding didn't stop. Hodan's blood, his very essence, kept pouring out of him and soaking into the earth. God, how can I stop it? There was no Daoshi techniques that could perfectly heal another's wounds. Of course there wasn't. The reality was that I was utterly powerless in this situation. Hold on, please! I refused to accept it. I staunched the bleeding as best I could, calling his name over and over. My voice must have made it through in a gap in his foggy mind. He forced himself up and wrapped his arms around me. Don't get up. You'll make it worse, buddy. You're already dying. Don't die faster. It doesn't matter. I know how bad this wound is. His frail arms trembled against me as he went on. There's no point in you staying here. Leave me and get away. Ray's revenge shouldn't have to involve you. I'm not going anywhere. I didn't even think twice. I shook my head ferociously, like a child throwing a tantrum. I'm not running away unless you come with me. Shunli, you're being childish. I know you're more mature than this. Bitch, don't you? You want to be a Daoshi, remember? One who saves as many people as possible. So you can't die here with me. Forget maturity. I'm not leaving you. I'll stay here unless I'll stay a useless Daoshi if that's what it takes. I'm not being childish. You're being cruel. You said you wanted to love me, then don't leave me. Stay with me forever. How dare you die from mortal wounds? I didn't think I'll be able to do that. A fresh torrent of blood gushed out of him. His body was growing colder by the second. He was leaning on me rather than holding me. It seemed he couldn't keep himself up anymore. Shouldn't go. No, I'm not giving up. She's like, I'll stay. I watched Catherine the Great. I actually don't know what the name of the show was. I gathered the strength to push him down again, ready to resume stemming the flow of blood, but I never got the chance.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
幸せに
Please be happy. I'm sorry? I thought I was on the track for the good ending. Wait. You can't die. Die. And he's like, Rosebud, and he falls. Hodon slowly closed his eyes. 9 RIP. And now he goes to become Mary Sherry. He's the girl in the window. You hear the sound of the blade behind you. His already weak arm fell limp at his side. Hold on. I shook him in desperation. He didn't respond. This can't be happening. Though I called and called for him, he didn't answer because he's fucking rude and put his phone on silent. The truth was as clear as it was unbearable. Hold on. Howling and wailing, I cried out his name again.
感動的な場面だな。人の足をぶっ壊した罪人には
Oh, you little punk ass fucking bitch. Okay, get so pressed that you decided to get on a fight with this guy and he won. Sorry that you're wounded forever, but get the fuck over yourself. How touching, more than he deserves. Don't forget he'll rip somebody's future right out from under them. My cries were interrupted by the set of uneven footsteps. I rolled around and glared at the interlopers, Shiyu and the impassive-looking Wei. Wei! Hodon's murderer!
ただのガキだと思ってたが、そんな顔もできるんだな。一丁前に殺意まで飛ばしやがった。
Like felt something in my hair, but I can't find it now. I don't know. And then I get stung by a bee or something. I felt like a, I don't know how to describe, like a leaf? I don't know. I thought you were too immature to get vicious. You really want to be me dead too, don't you?
それでこそ
Listen,
殺しがい
bitch.
がある。ハオランを殺すだけじゃどうにも物足りないからな。
This will make killing you all the more worth it. I was feeling a little dissatisfied after only dealing with Haoran. I glared at Wei with everything I had, never letting go of Horan's limp body. He ignored me, and why wouldn't he? He had the upper hand
た
here.
だ殺すだけじゃもったいないな。ハオランにとって大事な存在は全員徹底的になぶり殺してやる。
Simply killing you seems like a waste, though. I'm going to have everyone who was important to Haoran suffer terribly for it.
そうだ、シユ。例のあの術、こいつらに今使えるか？
Chiyu, can you use that technique on these two now?
ああ、いろいろ問題があってポシャったあれか。
You mean that one technique I messed up because everything that could go wrong did?
大規模すぎて失敗しやすいから計画には使わん予定やったんやけど、それを春人たちに使えて。
It's kind of unstable on a large scale. That's why we weren't going to use that plan. You want me to go ahead and give it a whirl on these guys?
そうだ。
I do. Wei's encouragement only made Shiyu frown. They're having a fallout now?
僕は普通に殺して力を返してもらえればそれでええんやけど、ほんまに使わなあかん？
You see, I was hoping to bump her off and get my power back. Do I really gotta use it?
小心者め。
Coward, I'll do
Not-
it. Wei pulled a single talisman from his garment.
いつの間に発動用の札を？
Where'd you get that? It's ready to go.
所詮はキョンシー。昼の間は勘が鈍るな。盗むのは簡単だった。
You're a Jungshi, remember? It was merely a matter of snatching it while your senses were dulled by the midday sun.
俺は同志ではないが、資料から学んだ知識を用いれば、発動ぐらいはできるはず。
I'm no Daoshi, but I've read up on these things. That should be all I need to activate this talisman. Wei focused his energy on the slip of paper in his grasp. A sinister mist rose up around us. What on earth did you just do, Wei?
簡単さ。生きた人間をキョンシーにするための術を逆用して、
It's quite simple. I altered the technique that turns live humans into
その
Jiangshi.
源となる黄泉への入り口を強引にこじ開けてやったんだよ。
And used it to force open the entrance to the Yellow Spring, the source of the spell's power. What?
あっちゃー、悪いな春林。これはもう僕には止められへん。
What a pickle. Sorry, Shunlin. Even I can't do anything about this. This guy is just here, cool as a cucumber.
どうか僕のことは恨まんといてくれや。
No hard feelings, please. You promise? Promise me. How could you do something so stupid? I barely finished my sentence when the ground beneath us trembled violently. Hold on! I had no idea what was about to happen, and I clung to his body even more tightly. I would not let go of him no matter what was in store.
さようならだ、ハオラン。
I guess this is goodbye,
愛
Haoran.
しい彼女と黄泉で人間でもキョンシーでもない腐った体になるんだな。
You and your beloved will be sent to the Yellow Springs where your decaying bodies will be caught between Yuman and Jiangxi. Whoops, I hit the button too fast. The last thing I heard was Wei's loud declaration. A bottomless pit opened up right beneath us. Ah! And I go, ah! With Haoran still in my arms, I tumbled down into the underworld where the dead ran rampant. Oh, I didn't realize we were doing a
ウェイによっ
Hades
て
town.
殺されたハオラン。
Wei has murdered Haoran.
別れを悲しむ暇もなく黄泉の世界に送られてしまう。
Before she can grieve, our heroine is sent to the Yellow
次回
Spring. Next
燃えよ
time,
乙女
on
同士
Otome Daoshi,
左右恋語り
a defiant
全
spirit.
部諦めない。そこは旅の通過点か終着点か。
Is this the end of the line, or is it merely a detour? This is so funny. I like the Inuyasha end credits. That's always fun for me. Next time on Otome Daoshi. The Yellow Spring, the final destination for humans and Jiangxi alike. The living had never laid eyes on this place. It was a myth of sorts, even among Daoshi, with Jiangxi as the only proof of its existence. Ooh. Ooh. Ah. Why are there so many water lilies? That's crazy. I forced my aching body up. Where am I? I don't know, but I would like to ride on a little boat ride through this. This feels very Tiana's Bayou to me. I swept my gaze over my surroundings, but there was no comparing it to the world I knew. The whole way Maid swallowed me up. Then I remembered, where's Haoran? I hurriedly looked around for him. Haoran! I spotted him lying a short distance away. Is he gonna be white and pale? Hang in there. He was laying face down as I touched him gingerly. Huh? Surprise cut through my concern as I realized his fatal wounds were completely gone. Yeah, because he's dead, bro. Haoran! I almost didn't dare to call out to him. When I did, a tiny shudder ran through his body and his eyes slowly opened. Shunlin? Haoran! How many times had I called his name now? I don't know, but if it was a drinking game, I would be on the floor. You're awake!
俺はウェイに刺されてからどう
Where
なった
are we? What happened after Wei stabbed me? Goodness gracious. He made to stand up, and I jumped in to place a supportive hand on his back. I'm not entirely sure, but I think Wei's spell sucked us in and sent us to the Yellow Spring.
ヨミ
The Yellow Spring? His eyes went wide in astonishment. I couldn't blame him. I never would have believed this place was the Yellow Spring if Wei hadn't said so before activating the talisman. That said, the evidence that we were in another world was right in front of us. Jiangxi shuffled in from the forest of chiming souls, silent and expressionless. For a moment, Haoran was rendered speechless.
ごめん、シュンリ。ウェイの復讐に君まで巻き込んで、こんなことに。
Ain't no thing. I'm used to getting roped into shit I didn't plan on. I'm so sorry, Shinlin. I was so wrapped up in Wei's revenge because of me. And now... Don't do that. Our fates are linked. She's like, this is like Titanic. You jump, I jump, and then I survive and you die. It's just like Titanic. What are you apologizing for? Our fates are linked. Forgot there was an affection thing. Oh, okay, perfect. Right choice. That's why we're together now in the Yellow Spring. That's why we'll die together too. Let's not.
そう
You're right.
だったね。
Maybe not. Relief began soothing my shock at last. I'm so happy I get to talk to you again. When you stopped speaking, I couldn't bear it. I scolded myself, determined to tamp down my emotions. But I couldn't do it, and a teardrop trailed down my cheek.
シュンリ。
Shinlin, you're...
そうだ。謝るべきは巻き込んだことじゃない。君に辛い思いをさせたことだ。
I get it now. I shouldn't be apologizing for what happened. I should be apologizing for the pain I put you
勝つ
through.
ために戦いに挑んだのに、あんな結果になって、一人逃げろなんて言って。
We fought to win, but everything went wrong. I'm sorry I asked you to run away by yourself. You'd better be. I'll slap you across the face next time you say something like that.
それは怖いな。
I wouldn't want that. He said kawaii na. He said you're scary. The smile returned to his face, then we stood up together.
ヨミ、訪れるのはもっと先だと思ってたけど、こんな形で来ることになるなんて。
So what's happening here? Did someone just translate this to their heart? They're like, it sounds like. The Yellow Spring, I didn't think I'd be coming here for a long, long time yet. And definitely not like this.
操られてるシャオも心配だし、一刻も早く現世に戻らないと。
We need to get back to our world as soon as possible. I'm worried about Xiaowu too. Right, but as you can probably guess, Grandpa never taught me what to do if I got trapped in the Yellow Springs.
とりあえず周囲を探索してみよう。キョンシーが向かう方向にはついていかない方がいいかな。
Good call. Let's explore the area now. Probably best if we don't head in the same direction as the Yangshi. Yeah, they'll be going right to the very depths of the spring so they can pass on. We held hands to avoid getting
行こ
separated.
う、シュンリ。死んだのなら諦めがつくけれど、俺たちはまだ生きている。
Should someone tell him? He died. You died, buddy. Oh, Haoran. Come on, Shinlen. It would be a different story if we were dead, but we were both still
何としても
alive.
現世に戻って、ウェイたちの行いを止めないと。
We have to get back to the world of living and put a stop to Wei and Shiyu. Yeah, we haven't reunited with Grandpa and Yiming yet. Once we're back, I can tell Grandpa that I saw the Yellow Springs for real.
さすがのリーホンさんも仰天するだろうね。
I bet that'll shock even him. Maybe it was inappropriate for us to joke around when things were so dire. Our return from the Yellow Spring would require a miracle akin to waking the dead. I knew just how difficult that would be to pull off, but I'm not giving up. Haoran and I were going to make it back to the world of the living, where people were waiting for us, where people needed our help. Not to mention that Haoran and I have our whole future ahead of us. With that determination set in my heart, the two of us ventured further into the Yellow Spring. Further away. Ooh. We didn't have a better plan for now other than to go against the flow of the Jiangxi. This world was a vast and beautiful but terrifyingly silent. It was painfully obvious that we were far from the thriving realm of the living room. The only sounds were our painting and footfalls. Panting.
シュンリ、大丈夫。一度休憩した方が。
Is it our panting or his? Or mine, sorry. Are you okay, Shinlin? Maybe we should take a break. I'm fine. It hasn't been that long since we started walking. I wonder why I'm so exhausted though. It makes sense for you since you got stabbed.
言われてみれば旅をしている間はこれよりずっと長い距離を歩
He
い
has
てた
no
けど
wounds, guys. He's dead. He's a dead man. This is a dead man in the afterlife. Good point. We traveled much longer distance than this during our
君は
journey.
体力があるからめったに息切れなんてしなかった
Yanni, oh no. You've got a lot of endurance, so you're rarely out of breath. You're in the land of the dead just then. Ah, my legs buckled and I fell hard on my knees.
シュニどうしたのやっぱりどこか悪いんじゃ
Maybe you really are sick. I'm not sure myself. My legs just gave out. I looked at my feet to see that might be happening. I couldn't believe what I saw. They're disappearing. Huh? My left leg was gone. My right leg was gone. As fantastical as it sounded, there was no way to describe it. A part of me that should have always been there had vanished. It's gone. His face fell and he reached out to where my leg was supposed to be.
感触がない本当に消えてる
I can't feel it. It's really gone. Oh no. It was almost impossible to believe, and both of us were left stunned. What's going on? I'm not a ghost or anything. It clicked then. Could it be that my body's vanishing because I fell into the yellow spring while I was still alive? What about you, Haoran? Are you disappearing? No, because he's dead. He died. You watched him die. You held him in your arms. He was dead. I pressed my hand against him in a panic, but his entire body was still intact.
そんなどうして春林だけ
I understand why it's only happening to you. He doesn't even have a stab wound anymore, guys. I don't know, but this doesn't look good. We need to find a way home. I tried to stand. I should have known it'd be impossible with a missing leg. I end up staggering forward into Haoran's body.
シュニ
Be careful, Shinlin. Sorry, Haoran. At this rate, I'm just gonna hold you back. Go on without
そん
me.
なことない君が動けないのなら俺が担いでいけばいい
That's not true. If you can't walk, I'll just carry you. Right as I went to tell him to leave me behind, he hoisted me onto his back. Oh, Haoran.
俺は君を絶対に置いていかない
There's no way I'm leaving you behind. Thanks. Haoran shifted his hold on me before continuing on the path. Are you sure about this? What if the Jiangshi attack us?
大丈夫昔はこうやって君を背負いながら山を登ったりしただろ
I'm fine. Oh wait, I'm sure. Remember when we were younger and I used to climb mountains and stuff with you on my back? Yeah, I do. Though you weren't as tall back then and our relationship was a little different. Oh, let's keep talking about that. Not at the time. I nuzzled my cheek against his back. The only thing that hasn't changed is how comfortable it feels being in your arms. It was enough to reassure me even after something as scary as unknown as losing a limb.
春林君は俺を最後まで見捨てなかった
Shinlin, you never abandoned me even when all hope was lost.
だから今度は俺が君を救う番だ
It's my turn to save you now. Thank you, I'm counting on you. He nodded and pressed on with strong, confident steps. It was a journey that might prove utterly useless if we didn't even have a destination. I don't know why Haoran's fine and I'm not, but there's a real chance I won't make— Bitch, he fucking died! Why are we so stupid? You were so smart before. Why are you like— You cried because he died in your arms. Why do you think— Why would— I'm broken. I'm just like, why? 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 Never mind my leg. I was probably going to vanish completely. Even a 5-year-old could have figured that out, but not that your fucking boyfriend's dead. You couldn't figure that out by the fact that he was dead in your arms before you fell through the hole? Conflicts. Haoran must have realized it himself. I could barely see part of his face from where I was, but it was tinged with desperation. The parts I could see, at least. A day may have had passed, perhaps two. It was impossible to tell in the yellow spring, which had no concept of time. There was probably no such thing as an end here. The scenery was unchanging. Haoran was starting to look exhausted from carrying me all this way. As for me, my remaining leg was just disappearing from the foot up, as were the tips of my long hair.
瞬に世界
Hang in there, Shunlin. I was struggling to remain conscious. I'm sorry, Haoran. I don't think I'm going to be able to talk for much longer. I won't be able to rely on my knowledge to help
謝
you.
らなくていい
But you're not
今は
even
生きる
helping.
ことだけを考
We're not
えて
even helping. You don't have to apologize for a thing. Just focus on staying alive. I'll only be a burden. The feeble voice that was the best I could manage, and I felt utterly
そんなこ
pathetic.
とない君が生きてさえいてくれれば俺は何だってできるんだから
That's not true. You just being here gives me the strength to do
No.
anything.
消耗を抑えることだ
Knock
け
it
を
out.
考えていて
Don't worry about anything except how you can stop yourself from disappearing. Okay. I guess. Unfortunately, I died. I died. We kept on. No miracle presented itself to change things for the better. I didn't have the strength to look up anymore. Haoran must have been running out of steam. He was struggling to walk straight, and each step was extremely sluggish.
そ
Even then, he didn't stop or stagger. It was all for my sake. Listen, Haoran, I really think you should leave me. You don't know when you might start vanishing too. You need to grasp some sort of information before that happens. After I spoke, the contours of my face began fading away. Against all odds, I still had my arms wrapped around him, but now the warmth was leaving them. It's like I'm turning into a Yangshi, no, a regular corpse.
嫌だ絶対に諦めたくな
I'm
い
not giving up. I'd heard those exact words before. In fact, I was the one who said them. Huh. Despite our situation, I was laughing. I knew how precious I was to Haoran, and in turn, I loved him from the bottom of my heart. I was happy that I could still think such things. You know, you and I really are similar as childhood friends go. Those were the final words out of my mouth. My arms fell completely limp. And he goes, "No!" I assume.
瞬輪
This is a black hair.
瞬輪ごめん
Shunlin, you can hear me.
ごめん俺の足が遅いせいだもっと急ぐから
I'm sorry. It's my fault for being slow. I'll go
ど
faster.
うか寝ないで頑張ってもう少し進めばきっと何か
Why is this dragging in the last act? This is supposed to be the last chapter, I think. I thought I read 7, but maybe there's more and there's just no choices in the next ones. Did not mean to do that. That's not what I was trying to change. No, I did it wrong. Just stay awake. Fight it. I'm sure we'll find a way. We only need to keep going for a little longer.
瞬輪ずっとそばにいるって言ってくれただろ
Don't you remember, Shunlin? You said you'd never leave my side. Girl also told you to not die, and you died.
君が嘘をつく子じ
You're
ゃな
no
いの
liar?
俺が一番よ
No
く
one
分
knows
かっ
that
て
better
る
than me, so
お願いだ
answer me.
俺の名前を呼んでくれ
Say my name, Shunlin. I didn't want to accept it. How
俺
could
より
I?
先に瞬輪が死んでしまうなんて
How could she die before me? She can't. Statistically speaking, women outlive men. I stopped and let her down, if only to make sure she was still alive.
瞬輪
Her face was barely there. I could feel her cheek. I couldn't feel her warmth, which had been with me since childhood. There was nothing left at all. I slid my gaze down, almost too scared to look. I noticed then that her chest wasn't even moving up and down. This isn't happening.
死ぬなら傷を負った俺の方が先だろどうして君が
I'm supposed to be the one that dies. I'm the one who got stabbed. Why does it have to be you? I shouted and shouted, but the fact remained that I couldn't touch her anymore, even though she had been on my back mere moments ago. She shouldn't left so much. She hadn't left so much as a corpse. My tears overflowed, never ending. What did she do to deserve this? All I wanted was to save her. Good scream. Was I? She did nothing wrong. She doesn't deserve to die. I'm the one who ruined Wei's life. I should be dead. Why? Why is she dead? I'm the guilty one. I'm the pathetic one. If only I had come here and died alone instead of dragging her into this. And then a howl, and it goes, howl! And then there's a wolf on the horizon, I assume. A howl interrupted my desire as I despair as I looked up. Did my ears deceive me? A dog? Is it the little baby dog? Did the little baby dog find us? Did we never give that bracelet to the little dog? I turned in the direction of the noise. No other being in this world was supposed to have a will of its own. And yet, far away, I caught a glimpse of life. Could it be? Fluffy? He should have reunited with his owner here after retrieving the lost bracelet. With another howl, he sat on his haunches, and stared at me. Then he darted away without another peep. Is he telling me to follow him? Obviously, I couldn't fully understand what he wanted. But something about him set him apart from the other Jiangshi down here. I looked down at Shunli. Honestly, the idea of just leaving her here was terrifying. Was there a chance her very soul would vanish while she was out of my sight? Yet I didn't see how I could take her with me when I couldn't even touch her anymore. After wavering for a bit, I came to the decision. I'm sorry, Shunlin. Can you wait for me here? I decided to believe in Shunlin's strength. Having apologized to her, I slowly rose to my feet. I scrapped up a mound of grass and flowers from nearby to hide her from any Jingshi. Maybe I don't know what he wants to lead me away from. Maybe he wants to attack me. As long as there's a chance that something might change, I have to go after him. At the very least, I knew that sitting around here crying wouldn't bring Shunlin back. Moving forward is the only choice I have. I forced my legs to pump in pursuit of Fluffy. And he's like, pump the jam, pump it up. After running at full tilt, I caught up with him. He was sitting quietly. His calm eyes were focused solely on me. He must have wanted me to follow him after all. Fluffy, what are you? You interrupt my question with a bark. Okay, I played a traumatic game. It's not gonna do the sound. With a dog in it, and that sounded just like that dog bark. Behind him was a majestic tree that gave off a mystifying aura. It seems he wanted to show it to me. What's this, a peach tree? It was bigger than any peach tree I'd ever seen. A memory flashed through my mind. Shunlin and I once read an illustrated hand scroll together when we were younger. Did you know this, Haoran? According to the story, the Yellow Spring has these huge peaches.
どうして食べる人がいない世界にそんなものが
Peaches? Why'd they need food in a place with no one eats? The story says the peaches have a magical power that makes scary stuff go away. And if people who went into the Yellow Spring by accident eat them, they can come back to the normal world again.
じゃあ、俺がもしうっかり迷い込んでも、そのことを知ってれば安心だね。
That's what we call a plot convenience because we weren't told about it prior and we weren't looking for it before. I guess there's no need to worry about ending up there if I can keep that in mind. And even if there are no peaches, I'll come along to save you anyways.
それは頼もしいな。
That's more reassuring.
あの時はただの言い伝えや物語の話だと思ってたんだけど。
I thought it was just a fairy tale or maybe a legend
ま
at the
さか
time.
本当に存在していたのか。それじゃあ
I can't believe the peaches are real and that
これを
means
食べさせれば春林は生き返る。
if I give Shunlin one of these, it'll bring her back to life. It seems oddly convenient. I wasn't about to let an opportunity like this pass
あ
me
りがとう
by.
ワン君。
Thank you, Fluffy.
すぐに春林に。
I'll go in.
そういうわけにはいかないな。
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. A figure stepped out from behind the tree. My reflexes had me on guard, but that gave way to astonishment the moment I recognized him.
よ、ハオラン。まさかお前までこんなところに来る羽目になるとはな。
Hey, Haoran, I never thought you'd end up here too,
師匠。
Master. I thought Shiyu and Wei were controlling him, yet here he was, separating me from the means of rescuing Shunlin.
師匠が
What are you doing here?
ユーハンと戦った直後、とうとう限界が訪れて、レイコンだけヨミへと落とされたんだよ。
Yuhang put me in quite a fight. I finally reached my limits once we were done brawling and my soul got hurled all the way down here.
まさか生きたまま操られて。
You were alive the whole time they were controlling
それ
you?
に操られている間の記
You
憶があ
remember
るんですか。
everything that happened?
ああ、お前と戦ったことも、多くの人の命を手にかけたことも、はっきりと覚え
I
てる。
was right though. He was alive because I said he didn't have the little raw crawl. He didn't have the raw hands. It's all crystal clear. Fighting you, killing victims after
迷惑をか
victim.
けて、
Sorry for all the trouble,
すまなか
Roro.
った。師匠。
Master? There was no mistaking my good-natured
師
master.
匠は悪くありません。
It's not your fault. It's Shiyu in ways.
それは違う。俺は操られる以前から多くの罪を犯してい
Afraid
る。
not. I did a ton of unspeakable things before I was under their control.
いや、だからこそ武術家を殺すための手駒としてシユ
It's
たちに選
probably
ば
why
れ
they
たんだろ
picked me
う。
to do their dirty work in the first
どういう
place.
ことですか。
What are you talking
俺
about?
の道場にある隠し部屋を漁ったのならわかるだろ。
You went into the hidden room at the Quan, right? That should have given you a clue.
俺はかつて冷酷な暗殺者だった男だ。
I was once a cold-hearted assassin, and I could be dating your girlfriend with my six-pack. I mean, honestly.
あの暗器は本当に師匠のものだった。
Those weapons really did belong to you then.
ああ、道場というのは表向きの姿。
They did. The Quan was a front.
俺の家は代々一子相伝の暗殺術を受け継いでいる暗殺者の血筋でな。
I come from a long line of assassins. The arts passed down from parent
俺
to
も
kid.
物心ついた頃からルオジン様や様々な派閥から依頼を受け、多くの人を殺していた。
I've been killing folks for His Majesty for all kinds of factions. Ever since I can
ルオジン
remember.
様から。
Did you say His Majesty?
あの人が王座につくために邪魔だった人間たちも容赦なく殺したよ。
You bet I did. I got rid of anyone who stood in his way to the throne. No questions
そん
asked.
な
I don't believe it. We don't have time for this. The king always claimed strength was paramount, yet he used such underhanded methods.
もっとも最近は足を洗っていたけどな。
I turned over a new leaf not too long ago. What made you do that?
お前を引き取ったからだよ。
Because I took you in.
最初は後継者として育てるつもりで、親のいないお前を養子にしたが、
I was planning to raise you to be next in
い
line.
ざ育ててみれば、お前は本当に可愛くて可愛くて、愛おしくて。
The more I cared for you, the more adorable I realized you were. I started to love you.
俺のような血にまみれた暗殺者になんてしたくないと強く思った。
Turning you into an assassin and seeing you stain your hands with blood was the last thing I wanted.
そういう理由もあって暗殺家業は俺の代で終わり。そう決めていたんだけどな。
I decided I was going to be the last assassin of my bloodline. That was the plan at
肝
least.
心になったウェイが王宮の記録を漁って俺の正体が暗殺者だと気づいちまったんだよ。
Thing is, Wei became an official and went fishing through the palace records, found out how I used to make my keep.
武術界の最中、接触してきたあいつにその事実を突きつけられて、
He came up to me during the tournament, confronted me about it, caught me off
闇の
guard.
法術をかけられ、操られたんだ。
The opening was all he needed to whip out the shadow arts and put me under his control. Master shot me a self-deprecating smile.
軽蔑しただろう。俺は善人ぶって、お前のことを騙していたんだ。
I suppose I'm not too lovable to you anymore. I lied to you, pretended I was this good guy and all.
確かに師匠の告白には衝撃を受けました。
Well, you've told me as a real
犯した
shot.
罪も決して
I'm sure I'd be
許されるものじゃな
horrified
い。
to hear the details of everything you did too.
でもここまで愛情をかけて育ててくれたこと、そして
But I am where I am because of all the love you gave me growing up.
シュン
Plus,
リンと出会わせてくれたことには心から感謝しています。
I'll always be grateful for you being the reason I met Shunlin. She is dying in a field right now.
あ
Can
な
we
たが
finish
教えて
this?
くれた武術がなければ
You haven't protected her. She's literally
あの
dying.
子を守ることができなかった。
Bro, she's gonna die before you get back. I never would have been able to protect her without wushu that you taught me.
罪があるというのなら、あなたの抱えているものの大きさに気づくことのできなかった俺も同じだ。
If you have a reason to feel guilty, then so do I. I never realized what a massive burden you had on your shoulders.
現世に戻って親子で一緒に罪を償いながら生きていきましょう。父さん。
Let's get back to the real world and keep on living while we atone for these crimes, Dad. Dad, I extended my hand not to condone him, but to invite him
悪
home.
いが、それはできない。
Sorry, but I can't come with you. You turned me down without hesitation.
どうしてですか？師匠だって肉体はまだ生きていますから、この桃を食べれば戻れるはずじゃ。
Why not? You're alive, aren't you? Eating a peach should be enough to let you
よ
return.
く見ろ、ハオラン。この木には果実が2つしか実ってない。
Take another look at this tree. Hold on, it only has 2 ripe fruits. I snapped my head up to look. Master was completely right.
そんな。ようやく師匠を元に戻すための機会が訪れたのに。
I finally found a way to bring you back to normal.
ま、世の中そう都合よくはできてないってことだな。
As I say, life isn't fair. I guess death in this case. The thing is, like, he's dead. You're dead too. You're not alive.
それに、仮に桃の数が足りていても、お前と共に戻ることはできない。
Even if there was an extra fruit, I still couldn't go back with you. Why? I couldn't understand it.
死者を現世に返す奇跡の桃。そんな代物を簡単に入手できると
You're gonna fucking fight
本
him?
気で思ってるのか？
Are you the tree's master? You fucking died and you came down here to be the tree's guardian? A miraculous peach that restores life to the dead? Do you think that was something you could just up and take with no effort? Master got into a fighting stance, a battle, hungry smile on his
読みは
face.
な、その人間が現世に帰るにふさわしい人間か試練を課すんだよ。
The Yellow Springs likes to test you to see if you're worthy of getting back to the
読み
real
で
world.
最も強いものを万人にすることでな。お前はその万人に挑む資格を得たから、まだ肉体が消えていないんだ。
The strongest fighter in these springs become their guard. Your body's not vanished because you've earned yourself the right to challenge him. He's never taught me that stance. It was a pose of an assassin poised to
来い
kill.
ハオラン。大切な彼女を救いたいんだろ？
Let's go, hold on. Do you want to save your sweetheart?
なら、お前がすべきことは一つだけのはずだ。
If so, you've only got one way through.
師匠。
It pained me that I never learned wushu from him like I should have, all because of my frail mind. Master probably wished he had taken in someone more talented than me.
今ならわかる。
But there's one thing I do know. Even if there was another kid, one who was endlessly skilled, Master would never have seen him as a child. Haoran was his only son. It didn't matter what I inherited from him. If anything, he loved me like a father would, and he was equally proud
あ
of
ら
me.
俺は彼の息子としてその期待に応じるだけだ。
I'm his son, which means I have to rise to his expectations. He had faith in the man he had raised me to
好き
be.
な子のためにどんな敵とも全力で戦える男だ。
A man who'll face down an opponent who stands between him and the woman he loves. I clenched my fist and readied my legs to move. I wasn't about to dodge his attacks and avoid a fight. I was here to thoroughly
それでこそ俺の息子だ。
trounce him.
俺なんかよりずっと立派な男に育ったな。
That's my boy. You've grown up to be a better person than your old man, you know.
あなたの
I
育てのお
am
か
who
げ
I
です。
am because of how you raised me. Oh, that's sad.
俺は何もしてないさ。だが、手加減はしないぞ、ハオラン。
I never did a thing for you, so that doesn't mean I'm gonna go easy on you.
万人である俺の全力を破らない限り、この木はお前に報酬を授けることはない。
I think it's safe to say that the tree gives you how many fruit you need. But I think the truth is he should have just said, I'm not going back. I can't go back. But that's just me, and I'm the guard here. You've got to beat me at my best. Otherwise, you're not getting a thing from this tree.
もちろんです。大切なあの子の命がかかっている以上。
You don't have to tell me. As long as I can save the
俺
woman
だ
I
って戸惑
love,
うつもりはない。
I'm not holding back. I inhaled, stealing my resolve. A man who steals himself. This was the man who had changed his life for me. I would not let him
行
down.
きます。師匠。
Here I come, master.
お、来い、自慢の弟子。
You're my pride and joy. Come at me, bro. Come at me. Is there a hole in my shirt? No, we're fine. And she's like, darkness. I can't feel my body. I had no idea where I was or what was happening. I didn't know if I was standing, sitting, lying down. I couldn't even tell if I was breathing. Was I alive or dead? And beyond that, I wonder what happened to Haoran. I passed out with no warning. I bet he's worried sick. I knew I had to check on him as soon as I could, but it wasn't gonna be that easy. Everything in my head was blurry, and that included my feelings for him. I'm scared. Losing those feelings terrified me way more than the question of whether I was alive or dead. I have to stay awake. I have to. Hold on. If I'm going to disappear forever, then at least I want to see you just one more time. It goes, oh! I could hear my breaths or heartbeats. That sound alone had reached me in this abyss. I recognize it. I've heard it before somewhere. The moment that thought hit me, a vision bloomed in my mind's eye. It was a place in the Yellow Springs that was home to gorgeous ripening fruit, and in that mystical space, I saw... Master and student were going all out as they exchanged blows. I had no idea what was going on or why.
負けるものか。俺は絶対に
There's no way I'm letting you win.
約束した未来へ進める場所へ春林と一緒に帰るんだ。
I'm going home with Shunlin. We promised our futures to each other. Yet it was obvious that Haoran was fighting tooth and nail for me.
本当に強くなった。お前を暗殺者として育てなくて本当に良かったよ。
You've gotten real tough. I'm glad I never raised you to be an
ろくでもない
assassin.
人生を歩んできたが、こんな立派な息子のいる自分が少しだけ誇らしく思える。
I spent most of my life as complete scum, but seeing how wonderful my son has grown up does make me a tiny bit proud. Though it was mostly even match in terms of skills, Yiming was overpowering Haoran ever so slightly when it came to raw power. Despite that, Haoran wasn't panicking. His gaze was calm as he studied the opponent he was determined to beat.
時間がない。そろそろ終わりにするか、ハオラン。
We're running out of time. What do you say we end this, Haoran? Yumin was still in top form, and he made it clear he was about to leap forward. Haoran's resolve shone through as he answered his master. They stared each other down with a single dog, watching contemplatively from a short ways away. There was a far-off howl, and both men sprung forward at once. Having closed in on Haoran, Yiming clenched his fist, ready to deal the final blow. Based on his line of sight, he seemed to be aiming for Haoran's head, not to kill him, but to render him unconscious.
行くぞ、ハオラン。
This is it, Haoran. His fist went flying. I'd seen these two train plenty of times before, but never had witnessed a swift and accurate strike from Yiming. It took only a split second. Haoran watched his master's fist close in with a steadfast, unblinking gaze. His head tilted almost imperceptibly. It was a calculated movement that a lay person would have missed completely. Yiming's fist bore into Haoran's cheek. That slight movement had saved him from getting knocked out. Instead, he gained the chance to grab Yiming's outstretched arm with his left hand.
教わったこと、この拳に全て込めます。
I'm putting everything I've learned from you into the next hit, Master. Haoran's right fist clenched even tighter, bones popping so loudly that it sounded painful. Yimin thrashed to wrestle his arm free. It was too late.
俺の拳は春林と共に未来を歩むためにある。
I'm fighting so Shunlin and I can share our future together. His punch, amplified by the emotions in his heart, flew towards Yiming's cheek at a blinding speed. The blow landed squarely where it was intended, his master's face.
Shunli.
Someone was gently shaking me, restoring my fractured consciousness. I slowly opened my eyes and saw. Hold on.
Shunli. あ、無事に目が覚めたんだね。
You're safe and sound. I'm so relieved. Whoa. She's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I barely opened my eyes, and I'm pressing a button, as you can tell, by accident. When Haoran flung his arms around me, what's happening to me?
体が完全に消失しかけてて、霊魂そのものはもう消滅しているも同然だったんだ。
Your body almost vanished for good. It was like you were losing your very
なんと
soul.
か手に入れた桃がなかったら、君は今頃。
If I hadn't managed to get that peach, I would have lost you. Wow, you saved me, Haoran. We gingerly pulled away from each other, and I took a look behind him.
いや、久しぶりだね、春林ちゃん。
Been a long time, Shinlin. We could have been dating. This could have been our battle. Yiming, I've been wanting to talk to you for ages.
再会を喜びたいところだけど、まずはお互いの情報を共有しよう。
I'd love to revel in this little reunion, but I think we should swap info
二
first.
人の戦いは現世に戻ってからもまだ続くからな。
Your plays are going to be just as full when you get back to the world of the living. Right. Right. Is my grandpa dead? Just curious. You were conscious the whole time you were being controlled?
何人もの武術家を殺したことも、二人を殺そうとしたのも。
I remember all the martial artists I killed and when I tried to kill you
今
too.
更償える罪ではないけど、最後の最後に二人に現世へ戻る手段を渡せて本当に良かった。
I'm not saying this makes up for even a fraction of what I've done, but I'm glad we were able to get you two back. But I'm glad I'm able to help you two get back to the surface. Don't tell me that you're planning on staying here and letting go of your life.
それはそうだろう。戻るための桃は二つしかなくて、うち一つはもう君が食べてる。
What else am I supposed to do? There was only 2 peaches left, and you already gobbled one of them up.
だとすると、残る一つは勝負に勝ったハオランに預けるのが筋ってもんで。
It's only fair the other one goes to Haoran, who beat me fair and square. He spoke as if he had no qualms about giving up on life.
それなんですけど、師匠。俺はまだあなたの命を諦めるつもりはありません。
I'm not about to give up on you even if you feel ready to die. Haoran spoke as if he had no qualms about rejecting his master's choice. The uneaten peach rested in his palm, its color as vibrant as anything.
ハオラン、お前何を言って。
What are you talking about, Haoran?
ふと思ったんです。この桃を一人で一個食べなくちゃいけないなんて。
Nobody said each person had to eat a whole peach for it to work. I also thought that too. I was like, that's crazy. Imagine if I'm like not that hungry. They're like, you didn't eat it all, you die.
俺と師匠で半分ずつ食べれば完全に聖者に戻ることはできなくても
If we
時
split this
間を
one
稼ぐこと
between
は
us,
できるんじゃないですか。
even if we don't get sent back, we should be able to buy some time.
あ、ダメだダメだ。自分が何を言ってるのか分かってるのか。
Like hell, I'm letting that happen. Do you hear yourself right now?
聖者に戻るための果実を二人で分けるってことは、現世に戻っても反死者、反聖者の状態になるってことだぞ。
Say we go halvesies. Maybe we end up back in the real world, but we'll also be half alive and half dead.
ええ、
So?
何かって。
You're seriously asking me that? You two are so alike when it comes to these kinds of things. Lol. Lol. Oh no, that's the wrong side. Well, hang on. I'll give it a second and we'll go back.
そうかな。
You think so? Oh, I know so. Remember this, Yiming? A bunch of martial artists once told you adopting and training an orphan was a bad idea, but you snubbed them at all.
そういうことです。自分自身が原因となってる以上、
You made me like this.
諦めて
You
くだ
might
さ
as
い。
well give up.
それに俺だって中途半端な存在のまま一生生きていくつもりは毛
It's
頭
not
あ
like
り
I'm
ません。
planning to live out the rest of my days as a
ま
half
た
dead
黄泉に
man.
桃がなるのを待つか、あるいは他の方法を探すか。
Either we wait for another peach to ripen down here or we figure out some other
二人
way.
で完全な聖者に戻る方法を
I
必ず見つけ出してみせ
promise
ます。
it'll be a method that makes us whole again. Alright, let's go back.
何かって。
Haoran's never gonna back down once he gets like this. I couldn't help giggling at how stubborn he was, shoulders shaking with emotion. Hee hee, I assume is how it looks. I could be wrong, but I mean, oh. I bet you know that better than anyone, Yiming.
それに俺だって二人で完全な聖者に戻る方法を。
そんなことが本当にできると思ってるのか。
You believe that's
できます。
possible?
この旅で多くのものを学んで成長した俺と春林なら。
I do. As long as I've got Shunlin with me, we've learned and grown so much as on our journey, haven't we? We sure have, and I just know Grandpa will help us too, so it'll all work out. Let's go back to our peaceful lives, Yiming, to the days we shared between the four of us. He looked between Haoran and me like we'd each grown an extra head.
ああ、そうだ。俺が育てた息子は変なところが頑固で。
I get it already. My son digs his heels in at the strangest
どう
times.
しようもないほどのお人よしだったな。
He's such a softie, it'll get him into real trouble one day. Yiming scratched the back of his head, his voice lowered, trembling with emotion.
ありがとう、ハオラン。俺も叶うことなら聖者として自分の罪を償いたい。
Hold on, I do want to make up for everything I've done back on the surface, if it's at all possible.
最後の最後に迷惑をかけるが、その願いを叶えてくれるか。
I know it's a lot to ask. Everything. After everything I've put you through, but think you could help me make that
も
happen?
ちろん家族が助け合うのは
You bet. Family's all about helping each other out. And love is about not putting your sibling in danger, but your spouse. The moment was decided, Haoran split the peach clearly in two. Yiming took one half and he lifted it to his lips, then
おそら
paused.
く 黄泉から帰るための門は最初に扉をこじ開けた術者であるウェイのもとに開くだろう。
The gate that brings us back to the world of the living is probably going to appear in front of Wei since he's the one who forced it open.
戦えない上に肝心でも出世できなかったあいつはこの国の価値観を恨んで。
He can't fight, and he struggled to get anywhere in his career as an official, so he wound up hating Caillou's value system. Well, he can still be a bitch.
シウが目論むルオジン様の殺害に手を貸すはず。
I bet he'll be more than happy to help Shiyu assassinate His Majesty. His Majesty? Wait. Wait, I remember the black-haired demon that looked like Zareth from Fairy Tale, knowing who we were and remembering us from our childhood, and we siphoned Shiyu's powers in our youth when we weren't very memorable. This is Tutti Frutti flavored, and I want to tell you that it actually smells like that zebra gum. Zebra gum from my childhood. I don't know if you guys know the zebra gum. I think it had tattoos in it. It's tattoo zebras. I bet he'll be more than happy to help Shiyu assassinate His Majesty. And I go, His
つ
Majesty!
まりすぐにあいつと戦いになるんだ。問題ないか、ハオラン。
What I'm saying is we'll be facing off against him pretty much right away. You ready for that, Haoran?
はい。俺はもう彼と戦うことに迷いません。
Yes, I have no scruples about fighting him anymore.
罪悪感があるのならなおさら。彼が新たな罪を犯すことを弟弟子として止めないと。
My guilt isn't holding me back anymore. It's spurring me on. As his fellow student, I have a duty to stop him from doing any more harm.
そうか。野暮な
Stupid question, huh? We should head back as soon as we can, guys. It's time to settle things with Wei and Shiyu once and for all.
あ
As we rose ourselves to the task, another powerful howl rose up from afar. Fluffy! The dog had saved us. We saw him together with a fleeting glimpse of a human-shaped soul. He barked his goodbye, and the pair departed, leaving a path for us to follow back to the world of the living. Man, it's just like Resident Evil 4. When you save the dog comes back and saves you. Run! A whole horde of Jiangshi have infiltrated the palace. It'll take more than our soldiers to defeat them. Everyone run to safety. His Majesty will be taking charge.
貴様ら、私が支配する王宮での反逆など許されると思っているのか。
A rebellion within my palace walls. What makes you think you can get away with this?
何を偉そうに。お前に王たる資格なんて最初からありはしない。
Your palace? You've never even been good enough to be king to begin with.
何が力こそ全てだ。自分は暗殺者を利用し邪魔者を排除してきたくせに。
Might makes right, does it? I guess might includes hiring assassins to get rid of anyone who stands against you. Actually, it's true.
なぜそれを。
How the hell did you know about that?
頭だけの男だと思って侮ってたか。その油断が王宮の崩壊を招いたんだよ。
You underestimated me just because I have brains instead of brawn. And now your palace is falling into
ハ
ruin.
オランへの復讐を果たした今、次はこんな価値観を生み出したお前を殺す番だ、ルオジン。
Now that I've enacted my revenge against Haoran, it's time for you to die along with that worthless philosophy you dreamt of.
シユ、本当に復讐を俺に譲っていいんだな。今からここに来て変わってもいいんだぞ。
Are you really okay with leaving your vengeance to me, Shuyu? It's not too late for you to take my
ええ
place.
よ。殺意がないわけやないけど、僕はとある事情で人間を殺すことはできへんからな。
Go ahead. I'd love to end him myself if I could, but unfortunately I can't kill
そ
humans.
の役目は君に譲ってるわ。王宮内での陽動は任せとき。
The king's all yours. I'll keep distracting the folks around the palace. If you say so.
今の声は
Who was that speaking just now?
お前には関係ない。それより最後に残す言葉がそれでいいのか？
Never you mind. Hopefully you'll be happy with those being your last words.
話せ。私は誰だと。
Unhand me. Don't you know who I am?
これで終わりだ、ルオジン。自分の支配が終わる瞬間を。
This is the end of the road for you, Lu Jin. May you enjoy watching your legacy crumble from the Yellow Springs. Not so fast! Ooh. Wow. That's hot. Haoran landed right on top of Wei, using his full weight to pin him down. Sexy. Please escape to the grounds, Your Majesty. We're here to assist. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, wait. What's the dad in Cupid Parasite? That sounded like him. Just like when he goes like rah, 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 rah. I immediately threw out several talismans to stop the Control Gene Chief in their tracks. I'll deal with Shiyu. It shouldn't be easy to cast a spell on the same target twice. We're counting on you.
Haoran!
Hold on, you're supposed to be routing in the Yellow Springs.
半端な形だけど生き返ったんだよ。すべては春林と共に生きるために。
I've come back to life, sort of. It's all so that I can have my future with Shunlin. This isn't possible. It's some sort of sick, twisted joke.
ふざけるな！この手で確かに殺したはずなのに、都合よく生き返っただと？どこまで俺の神経を逆なでする？
I killed you with my own hands. What's all this crap about coming back to life? How much do you plan to piss me off before you're satisfied?
どうして現世も読みも才能もお前みたいな甘い人間に味方をするんだ！
Why the hell do you have the world, the Yellow Springs, and talent on your side? You're too soft to be worthy of it. Come on, Wei. Hate it. It's not fair. Why does everything and everyone love you? I mean, honestly, with an attitude like yours. I'm begging you here. Just die. Your very existence makes mine worse by the day.
それはできない。俺には共に生きてほしいと願ってくれる人がいる。
I can't do that. Not when someone's here wanting me by their side. Haoran glanced over at me. I glanced at him in a subtle nod. If you ever try to kill Haoran again, I'll be right there to stop you, bitch. I'm not letting you have your way. You can keep throwing a temper tantrum. His eyes were bloodshot, blazing with hatred. Haoran's face ceased, creased in sorrow at the sight.
俺はきっと君に謝罪をすべきなんだろう。
Wait, I'm sure I owe you an
この
apology.
命が、この存在が君の人格を極限まで歪ませた。
My life, my existence, it all pushed you to the very extreme, but
春林を巻き込んだことだけは許せない。謝る前にその償いをしてもらう。
that doesn't mean you have the right to harm Shunlin. Before I apologize, you're gonna pay for that. What? Wei blankly stared at him, uncomprehendingly. Haoran tightened his fist. Brace yourself, idiot. Haoran delivered a merciless punch right to Wei's face. Haoran.
大丈夫。ウェイのことを任せてくれてありがとう。
I'm okay. Thank you for letting me take care of Wei.
彼との決着は絶対に俺がつけるべきだって。
I knew I had to be the one to settle things with him. But you didn't want to hurt him, did you? Responsibility or not. You're too kind for that. No matter how horrible Wei was, you'd never hate him.
本当に兄のように慕ってた。
I loved him like a brother. You need to stop loving people so much. Goodness.
陰で俺を嫌い、嫌がらせをしていたことが
Awful.
本当のことだったとしても、
Even if he hated me and tried to sabotage me from the shadows, even if he said he got everyone to bully me when I was in a situation where my parents were dead and the person raising me was my adopted dad, and he was all like, "You're an orphan," and everyone had to point at me and scream at me and be like, "You're an orphan, haha, you're an orphan." I loved him, even if he hated me and tried to sabotage me from the shadows.
俺にとって彼は好敵手であり、憧れの存在だったんだ。
That's valid. I admired him. He always put up a fantastic fight. Well, guess what? You can still fight him. Did I press the wrong button? Have I broken this game? Yeah. Yeah, that's what's in your heart. And that's okay. No one has the right to tell you otherwise. So follow your heart and grieve for him. I'll be here the whole time. Did we kill him?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
君がそばにいてくれてよかった。
I'm really grateful for that.
寄り添ってくれる君のためにも、
I promise to get stronger.
それこそ海遊で一番。
I'll be the strongest fighter in Caillou. I know you will, Haoran. Will you let me stay with you? I promise to keep up.
当たり前だよ。君がいない人生なんて。
Of course, where would I be without you? Oh, goodness. Dead? Or the
もう二
opposite.
度と生きることを諦めないで。
Don't give up on life ever again, you hear me? Back at ya. If these were actual not subtitles, if this was actual manga things, why aren't there like, you know how like they do like that? Like if this was, hang on, pretend. Like that. That's how you know when it's on the corner that it's not him saying it. Because it does like that little, I don't know how, it's a circle and then there's like this little V, so you know that it's the other person talking. Or like then there's the one that goes towards the person. Because there's a lot of that where like, is he talking or is she talking? But you wouldn't know. Now hold your head high. Our fight's not done. Chiyu's still out there. With your fighting skills and my Daoshi techniques, we'll defend everyone who needs it.
ああ、そうだね。
You're right. I can't mope
いつまで
forever.
も嘆いてなん
But
て。
one can try.
行こう。
Iko, let's go. Let's go, baby.
君と一緒ならどんな強敵だって打ち
No
破れ
one
る。
stands a chance against us. Oh, we're fighters. Sometimes the transition's a little slow. Wrong button. Wrong button. Hang on. Wrong button. I got scared. That was a weird ending. That was a weird ending. What?
広大な大陸の東部に位置する国カユー。
A nation situated at the east of the vast
かつて
continent.
力こそすべてという国王の教えのもと繁栄したこの国は
While it once flourished under the king's creed of might and right,
半年前に起きた事件により少しずつ変化している。
it has gradually changed in the wake of an incident 6 months
なぜなら
ago.
玉座についた新たな王が 一人の青年の戦う姿を見て痛く心を打たれたからだそうだ。
It is said that the results of the new king finding true inspiration in the fighting style of a certain
新たな
man.
王は言う。相手を支配するのではなく、誰かを守るために拳を震え。
According to the king, the man fought not to dominate his opponent, but to protect those he
力が
loved.
生んだ悲劇の復讐から、この国を守った一人の武術家のように。
Just like the martial artist who defended Caillou from the Avenger traumatized by Might himself. Grandpa, Yiming, Yuhan, hurry up, the finals are about to start.
そんなに叫ばんでも聞こえとるわい。
You don't need to shout. I'm not quite deaf yet. Where did you go, Grandpapa?
イーミンさんは病み上がりなんだから無茶をさせない方がいいぞ。
Yiming's barely recovered too. Quit ordering him around.
軽く走るぐらいならもう大丈夫だよ。
I'm healthy enough to manage a jog, you know.
それに今日は待ちに待った大切な弟子の晴れ舞台なんだ。万が一にも倒れたりなんてできないよ。
Besides, I've been waiting for my sweet little Haoran shining moment forever. No way I'm gonna collapse and miss it. You're looking a lot healthier.
ああ、君たちのおかげでね。
Thanks to you guys. He smiled, greatly anticipating the finals. No talisman obscured his cheerful face any longer. I couldn't be happier to see both Yiming and Grandpa living out their ordinary lives again. I thought back to 6 months ago when everything came to a close. We captured Wei after he attacked the king and then went to regroup with Yiming.
いやー、参った参った。まさか君らがまとめて読みから帰還してくるとは。
Talk about a pickle. I never thought that you'd find your way out of the Yellow
一応
Springs.
協力者はあと2人残っとるけど、これはさすがに多勢に無勢やね。
I got 2 buddies left. By my count, that means I'm outnumbered.
降参や。ルオ人の罪を正しく裁いてくれれば、僕は潔く成仏する。
Alright, you win. As long as you make sure Lao Jin pays for his crimes, I'll be able to pass on in peace. Shiryu surrendered without a fuss as soon as he saw Haoran and me. This feels so anticlimactic. You're not trying to trick us again, are you?
さすがに敵に囲まれてる状況で嘘はつけへんわ。
Like I'm gonna fib when there's enemies left and right of me?
両人様は反武術派をはじめとした多くの人間を処刑してきた方だからね。
His Majesty's never held back on executing people, and that includes those deemed anti-wushu.
シュウ、おそらく君も犠牲者の一人なんだろう。その無念を本当にここで消せるのか？
I'm guessing you were a victim of his as well. Are you sure this is enough to get over your
だ
regrets?
からこそや。僕の目的はあくまで生前の自分を殺したルオ人への復讐。
Couldn't be sure. All I ever wanted was revenge against Lao Jin for killing me back when I was
ヤク
alive.
ザから引きずり下ろされるっていう最大の屈辱を味わった末に死んでくれれば文句は言わへんよ。
It sure would be swell if you gave him a taste of the ultimate humiliation by dragging him off his throne and letting him
そ
croak.
のための情報もいくらでも提供したる。ウェイの家の隠し部屋を漁れば、奴の汚い罪がうようよ出てくるで。
Any info you need, I got it. Head over to where Wei's place, and there's a secret room chock full of the guy's dirty deeds.
中には向こうの民を利用した残酷な研究の記録なんかもあったしな。
That includes records of this nasty little experiment involving Caillou's innocent citizens. I'm sure Long Li and Prince Yoki would be happy to expose His Majesty's wrongdoings if we asked them.
犯した罪の大きさを考えれば国王で居続けるのは無理だろうね。
Considering how severe his misdeeds are, he'll have to abdicate the throne.
うん、それでええ。残りの復讐は奴が黄泉に落ちてきた時にたっぷり時間をかけてしたる。
Sounds good. I'll save the rest of his punishment for when he shows up in the springs. We'll be together for a long, long time.
要するに、春林、君に力を奪われた時点で僕の敗北は決まってた。
At the end of the day, you pretty much closed the lid on my victory the second you stole my powers, Shunlin. I meant to ask, what are you talking about when you say I stole your powers?
何を隠そう。僕は君が一人ぼっちやった赤ん坊の頃に出会ったことがあるんや。
Ain't a secret or anything. You see, the two of us met when you were just this tiny, lonely little baby, pure and innocent as could be.
その時に、汚れのない無垢な体に触れて、復讐のために蓄えていた力を奪われてしもたんや。
I've been storing up a whole lot of power for my revenge, but then I came into contact with ya, and ya made off right off with
直
it.
接人間を殺せんのもそのせい。よりによって復讐に一番大事なもんやで。
That's why I can't kill humans directly, and it kind of put a damper on my revenge plans.
笑うしかないわ。
Sometimes you just gotta laugh things off.
まさかあの時の赤ん坊が僕の計画を丸ごと潰すことになるとは。
To think the same baby came along and put a stop to me years down the line.
いやはや、何が起こるかわからんもんやね。
Life's full of surprises even when you're dead. Can you open your eyes? I want to know what color they are.
その割には嬉しそうだね。
I have to say you don't look too heartbroken.
まあ、彼女のことは殺す必要があるとは思っとったけど、殺したいとは思ってなかったし。
I mean, I always knew I was going to have to kill this gal, but it ain't like I wanted to.
立派に育ってくれた考えもある。そのあたりの同志に払われるよりは断然マシな結果や。
Makes me all warm and fuzzy to see how she's grown. I'd rather she set me packing than some random Daoshi. She.
この子の力だけじゃない。俺たちを現世に戻すために。
It wasn't only thanks to her that we got out of the springs, though. Fluffy helped us as
本
well.
当に君は優しすぎてバケツばっかり掘ってたんだよ。
You're too kind, you know that? You went ahead and dug your own grave with that one. Seems like a habit of yours.
あっちゃー、それはさすがに予想外やった。中途半端に感情なんて持つもんやないね。
Oopsie, I can't say I saw that coming. I guess the lesson is to pick your friends and stick to them, folks. Though he sounded regretful, Shiyu spread out his arms with a smile. I took it as a clear sign that he wasn't going to fight back anymore, and I readied the talisman that would purge him. What you and Wei did was unforgivable, Shiyu, but you definitely did the right thing when you saved Fluffy. If you hadn't, Haoran and I wouldn't be able to live out our future together.
キョンシーに情なんて抱くもんやないで。
You're not trying to get me all teary-eyed, are ya? Jungshi, don't do compassion.
じゃあね、楽しかったで、お二人さん。
I'll catch you later. I had a lot of fun with you both. Bye, Shinyu. Make sure you're watching from the Yellow Spring because Caillou's going to start changing. And I'll do everything I can as a Daoshi to assist with that.
もちろん俺も彼女のことを
I'll be supporting her all the while, of course.
期待しとるよ。
Don't be letting me down. His words were short and sweet, but encouraging all the same. Without further ado, I threw a talisman at his pale torso. And he gone. That was how we saw off the strange being whom's fate had brought into our lives. Interesting. I misread Prince's pink just now and went, what? After that, Prince Yoki, who had been watching things unfold very closely, exposed his father's crimes and denounced him.
クオーが起こした事件は王族として断じてあってはならないものだ。
His Majesty has committed transgressions that bring disgrace upon his royal
権
name.
利を無視した非道な行い、二度と繰り返さないとここに誓おう。
I vow that this nation will never again exhibit such blatant disregard to humans' rights.
力ある者が正義。それは確かにこの国の真理である。
Might makes right, such is the truth around which this nation operates.
だが、力なき者を守れぬ強さなどに意味はない。
Any strength that fails to defend the weak holds no value.
これからは力なき者と力ある者が共に歩んでいくような国を作ると約束しよう。
I promise to build a country where strong and weak can live and work together in harmony. That's fair. He denounced Lao Jin and boldly declared that he would enact enact reforms as the new king. I keep hitting buttons. Following that period of change, the canceled Tournament of Valor was permitted to reschedule at last. Haoran and Jiming had been struggling against all odds to fully restore their lives. Now they are finally back to how they were. Yiming here today to watch the tournament, and Haoran's competing in the finals. Wei had been locked away in the palace dungeons. His list of crimes were so long, it seemed his sentence would take some time. Knowing what he's done, I doubt he would ever get his freedom back. While he's probably wouldn't be executed, he might as well spend the rest of his life behind bars. That seems kind of cruel when you say it out loud. Prince Yoki had generously forgiven Yiming's murderous past on the condition that he serves the palace going forward. Technically, was before. A rapturous tear shook me out of my revenants. What?
ついにこの時が来たか。
Time has finally come.
決勝戦楽しみですね。まさかあの二人が戦うことになるとは。
I'm so hyped. I'm hyped up for this. I never thought I'd see those two face off against each other.
ああ、俺だってあとちょっとだったんだけどな。
I was literally this close. You really were, Yuhang. Your fight against Haoran in the semifinals was the most thrilling thing I've ever seen.
ハオランがあんなに強いなんて知らなかったっての。
Who knew he was that tough? It's valid.
そりゃ俺の自慢の弟子で愛する息子だからね。そう簡単に負けはしないよ。
Kataru? That's what it sounds like. That's my son you're talking about. Sweet as sugar and trained by yours truly. He does not know the concept of defeat. Nice. You've turned into a real softie yourself, Yiming.
まあね。でもそれは君だって同じだろ。
I won't deny it. The same goes for you, though. You're right about that. I'm so proud of Haoran. After all, he's my husband, It's starting. I leaned forward, watching the arena like a hawk. Someone was missing from our merry band, and I was here to cheer him on. Yes. The time has come to kick off the finals. The two finalists have fought long and hard, and they carry the future of Caillou on their shoulders. Haoran! Xiao! Step forward. Got it. I like his voice. The pair faced each other in the center of the arena. They had both won a whole string of matches to get here. Never thought I'd end up fighting you. Thanks for saving me. It doesn't mean I'll go easy on you.
それは俺も一緒だよ。
I don't plan to hold back either. Is this how they all end with a fight?
名誉のためではなく、これからも大切なものを守って生きる自分に。
I'm not here to fight for fame. I'll defeat you and gain the confidence I need to protect the ones I love. Bring it. Ooh. The audience watched with bated breath as the contestants glared daggers at each other. Begin! They traded their first head-on blows using all of their might. He's actually fighting now. The match didn't like that, with neither giving less than 100%, and when it was all over... There was only one man left standing. That's a match! Xiao was down, our winner is... Haoran! Way to go, Haoran! The moment his victory was announced, I leapt out of my seat. I ran, and I ran! He immediately spotted and the Cookie Daoshi running at him from the crowd. Far from being annoyed, he threw out his arms to welcome me. Get over here, Shunlin! Oh my goodness, Kami! He even called my name, and without a moment's hesitation, I just picture her like in the air. Like that, and she's like, whoa! And she's like, oh gosh, what's that thing called? A squirrel? Flying squirrel. Congratulations! I jumped right into his arms. He achieved his dream at long last.
君が応援してくれたおかげだよ。今日という日まで俺を見守ってくれてありがとう。
I couldn't have done it without your supports. Thank you for watching over me all
こ
this
の大会
time.
に優勝して自分が確かに
Now that I've
守る力を取
won
り
the
戻せたと
tournament, I know I'm
自信を持
strong
てた。
enough to protect you.
君に伝えようと思っていた言葉があるんだ。
I've been waiting for this moment to tell you
うすうす
something.
予想はついてると思うけど、どうか聞いてくれる？
I bet you can already guess what it is, but would you hear me out anyway? Uh-huh. I want to hear you say it.
ああ
Here it goes. I won't hold back.
あ、シュンに俺はどんな試練だろうと共に歩んでくれた君のことを
You've always been right there with me, facing each and every
一
trial.
人の女性として
I love you from the bottom of my
どう
heart.
か俺の恋人になってほしい。
I want nothing more than for you to be my girlfriend. Oh. Oh, they're not even there yet? Oh my. It was exactly what I was expecting him to say. What I hadn't expected was for how unbelievably ecstatic it made me to hear it out loud. Me too, Haoran. I'm so hopelessly in love with you. No one's ever going to adore you half as much as I do. Thanks.
君にそう言ってもらえるなんて俺は本当に幸せ者だ。
It makes me the happiest man in the world to hear you say that. Dear God. With that vow, we exchanged a gesture of affection that was brand new to both of us. Okay. We shared a bond so powerful it had given us the strength to overcome death itself.
愛してる。シュンに
I love you, Shulin. Listen. Listen. It's cute, but like, they should have already
人
been
生
dating.
の全てをかけ死さえも凌駕する思いを
I
君に
promise to
捧げる
spend
と
the rest
誓
of
う
my
よ。
life sharing these feelings with you, feeling that saved us from the underworld. I pressed closer to him. His broad, sturdy body had grown so much since we were kids. Our story was far from over, and I promised to share mine in return. They're just as deep as yours. Let us together be together forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
約束だ。
No matter what. The road ahead was never ending, and I was certain it reached far beyond even the Yellow Springs. I'm Shinlin, a girl who finally met the love of her life, but more importantly, I'm a girl who will take on any opponent, no matter how strong, all to share my life with my beloved. I'll always be a Daoshi fighting for love. Get out there and fight for love! Oh, okay. Wait. Oh gosh, no, wait. It's that. Ah, man. That music. Chikirayo! That's what I assume. Get. Okay, so the other ending is just... Okay. Yes. I need to disconnect soon. Well, I hope you have a good night, Bass. Thank you for being here. Sorry, the sound of the game starting confused me. All right, let's see if we can get the other 8, I assume. All right, we're going to... Don't apologize, Haoran. It was my decision to stay with you. I promise never to leave your side, didn't I? Didn't I? But... Alright, that should get us there. That should do it. The panda only does ninja moves right now. And I'm disappointed in that.
何かって
You're asking me that.
お前
You're just like him. Wait, is that 2 choices in 7? Am I crazy?
気づけば君の言葉が
広大な大陸の東部に位置する国カユー。
The ending's the same, guys. That means after credits is the only change. What? That can't be for real. Otome Kitten. Otome Kitten, tell me. Tell me what's going on. Oh my god, that can't be for real. That's crazy. Otome Kitten, correct this mistrust. I need somebody smarter than me. Alright, well, let's see. A nation situated in the
かつ
east
て
of a vast
力こそ
continent,
全てという国王の教えのもと繁栄したこの国は
but it once flourished under the king's creed of might,
半
might
年前に起きた
makes
事件に
right.
より少しずつ変化している。
It's gradually changing in the wake of an incident 6 months
なぜなら
ago.
玉座についた新たな王が一人の青年新たな王は言う。力が生んだ悲劇の復讐から
Not reading what was basically the same thing. What? Nande desu ka? This country underwent a great change. We captured Wei after he attacked the king and went to regroup with Yiming.
いやー参った参った。まさか一応協力者は
Two
降
buddies
参や。
left.
ルオ人の
You win. I'm not gonna reread things. He surrendered without a fuss as soon as he saw Haoran and me. This feels sort of
さすがに敵に囲まれ
anticlimactic.
てる状況で嘘はつけへんわ。
両人様は
Okay.
シュウ
だからこそや。
I was a
よくざそのた
victim.
めの
Yep,
情
yep,
報もいくらで
yep.
も中には
Information.
犯した罪の大きさを考えれば
You'll
国王
have
に
to
それ
abdicate.
で
Grinned.
要するに春林
I stole your
その時直
powers.
接に
Just a little
笑うしかないわ。
baby.
まさかあの時のいやはや。立派に育ってくれた考
Warm
え
and fuzzy.
この子の
I'm
力
trying
だけ
to
じゃ
go
ない
too fast, making sure it's
あっちゃ
the same dialogue, which is crazy. What? This is crazy. You sounded regretful. Yada yada.
じゃあね
I'm like waiting to find out if I'm actually got the right ending or if it's just another bad, like I messed up and it's actually the same ending. But this is in blue, which indicates it's new. Does she mention this in the endings?
もちろん俺も彼女のことをそばで支える。
期待しとるよ
Don't let me down. Don't let me down. Without further ado, he disappeared, and now it's the fight. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. I just want her to say something about the endings being like green flag, Oni-chan. Oh, God, that's not a green flag. A sudden knowledge about a peach tree in the land of the dead that brings us all back to life was a laughable, wildly, and completely out of nowhere when they perhaps could have loosely referenced Peach of Immortality. They also could have mentioned it earlier. Like, she could have also known before they got there. Oh, that's fair. I get that. Okay. Anyways, after that, the prince watched unfold closely, exposed his father's crimes, and denounced
クオーが
him.
権利を無視した非道な力ある者が正義だが力な
However,
き者をこれからは力なき者と
boldly declared that he would announce a new king. And now we're fighting. We're fighting? Following that period of change, peace came to Caillou at last. My training allowed me to free everyone who had been under control. Haoran and Yiming had been struggling against all odds to fully restore their lives. Oh, they were finally back to their old selves. While the country changed, so did my daily life in one very special way.
それじゃあみんな
About time I get going.
道中気をつけるんじゃぞ、ハオラン。
Take care on your journey, Haoran.
忘れ物はないか？特に怪我の手当てのための道具を忘れたら大変だからな。
You haven't forgotten anything, have you? It's dangerous to find yourself in a tight spot without any bandages, you know.
心配性ですね。
You stop
大丈夫で
worrying.
すよ、師匠。
I've got everything I need, Master.
それにしてもまさかハオランがイーミンさんの道場を継
Never
ぐことに
thought
なるな
I'd
んて
see you
な。
take over Yiming's Quan, Haoran.
南地区で3年修行すれば資格がもらえるんだっけ？
You've got to train in what? For what, 3 years in the Southern District to qualify?
ああ、ただその修行を終えるまでほとんどこっちには帰ってこれないけど。
The one downside is I won't be able to visit too often until I'm done.
厳しいよな。
Sounds rough.
武術の道は険しいものじゃ。こちらのことはわしらに任せて、修行に励んでくるといい。
The path of a martial artist is indeed a challenging one. We'll take care of everything. We'll take care of things here so you can devote yourself fully to your training.
俺もなんとか回復して治安を守れるぐらいにはなったからさ。
I've got enough pep back to defend the public order around here too. Great,
あり
thank
が
you
とうご
both.
ざいます。
それにしても、一向にうちの孫娘が姿を現さないのはどういうことじ
I
ゃ。
do have to wonder where my granddaughter of mine has gotten
家
to.
を出る直前、大事な準備があるなどと言っとったから、先に出たんじゃが。
She was saying something about some very important preparations before I left, so I came here ahead of her.
ハオランに会えなくなるのが辛くて拗ねてたりしてな。
I bet she's sulking because she doesn't want to be without Haoran for so long.
春林ならあり得るの。特にここ最近はハオランにべったりじゃったから
More
な。
than likely, knowing her, she hasn't been giving him an inch of space lately.
まあそれならそれで自業自得じゃ。あっちに到着したら手紙でも出せばいいじゃろう。
If she doesn't want to see you, that's up to her. Just be sure to send her a letter or something once you arrive. Sorry, I'm late.
春林
Shinlin. The moment I spotted everyone, I raced over as fast as I could. I can't believe I made
遅
it.
いぞバカ娘。せっかくの門出じゃというのに。
How could you be dawdling all this time? This is an important day for Haoran.
なんじゃ
Okay.
その荷物は。
What's all that baggage? They frowned at the huge bag slung over my shoulder. It was super happy, so I put it down before explaining things.
ハオランへの選別か？荷物が多くなると道中
Did you
邪魔に
get
なるだけだ
Haoran
ぜ
a goodbye present or something? That's gonna weigh him down, you know? No, this is my stuff. I packed it up, all of my daily essentials. It'll be a pain to buy everything new once we move to the Southern District.
Eh?
What? Haoran thought I was here merely to see him off. I looked up at him, grinning from ear to ear. Sorry to spring this on you. I know you said I should stay here since I'm used to my life in the West, but nope, I want to come with you after all. They say there's been a shortage of Daoshi in the Southern District ever since the trouble went down out there.
なんじゃと。いきなり何を言い出すんじゃこの小娘は。
What in the blazes do you think you're
ハオ
saying?
ランは修行に行くんじゃぞ。旅行気分でついて行こうとするでない。
Haoran is going there for some very serious training. You can't scurry after him like it's some kind of vacation. I know how important that this is. That's why I've decided to work hard while I'm there as well. I don't want Haoran to put in all this effort alone and leave me in the dust.
春麗
Or don't you want me to come? I know I'm being selfish, so if you feel like I'm going to get in your way, Haoran looked around at the others, struggling to keep a smile in check. Naturally, he was especially concerned with Grandpa's reaction to all of this.
そのすみません
Sorry about this,
リオン
Leon.
さん急ではありますがお孫さんをこのまま一緒に連れて行
I
って
know
も
this is very sudden, but would it be okay if I took your granddaughter with me? The delight in Haran's tone couldn't be more obvious. Grandpa let out a heavy
こ
sigh.
うなったら好きにせえ。今さらお前さんたちの関係を咎める気などバカらしくて起きんわい。
I won't object to anything you do at this point. I'm starting to feel a little silly trying to question your relationship at this
た
time.
だし、わしの孫娘に何かあったら絶対に許さん。
Keep one thing in mind. Should anything happen to her, you shall live to regret it.
はい
I swear. I
肝
won't
に銘
forget.
じます
Thanks, Grandpa. And then she's like, "Yay! Why does this feel better than the best ending?" Hold on, I might not be the most competent person to have around, but since I'm going to be your wife, it'd make me really happy if you'd let me come with you. I'm a Daoshi. I swear to do everything I can to assist you, my darling. I hopped straight into his arms and made my case.
先に言われちゃったな修行から戻ってきた時に俺から言おうと思ってたのに
I was gonna say something when I got back from my training, but you beat me to the
けど改め
punch.
て俺からも言わせて
But to make things clear, I'll say it myself.
春麗俺は君のことを
Shunli,
一
I'm
人の女性として
very much in love with you.
どうか人生という長い旅路に
Would you be
絶対
my
ついてきてください
Would you do me the honor of being my travel companion on this long journey called life? I heard him say it at last. Of course, I'll stick with you even if you tell me to get lost. Brother and sister, childhood friends, warrior and Daoshi. The many facets of our relationship meant we were never going to be far apart. This moment marked a turning point. Our being together was even more precious and joyful now because we were in love with one another.
たくさんの経験を経て
Let's experience all sorts of things and
一
get
緒に強くな
strong
っていこう
together.
二人で生きる人生を
That
守
way,
り続けてい
we
く
can
ために
protect the life we're about to build. Absolutely. We had overcome death itself to come together as
大
one.
好きだよ春麗
I love you, Xinli. And since we'd made it through that, there was nothing in this world that this world could have ever do to tear us apart. Did they mess up? This is the happier ending. Is it beloved or was it beloved? Ah, it's gonna get real loud again. I know this. 10-10. All right, got them all. The other one was better. Nope. Okay. Okay. Oh wait, this will be one. I'm so silly. Yuhang. Uno. Wobble, wobble. Ying. What's that? Overwhelmed. It's a promise, Oki. I'm gonna get big and strong, and then I'm gonna come see you no matter what. Don't forget about me, Shinlin. Shinlin. Renowned martial artists across Kaiyu were being assassinated. We exchanged glances, unable to believe what we were hearing. Assassinations? Are you serious? There are martial artists out there gonna get murdered. Indeed. We're still investigating, and as such, we aren't supposed to talk about it, but there are now a considerable number of victims. As we're finding very similar evidence across crime scenes, we believe we're dealing with a single culprit or organization. I thought unleashing an army of Jiangshi into the arena was bad enough. I had no idea. The Jiangshi thing could have been an accident, right? Unfortunately, the chances are slim. How can you think that the murderer is also behind the Jiangshi attack? The modus operandi, it's identical. What do you mean? Meow. Just putting the message out there in the world so she knows. Our culprit is adept in escaping the notice of us placing palace officials. They obfuscate. I need my smarter friends who are better with the English language to be here right now. What? Obfuscate. Obfuscate. Obfuscate means to deliberately make something unclear. Ah. They obfuscate. Obfuscate. Oh my god. I had a speech impediment as a kid. This isn't working for me. Obfuscate. I can't with the F right there. Obfuscate. 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 They obfuscate information and ingenuously target weaknesses in our security. Ingenuously. Ingenuously? Is that right? Am I saying that one right? Oh my god. Ingeniously is what I said. Target weaknesses in our security. I'm pretty sure I said that one right. It was our intention for security to be as tight as possible for the tournament. Unfortunately, we failed to anticipate the Yangshi. Yangshi. There's something about the use of Yangshi that prey on the mind. Might I ask what that is? There should have been talismans affixed to the palace gates to repel the Yangshi. What happened to those? Grandpa turned his gaze in the direction of the gates. That is strange. Yangshi can't enter any building with talismans on the outside. Every important building. I'm actually back. Girl, it's been a minute. We finished a route. We're on a new route now. Every important building in Kaiyu was equipped with Yangshi repelling talismans as a matter of course. Why weren't there any talisman? Just so you're aware, the good ending, all right, the great ending, the romantic ending, he asked her to be his girlfriend. In like the, hang on, let me make sure I got those names right. Let me make sure I have them right. The affliction. Sorry, the true love ending, he asked her to be his girlfriend. True love. In the romantic ending, they leave together and she said, since I'm going to be your wife. In the romantic ending, the true love ending, will you be my girlfriend? Romantic, let's go on this journey together because at some point I'm going to be your wife. What? Which one sounds more like true love? Which one sounds like that? What do you mean? I thought that was crazy, weird. And also, I wasn't expecting to be like, will you be my girlfriend? I thought it's gonna be like, will you marry me? And then he's like, will you be my girlfriend? I'm like, what do you mean, will you be your, it's been 6 months. Game characters don't live without us. And they're like, we kissed for the first time. I'm like, you kissed for the first time? 6 months? 6 months after all that shit? Are you crazy? Oh my god. The talismans were in place. However, it seems that someone removed them. On accident would be funnier, actually. They thought it was just paper stuck to the door. They're just like, rip! It means nothing. There should have been guards. Why didn't anybody notice? I have the hiccups. Whoever acted must have done it during the brief period when the guards were changing shifts. I don't know what I'm hearing. It's not in my room. That's fine. The attack could have succeeded without an incredibly scrupulous plan. Why are you doing this? We're having fun. Stop putting these words in that are 10 letters long. Hi. Especially considering the culprit knew the precise time the guards were set to change. Thank you. Bye. In light of the assassination. Oh. I was overthinking the word assassination, which sounds crazy to say, but I was like, no one was assassinated at this event, but they mean the assassinations, the multiple assassinations that are happening across the nation, not just here. I suspect we're dealing with more than one culprit. They must have been plotting for some time, too. Look at our Lucas boy. Look how cute he is. But I fell in love with Lucas before, and he let me the fuck down. He let me so far down. He let me so far fucking down that his fan just took me to fucking hell. Oh my god. These are our thoughts exactly. I'm just saying. I'm just worried. Have you pinned down a motive? Not as of yet, I'm afraid. Does he give Kyo vibes? I know his hair's not Kyo. But he's wearing... Oh, actually, no, wait. Is it... Is it a tiger? I'm trying to picture... Hang on. Not the tiger. Is that a tiger? Fruits, basket, tiger? Not the tiger. That's a girl. What's it? What is it? Hito? Is it Hito? No. He's a sheep. Is that him? Is that who I'm picturing? I remember he's always with the tiger. Is that him? Is it Hito? Yes. Yes. He looks like Kyo and Hito. Which, maybe they like Fruits Basket. Maybe they just really like Fruits Basket. Honestly, and who could blame them? I mean... I, for some reason, pictured his hair as being orange, though. I don't know why I pictured that. Why is Kyo not one of the first ones here? Where the heck is Kyo? Where is he? He's a main character. There he is. Look how cute he is. Oh, my goodness. Kyo! Anyways, everybody should watch Fruits Basket. Everyone should watch Fruits Basket. The original Otome. It's the original. You get a tsundere. You get a prince dere, I assume. You get a dog dere. You get a doctor dere. I just assume this is how deres work now. He's actually a ku dere. The doctor's a ku dere. Yuhang, might I ask you to accompany me? Moo cow, also ku dere, but also a little baka dere, because he'll just take his clothes off. I see you're in need of a knowledgeable Daoshi. Exactly, there isn't a Daoshi in the palace who compares to you. First, I would like to restore the talismans that were removed once that's been taken care of. Laoshi hesitated, then dropped his gaze apologetically. Although it pains me to say it, you are under suspicion. There aren't many Daoshi who are able to command a great horde of Jiangshi. What? I would like you to come with me to answer a few questions. I can't argue with the logic of suspecting a master. Grandpapa, where will you go? What about me? Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. My nail oil is leaking. Oh no. Where's my other nail oil pen? Oh, my life is over. I need another nail oil pen so I can direct the nail oil that went everywhere at the other nail oil pen. It makes sense. There's no need for that long face. As Daoshi, we have a duty to assist with those sorts of investigation in any way we can. Dear goodness. It got so everywhere. I didn't look down. This is my fault. The lid had some oil in it, and the lid is not where the oil belongs, so it started dripping, and hopefully I didn't get too much on me. Wait for me, won't you? By cooperating, I'll aid them in clearing my name so you can rest easy. Do you want me to reaffix those talismans first? Yes. Yes, please. You have my gratitude. Long Li really did look sorry as he and Grandpa walked away, maybe because he knows the truth. Maybe because he is the other person. He had 3 accomplices. One was Wei, because Wei's a little bitch. One was probably the prince. And one was probably Long Li. I could be wrong. But usually, it's somebody you know. And Long Li's locked. Which leads me to believe there's a reason. Grandpa, I can't just let you go. I was too anxious. And that even though I was still in training, I was a Daoshi too. I could help fix the talisman. Shinli, you go home with Haoran. But come on, it won't take long. I'll have those talismans back up lickety-split by myself. Look after her, Haoran. Of course. With that, Grandpa left me behind. So sad. He never even gave me a chance to argue. What about me, huh? It's not like I've been around for the last 10 years or whatever. Grandpa vanished through the arena entrance. As soon as he was out of sight, the anxiety came pressing in. Will he really be okay by himself? I mean, he's a suspect. The old man will be fine. To my surprise, it was Yuhang who... What the fuck? Did we just like right-click on words in a Word document and just went with it? Past tense and past participle of the verb assuage means to make an unpleasant feeling less intense or satisfy an appetite or desire. Oh my god, wait, my game is muted still. That's so sad. That's so unfortunate. It hasn't been that long. Oh my gosh. To my surprise, it was Yuhan who assuaged my worries. You think so, truly?
おう
Sure.
むしろお前はなんでそんな心配してんだよ
How come you're so worried about him anyways? Grandpa can be kind of careless. He might say the wrong thing, and then they suspect him even more. He's a problem.
はあそうは見えねえけどあのじいさんならうまく立ち回ると思うけどな
I don't get that from him at all. I'm sure he'll figure things out and everything will be okay.
ユーハンの言う通りだよ。リーホンさんならきっ
Yuhong's
と
right. Lee
大丈夫だ
Hyung
と思う。
gonna be fine. You think so too, Haoran?
もちろんだよ。
Yep, you bet it. I do. You're right.
んだよ
What I'm gonna have to do in the future, the reason I keep muting the game sound or whatever, the desktop sound, is because the opening scene for the main theme, the title screen is playing an actual song. So I need to just start muting the actual Switch screen so that I know that it's muted and stop accidentally muting the actual game. It does, because I'm gonna get like a, if I don't do that, it's going to give me one of those little marks every single time I post a video from it. Also, I just don't like hearing lyrics in my head while I'm trying to talk, so it also distracts me there. So maybe it'd be better for me that way too. I wasn't convincing enough, right? Right?
もう話すことがねえなら俺は帰る。
Xiaowu, I want you to know that I'm looking the most forward to you. Okay? And that's saying a lot, because I usually don't say that about redheads. We're done here, I'm heading home.
どうせこれ以上ここにいても
This
武術界の
voice.
準決勝が中止だって話は
What a
変わりそうにねえしな。
What a lovely voice. Hanging around isn't going to change the fact that the tournament's been canceled. And he has lavender eyes, like, so rare in games. His business done, Xiaowu briskly took his leave. I'm worried about Grandpa, but Xiaowu's right. Waiting won't change anything. We should go home too.
そうだね。
I thought my door just got open, but there's no one. Agreed. We're still living in the northern district, right, Yuhang?
もうお前は西地区だよな。なら途中まで。
You guys in the west? I'll tag along for part of...
いい加減にしろよ
Cut it out already. Huh?
なんだ
What was that? We looked over to see two sizable groups of people staring each other down. Now that the Yangshi had been cleared out, some of the spectators had returned to collect their
我々
belongings.
は分かってるんだ。今のキョンシー騒ぎを起こしたのはお前たち反武術派の連中だろう。
Don't think we don't know it was you. Oh gosh. Don't think we don't know it was you anti-wushu type who set those Yangshi
だ
loose.
からそんなわけないって言ってるだろなんだってそんな風に決めつけるんだよ相変わらず短絡的だな武術派の奴らは
Like we keep telling you, it wasn't us. You don't have any evidence. Just goes to show how simple-minded you riffraff truly are.
なんだあいつ
The
ら。
heck is going on?
武術派と反武術派の人たちが言い争っているみたいだけど。
Seems the pro-wushu faction and the anti-wushu faction are butting heads. The situation was so tense they looked ready to start throwing punches. It wasn't long before a pro-wushu member grabbed one of his opponents by the lapel.
本当いけすかない奴らだな。武術も収めないでコソコソしやがって。
You guys give me the creeps. All you do is scheme in the shadows without bothering to learn wushu.
武術界といえば実力主義の象徴とも言える大会じゃないかなんでお前らがそこにいるってんだ
This tournament that we're at right now is all about proving your worth through strength. What are you even doing here?
そうだそうだ。反武術派がここにいるってことは企み事があるに違いねえ。
That's right. You anti-wushu groups wouldn't be showing up unless you were plotting
どういう
something.
理屈だよ。
That's
もう我慢だな。
completely illogical.
やっちまえ。
I can't stand this anymore. Hit him!
まずいな。
This isn't looking good. As long as we're having fun, I guess. The first punch was thrown at last. That was all it took for both sides to pile on each other. Chill out, guys. Which one fights better, wushu or anti-wushu? You don't have to fight. Whoa. Others intent on joining the fray shoved into us, and then they were caught up in the chaos. Someone hurled a tea bowl, which shattered on the ground. And this is why we have plastic cups now. That was close.
こういう武術界を台無しにしやがって
You scumbags wrecked the
だ
tournament.
から俺らじゃないって言ってるだろ武術家の応募を許すな
We're telling you we didn't do anything. How dare you come at us for such foolhardiness?
おいお前たち何やってんだよ。こっちまで巻き込むなって言って。
What the heck are you guys doing? At least leave us out of... Oh. All sorts of objects were flying back and forth through the air. Now peaches, bowls, tiles. This is crazy. Be careful, Mimi. Thought Mimi got fucking kidnapped. I scooped Mimi up to make sure it wouldn't get... Stop talking about it. Stop talking about how they refer to a living animal, potentially, as it. It wouldn't get trampled, then ran through the scuffle, dodging the low-flying objects as I went. Unfortunately, I completely lost sight of Haoran and Yuhang in the process. Haoran! Yuhang! Now what? I have no idea where they are. We've got to put a stop to this madness somehow, especially since we don't have Shiwu or Long Li to help us out. What was that? Catching an odd movement out of the corner of my eyes, I spun to see a Jiangshi we'd worked so hard to defeat. They were hopping out of the arena. They can't be allowed out. They might attack people again. I've got to purge them. Hold on a second. If I follow them, maybe I can find out who's controlling them. Not only would that reveal the culprit behind the earlier disturbance, but it would clear Grandpa's name. That settles it. I'm gonna make a rash decision while I'm alone with nothing but a panda. Come on, Mimi.
Ah! いただから桃投げるのやめろって。服が汚れんだろ。
Ow! Oh, you guys are throwing peaches. You guys are getting crap all over my clothes. I came for the tournament, not a riot. What's she doing over there?
あの時ハオランとはぐれたのか。ハオランはどこ行ったんだ。
She must have gotten separated from Haoran. Where did he go? Am I a weak ass bitch or am I strong? Like, establish that for me. Shinlan, don't go running off by yourself. She can't hear me.
たく、こんな時に一人で出歩くなよ。危なっかしいやつだな。
Doesn't she get how dangerous this all is? What if she gets hurt?
一枚。
ああ、もう待ってってば。
Guess I gotta go after her. He's like, oh, twisting my arm. Wait up. And he's gone. Oh my gosh. Little bitty baby dog hairs. He would be a theater kid, yeah. He's definitely giving that energy. I made it from the arena back to the square. There were small scuffles going on here in two. You got some nerve using Jiangxi of all things. My family got hurt in the attack, you know. For the last time, it wasn't us. Don't let him get away. Get out and find proof. You guys are so arrogant, and that's why we've always hated you. And everyone's like, yeah, queen. The pro and anti-Wushu factions were opposing ideals, and now they were bickering and brawling with each other. And Caillou might make me right. It was why people devoted themselves to training, as well as why duels and tournaments were so popular. But lately, I've heard that more and more of the weaker citizens felt ignored by this cardinal rule. It reminds me of a certain brawler from Radiant Tale. Isn't that also the same problem there? I thought they were just rumors. Evidently, they weren't. People with those exact grievances were right in front of me, as were those zealous enough to clash with them over it. Hence the reason for the pandemonium. Speaking of pandemonium... Oh right, I was supposed to be following those Jiangxi to the culprits. Mimi had brought me back to my senses. I rushed after the monsters, careful to make sure they wouldn't notice me. I hid behind houses and fences as I told them they get a pronoun. Making progress little by little. The heck are you doing? Ick! Did he grab me? I let out a cry when someone shouted beside my ear. Clapping my hands over my mouth, I whipped around. Yuhang! Don't you know how dangerous it is for you to be alone right now? It's like you've got no common sense. Shh, keep your voice down. How come?
どいつもこいつも喧嘩してるし、巻き込まれたらどうすんだよ。家に帰るんだろ。早くハオランを探すぞ。
Also, he has eyes like a dragon. I just realized he's got like green, red, orange. Or sorry, green, yellow, orange. I didn't mean to say red. His eyes are the same color as his t-shirt. There's fight breaking all over. What if you get caught up in somebody's scrap? Come on, let's find Haoran. You got it. You're going home. I'm following the Yangshi.
はあ、キョンシーがまだいんのか。つかお前、一人でキョンシーを追うつもりだったのかよ。
There's more? And you were gonna go after him by yourself? I didn't want to lose him.
それで一人で会場を出たって
That's why
いう
you
の
left
か
the
よ。
arena? Obviously, look, I don't have time for this right.
バカ。
See, he did not say you're a total idiot. He said idiot. There's way more. Who needed to hit a certain amount of words? You're a total idiot. Excuse me?
そうだよ。バカだからバカって言ってんの。何考えてんだよお前。
You heard me. I called you an idiot because you're acting like an idiot. What the heck were you thinking? I'm not an idiot. You know those Yangshi might lead us straight to whoever started to mess with us, right?
だからって一人で追いかけて何かあった
I
ら
like
ど
the
う
way you
すん
said
だよ
it.
バカ。危なっかしいとこ
Doing it again.
ほんと変わってねえな。
You know else who says baka a lot? Yo. And what if something happened while you were going after him, dummy? Still running into danger after all these years, huh?
こんな時に一人で行動するとかバカじゃねえのか。
Only a total idiot would go off by themselves at a time like this. Stop calling me that. I know I haven't finished my training yet, but I'm still a Daoshi. Yeah. And me too. We are a unit.
うわやめろバカパンダ。頭叩くなよ。
Quit punching me in the head, dumb panda.
ああこの野郎いい加減に。
Panda strangles a bitch. I said quit it.
あ
Ah!
あ
Out of nowhere, the Yangshi I'd been telling popped up in front of us as if we were being too fucking loud. We must have made way too much noise. Yuhang. See what all that shouting did?
はあ俺のせいかよ。どう考えてもこのパンダのせい。
Never shut the fuck up. You never shut the fuck up, and then you act. How's it my fault? Your panda's the one who.
って今はこいつらをなんとかしねえと。シュンリお前は隠れてろ。
Guess I gotta fight him. Go hide somewhere, Shunlin. Am I a weak ass bitch? I thought I wasn't a weak ass bitch. He was half right. Now wasn't the time to argue, but as a Daoshi, it was my job to banish these creatures. I unsheathed my peachwood sword, ready to deal with the approaching Yangshi. I'm fighting with you. Yes.
バカ飛び出すな。お前は隠れてろって。
Get back here. I told you to hide. The Yangshi raised its fist to strike, but Yuhang swiftly deflected with a punch of his own.
くそ
Damn it. I'm sorry. Should probably say what he says. Yuhang unleashed a precise kick. The Yangshi immediately righted itself, unaffected by the attack.
戦いづれ。
These things are impossible to fight. Yeah, because you're not a Daoshi. This time, Yuhang went for a punch. The Yangshi nimbly dodged it, reaching out again instead. He's like, "Rah!" I can do that too. Ah!
やぶれ。
Watch out. Oh my god, why am I being such a weak bitch in this one? I was fighting the other one. Yuhang struck the Yaoshi with a powerful punch, forcing it to stagger backwards before it reached me. Thank you!
ぼーっとしてんなよバカ。危ねえんだからあっち行ってろ。
Pull yourself together and get out of here, you idiot! It's too dangerous. He was still insulting me even after I thanked him. Feeling indignant, I started arguing back. You need a Daoshi to purge the Yangshi, otherwise...
お前がいる方が戦いづらいんだよ。
Is this Inuyasha? He's Inuyasha and she's Kagome? They're making her really bitchy. Does that mean that's Kagome? Did I? Though that slipped. She is though. She is. I can't fight him full on with you in the way. Get out of here already. Did she start saying sit boy? We know. His powerful kick sent the other Yangshi flying, and it collapsed to the ground. For a second, it seemed like they were starting to think twice.
くそこいつらなかなか倒れねえな。
I'm not getting anywhere with these things. That's because you need my sword to purge them.
バカだから前に出ようとすんなっ
I
て。
thought I told you to stay back, stupid. Yuhang slapped his palm into my forehead to keep me at bay, then kicked the other Yangshi away before I could get any closer. He's fighting me now? What did you do that
だ
for?
からじっとしてろって。
Because you won't stay still if I don't.
お前も頭に乗る
Get
な
off
よ。
my head. And this is our little fox. This is our little fox. Mimi! I yanked Mimi off Yuhan's head, cradling it in my chest. To protect it from the two Yangshi, the monstrous duo seized the chance to attack us one. I stepped back to avoid them and slipped, almost falling into the moat that surrounded the palace. I'm a piece. Careful! Right as I was about to topple over the edge, Yuhan leapt over and grabbed my arm. Thanks. I'm gonna pull you up. That's a huge hand comparison. Bracing himself on a solid ground, he started doing just that. We're gonna fall, you're too heavy! I'm not! Cause that damn panda! Meow! Give me your other hand. Yuhan reached for my other hand, which was gripping the edge of the retaining wall. That was when I spotted a figure behind him. Yuhan, behind you! My god, this takes too long. The Yangshi attacked him from behind, making him lose his footing, and then we toppled into the water. The three of us tumbled down into the moat as one big bundle of limbs. My favorite part was when he called us fat. Why does this look poorly drawn? Like they didn't finish it. You know what I mean? Like this looks like a not done rendering of water. We're alive! I thought we were done for. It's because it was too zoomed in. Okay. After this is the moat we fell into, the fucking Yangshi can come right in here, buddy. After fighting for our lives in the water, we ended up ashore somewhere. It was a relief to feel solid ground beneath me, and I took some time to steady my breathing. I was utterly drenched. Are you okay, Mimi? Mimi's fur was also soaked. Her fluffy... Her! We keep calling it it, and this says her. Her fluff matted down to a thin, drippy coat. Where even are we? The river had taken us quite a way away from the palace. Translation is lacking, dude. Translation... They're gonna call it forever and then say her. How dare they? How dare they take her pronouns? The current had been faster than I'd expected, pushing us further and further downstream. Luckily, we ran into some rocks. So lucky. Which we used to climb on land. Who knew how far we might have been carried? You all good, Shunli? I'm fine. What about you? Fine. I'm glad. Thanks for trying to keep me from falling anyhow. It's all good. Besides, it's not like it actually did us any favor. That's not all, though. You worked hard to make sure we wouldn't get separated in the water. Thanks, Yuhang. I mean it. He's got a praise kink. I think I know somebody else with a praise kink. Yo, his name's Kyo. I really didn't do anything special. Yuhan pouted and averted his gaze. He was probably mad because he toppled in with me and he called me fat. This is all my fault. We wouldn't have ended up here if I hadn't slipped. You wouldn't have ended up here if he had stopped trying to fucking stop you from fighting. But also, can you not fight? I can't tell. The heck am I doing? I should have pulled her up right away. Then we wouldn't have fallen. What's the point of training if I drag my feet when something actually happens? I'm so pathetic. Yuhan was muttering to himself. He looked really grumpy, and it occurred to me that he might have gotten hurt. Are you injured? My boy. She's like, are you okay? When I tried to get closer look, he recoiled and made even more of an effort to avoid my eyes. I'm fine. You sure you're not in any pain? Even grazes can get pretty bad if you let them go untreated, so you need to tell me.
はあ子供扱いすんなよ
I'm not a kid, you know. You know, I wanted to say that to you too. I'm just worried about you.
平気だっつってんだろお前に心配されたくねえよ
I said I'm alright. I don't need you smothering me. Why are you being such a jerk?
うっせえよバカ
You're the jerk.
つかお前こそあんな時に滑って転ぶやつがいるかよしかもパンダなんかかばってるし
Literally no one would have tripped when you did, all because you were trying to protect that stupid panda. Excuse me, Mimi's my friend, and it's not... And she's not stupid. Mimi jumped from my arms to bash Yuhang over and over.
いやパンダなら自分で登れるだろ笹食う時どうすんだよ
You should have been able to climb up by yourself. How else would you would have reached any bamboo? That's right, Mimi. You're just a delicate little thing, aren't you?
なんだよか弱いパンダって
Who ever heard of a delicate panda? Wondering why he gone silent, I looked up to see his mouth flapping open and closing like he was a fish out of water. What's wrong, Yuhan? Don't tell me you really are hurt. You idiot! What the? Now what did I do? Here I was, only worried about him, and he was insulting me again while I got riled up. His face turned bright red. He whipped his head away.
うるせえいいだろ俺が何言っても知らねえよ
Shut it! I said what I said, so what?
つうかいい加減気づけよ
How have you not noticed? Noticed what? Your clothes, huh?
濡れてだろ
They're soaked. Yeah, we were in water. Only then did I discover the state I was in. My soaking wet clothes were clinging to my body. That's so embarrassing, and I didn't even realize. Look at Mimi. Look at that sweet little baby. Panicked, I wrapped my arms over my front and glared at Yuhang. What did you see?
見てねえし
Nothing. You swear?
おう
Yeah. He's flat out lying, isn't he? I've never seen Yuhang so red, and he's been stubbornly avoiding my gaze since his outburst.
本当に見てねえからちょうどパンダいたし
I swear I didn't see anything, not with that panda there. Me? Alright, it's holding Mimi most of the time. Still, the embarrassment of being drenched to the skin had me struggling to think of a response. What now?
知らねえよ
I don't know.
まず服絞れよ濡れたまんまだと風邪ひくし
Go wring your clothes out. You're gonna get sick if you stay wet. Oh, right. I did as he suggested, but we were both awkward the entire time. We avoided looking at each other as we squeezed the moisture from our clothing, fanning it out and then to help things along. This is barely making a difference. Just then a garment plopped down over my head. What's happening?
それ着とけ
Put that on. No. But this is your jacket, are you sure?
別にお前のためとかじゃねえから俺が暑かったんだよいいから服乾くまで着とけ
It's hot, okay? I don't need it. Just keep it till your clothes are dry. It's a million times less embarrassing than going without. I suppose I'll keep it. Thanks, Yuhan. I shrugged on his jacket, which brought me immediate relief, though it was wet. His body heat lingered in the fabric. This takes me back, actually. When we were playing outside as kids, he would sometimes lend me his jacket when it rained. He used to be nicer about it, asking if I was cold and everything. He used to be so open and sweet. He's really changed since we were younger, or maybe...
なんだよ
What? I was just thinking that you haven't changed much after all.
あなんだそれ
Where the heck did that come from? He turned away with another pout. The flush in his cheeks hadn't gone away in the slightest. Yuhan was snippier than he used to be, but this kindness was still there. If it weren't, I wouldn't be wearing his jacket. All we had left to do now was to wait for our clothes to air out. I mean, you could walk while that happens. I think everything's dry now. Thanks for the jacket, Yuhan. Yuhan pulled his jacket back on and combed his fingers through his mussied up hair.
とにかく帰り道を探さねえと。
One thing down, now we have to figure out how to get home. Just follow the river, I guess. I wonder where we are. Me. Hearing a strange rustling sound, I whirled to see a bush shaking nearby. What's that? Yuhan cautiously crept towards it. Boo! The last thing we expected was for someone to jump out of it. It was a Yangshi, a stray, judging by the lack of any talisman afflicted to it.
キョンシー、もしかしてさっきのやつか。
A Yangshi, I bet it's one of the ones from before. This time, we'll make sure it can pass on. I whipped out a talisman in a flash, but when I tried to stick it to the Yangshi's forehead, the creature scuttled backwards.
待った待った。悪さはせんで、堪忍な。
Time out, time out. I swear I'm not gonna hurt you. Truce? Huh?
喋った。
It talked?
なんだこのキョンシー。キョンシーって喋るんだったか。
What's up with this thing? Yangshi aren't supposed to talk, right? Not usually. It's only if they've got a soul that they can talk or have free will. It's floating, too.
自分、その霊魂を持ってるキョンシーなんや。だから、悪さとかせえへんで。
Yep, I'm one of those Yangshi with a soul. Swear I'm not out to get ya. The Yangshi waved its empty hands at us as if to back up its words. Yangshi with the soul, Shiyu.
僕はシユ。この辺りに住んでる人畜無害のキョンシーや。
Name's Shiyu, the harmless Yangshi. I live around these parts.
絶対人なんて襲わんし。せやから、そのお札しまってくれへん？怖ってたまらんわ。
I wouldn't hurt a fly, so would you mind putting away that talisman? Kinda gets me shaking in my boots. What do you guys think? Mew?
いや、怪しすぎるだろ。
He's way too fishy. Mimi doesn't seem too worried, though.
でも、またさっきみたいに襲われたらやばいだろう。おい、あんま前に出んな。
Look, it'd be bad if it attacks like the others, right? So stay away from it. Yuhan grabbed my arm and yanked me backwards. I peered out from behind him at the Yangshi.
ん？さっき？なんかあったん？
What do you mean before? Something happened? The Yangshi cocked his head. I didn't get the sense that he was hostile at all. For now, I tucked the talisman away, but I made sure it would be accessible in a pinch. Then I asked the Yangshi a question. Shiyu, you're Yangshi. There's something I've been wondering about.
シユでええで。敬語もいらん。それで。
Hey, there's nothing to be shy. Come on, ask. What is up?
実は、王宮にたくさんのキョンシーが出たんだよ。
Yesterday, a whole bunch of Yangshi showed up at the palace.
たくさんのキョンシーやで。
You're kidding me. That's true. I thought they were stray since I didn't see any talisman on or hear any bells. But when we tried to use our talismans, they bounced right off.
そのキョンシーに襲われたせいで、堀に落ちるわ。そのまま川に流されるわで大変だったんだよ。
Another pair of them attacked us, and we ended up in the moat. River brought us all the way down here. It's been a heck of a day. And now the tournament's been
あん
canceled.
た、なんか知らね
You
えか。
know anything? Though Shiyu seemed puzzled, he took the time to consider the
たくさん
question.
のキョンシーが人を襲う？
A whole bunch of Yangshi attacking humans?
ああ、ダメ元で聞くんだけどさ。思い当たるキョンシーとかいるか？
Figured we might as well ask you, you know, anything about rogue Yangshi or whatever. Have you gotten wind of any Yangshi with a grudge against the royal family? Holds up a mirror.
そんな裏に乗ってるキョンシーおらんかったと思うけどな。
Nah, I've never heard of any Yangshi with a grudge like that. He hasn't heard about it because he is one. So the Yangshi most likely were under someone's control. Problem was, it should have been impossible to control them without the talisman or bell. It didn't make sense, but I moved on to my next question. Any chance you've heard of graves being disturbed then?
キョンシーは死んだ際に未練があったり雑な埋葬をされた場合に変じて生じる存在。
Yangshi are born when people die with lingering regrets or a corpse is buried
墓
improperly.
を荒らされるようなことがあればその時に新たに生まれてしまう場合もある。
They may also come to be when graves have been disturbed. My hunch was right. Someone must have created those stray Yangshi by ravaging a grave before unleashing them on the palace. I'd asked Shiyu, expecting his eyes to light up in recognition, but he cocked his head again.
この辺りの墓が暴かれたっちゅう話も聞かへんな。
I haven't heard anything regarding the graves around here. Oh.
かといって、知り合いのキョンシーが無理やりさらわれてどっかに連れて行かれたって話も聞かへんし。
And while I'm at it, I also haven't heard about my buddies getting kidnapped or lured away.
他のキョンシーも別に行方不明になっとらんしな。
And none of them's gone missing.
つうか、キョンシーって知り合いとかいるのか？
I didn't know Yangshi had friends.
あるで。ここらじゃみんな仲良しこよしや。
Sure do, we're all the best of pals, I tell ya.
仲良し小良しって。キョンシー同士
Seriously? Can you guys even talk to each other?
会話は無理やな。魂がないキョンシーは意志とか持ってへんし。
Not exactly, and Yangshi without souls don't have free will either.
あ、全然仲良しじゃねえじゃん。つうかそれじゃ他のキョンシーがどうなってんのかわかんないんじゃねえの？
How the heck do you make friends then? You probably don't even know what's going on with other Yangshi right now.
けどほら、キョンシーって本能で群れたりはするやろ？
Don't be like that. You know Yangshi gather and do stuff on instinct, don't
せ
you?
やから、僕は他のキョンシーがどうしとるかは把握してるつもりやで。
That's how I've kinda got an idea what they're all up to.
少なくとも、襲ってきたっちゅうキョンシーはここら辺のことはちゃうと思うで。
All I'm saying is I ain't heard of him attacking anyone in my neck of the woods.
だよな。そう都合よく見つからねえか。
Makes sense. Nothing's ever that easy. We lost sight of the Yangshi that attacked us too. I'm sure a Daoshi was controlling them. Do you know any other methods producing stray Yangshi?
少なくとも僕は知らんな。大量の野良が出たとなると、どっかで墓荒らしがあったと考えるんが普通や。
I'm out of ideas. With that many of them, you'd think it was a graveyard getting
せや
ravaged.
から、どっかであったんちゃう？少なくともここらじゃないことだけは確かやな。
I bet that's what happened, just not around here. Shiyu kept tilting his head from side to side. He seemed just as baffled as we were. It was hard to imagine how else the culprit could have created so many Yangshi without evidence of a disturbed graveyard. Maybe they'd snuck from one graveyard to another, disturbing one only a few tombs at a time. Or there was a method we weren't aware of.
なんかしっくりこねえな。
None of this adds up. Yuhang pressed his lips and studied Shiyu. What are you thinking?
いや、キョンシーに襲われて流された先でキョンシーと遭遇するなんて偶然あるかよって思っちまって。
We were attacked by Yangshi, got carried downstream, then met up with another one at the end of the river. Does that seem normal? Not really.
確かに、すごい偶然やな。
Funny little coinkydink, huh?
一応聞いとくけど、今の話、嘘じゃねえんだよ。
I might as well ask. You're not lying to us, are you?
嘘なんかついてへんで。ひどいわ、僕を疑うなんて。
There's no way I'd do something like that. You're really gonna doubt me? Congrats on breaking my poor old heart.
初対面の自分らを騙す理由が僕にはないやん。
Boy, I want to lie to you. We've never met before.
だよな。
Good point, sorry. I have one last question. Chiyu, can you think of who the Yangshi that attacked us might be?
襲ったキョンシー？どんな見た目や？
Ones that attacked you? Describe them for me.
普通のキョンシーだよ。こう、ガーって叫ぶやつで、ぴょんぴょん跳ねてた。
There are like any other Yangshi growling and hopping?
そのキョンシーを見てへんから何とも言えんな。
Can't really say without seeing them. Understandable. To think we'd found a talking Yangshi and we hadn't even learned anything new from him. Our shoulders drooped in tandem. If only we'd followed or caught the Yangshi, then we might have been able to gain some clues.
だよな。くそ。 あん時俺が一発で仕留められれば。
That's true. I wish I could have taken him down in one hit.
そう落ち込みなや。生きてただけでええやろ。
What's with the long face? You lived, didn't you?
しかし、自分の面白いネタ持ってんな。なあなあ、武術界っちゅうことは王宮に行ったんやろ？
Mind if I fire some questions now? So you went to the palace for this tournament thingy, right? That's right.
へえ、なんや二人とも武術界出場者な。
Go figure. Were you in the tournament too? I didn't enter it, but Yuhang did.
ほう、かっこよかったんやろな。
I'll be. I bet you wiped the floor with them.
別に。
Not really.
はあ、ええな。王宮にはキョンシーよけのお札が貼られてるから僕は入れんのや。
I'm jealous. They got all these talismans stuck up around the palace. I can't get in.
武術界とそのキョンシーに襲われた時のこともっと詳しく僕に教えてくれへん？
Can you tell me more about this tournament and what happened when the young Shi showed up? Shi's curiosity lit up his entire face. If we do, would you mind telling us your thoughts on as a young Shi?
教える教える。任せてや。
You got yourself a deal there. Shiyu raised a gleeful hand. Yong-kyun and I nodded to each other, then launched into an explanation of what happened at the tournament. Honestly, you should be walking at the same time.
はあ、王宮でそんなことがあったんか。そりゃ難儀やったな。
So that's how things went down at the palace. Sounds like a real pickle. Shiyu put a hand on his chin, thinking it over. We'd spared him most of the finer details and hadn't mentioned the assassinations either. Any input based on what you've been told
そう
to
や
you?
な。
Let me think on it.
僕がわかることは。
There's one thing I can say. What is it?
すんまへん。なんもわからんわ。
But I've got nothing for you. Sorry about that.
そんなことだろうと思ったよ。
I thought you might say that. That's a shame.
すまんな。でもほら、ここら辺のキョンシーは関係なさそうってことはわかったんや。
My bad, but at least you know that the Yangshi around here don't have anything to do with it. Yeah, that's a big step forward. It's more than we knew before.
そうそう。なんでもポジティブや。
Sure is. Always have to look on the brighter
それ
side.
と、少なくとも人が協力してるってのはわかったんやない？僕たちじゃキョンシーよけのお札は剥がせへんしな。
Plus, you know, there's gotta be a human involved. Yangshi like us can't take the talismans down. Do you get me?
人が。
A human, huh? But who would want to mess up the tournament?
まあ、こんなとこで考えてても拉致があかんやろ。自分ら、ただ流されてここに来ただけみたいやしな。
Straining your noggins ain't enough to figure that out, right? Seems like the only reason you came here is because the river brought you. True, we'll probably have more luck investigating around the palace. Where are we, anyway?
はあ？お前何も分かってなかったのかよ。そりゃここら辺は。
Don't you even know that much? We're...
あれ？
Yuhan blinked in confusion as he looked around. He obviously didn't know where we were either. Clueless.
ちげえよ。少し歩けばすぐ分かるって。
It's not like that. I'll know right where we are if we just walk a little bit. Mimi side-eyed Yuhan, clearly doubting him, his lips twisted into a
仕
pout.
方ねえだろ。草しかねえんだもん。
Can you blame me? There's nothing around except for grass.
せやな。ここら辺はさっぱりしとるからな。でも、そろそろ動かんと、ここで日暮れるで。
You got that right. There's nothing out here. Better get moving moving soon though, before the sun goes down.
うわ、本当だ。そんな時間経ってたのかよ。
You got that right. I didn't realize how long we'd been here. I looked up at the sky to see that the sun was already beginning to sink. Evening would be here before we knew it. Grandpa might be home by now. We should get back. Can you tell us where we are, Shiyu?
ちょうど北と西の間くらいやな。
Somewhere between north and west.
北と西の間？
North and west? The river took us that far? The palace was in central Kaiu.
北と西の間っつうことは、こっちに歩けば西地区か。じゃあ行くぞ、シュンニ。
Okay, if we're between north and west, we should hit the western district if we head this way. Let's go, Shunlin. Wait, what do you mean by we?
西地区まで送ってくって言ってんだよ。
I'm walking you to the western district. What? You don't have to do that. You live in the north, basically the opposite direction.
こんぐらい大したこと
Come
ね
on,
え
it's
よ。
no big deal. Your parents must be worried about you.
子供扱いすんじゃねえよ。もうガキじゃねえんだから心配とかされるわけねえだろ。
Nope, unlike you, they don't think I'm 5 years old anymore. Even then, I'm sure they're worried. Look, I'll be fine. Plus, I've got Mimi with me.
んだよ。俺はパンダ以下かよ。
The heck, that panda's a better bodyguard than me now? That's not what I said, and you know it. I just feel bad making you walk all that way. Why are you biting my head off?
別に突っかかってねえよ。お前が
I'm
変なこ
not.
とに気を回す
You're
か
the
らだ
one
ろ。
making a fuss over nothing. Who's making a fuss? I'm worried about you.
だ
That's
か
all.
らそれが余計なお世話だっつってんだよ。
And I'm saying you don't need to.
自分らほんまおもろいな。見てて飽きへんわ。
You're total right. I could watch you for ages.
面白い。
We are.
二人とも、よう空見てみ。家に帰るにしても、もう時間も遅い。帰る途中で暗くなるやろ。
Take a gander at the sky, my friend. See how late it is? Set out now, and it'll be dark before you get anywhere. Oh, you're right.
服も生乾きやろし。今日は泊まっていかへん？
Your clothes are still kind of damp too. Best to stay the night somewhere, I'd say.
泊まるっつったってここら辺じゃ宿もないだろ。
Where exactly? I'm not seeing any inns around.
宿はないけど、一晩過ごすのにおすすめの場所ならあるで。
It's no inn, but I know of a little place you could wait until I get out the moon. Shiyu floated off, beckoning us with a series of quick waves. Trading glances, the three of us decided we might as well follow. Yeah, let's follow him. Nothing bad could ever happen. The place Shiyu showed us was a small cabin that offered much better shelter than I'd been expecting. Is this your house, Shiyu?
いや、僕が住んでる小屋やないで。よく旅人とかが使う、いわゆる休憩所や。
It ain't like that. I guess it's a rest area. Travelers use it a lot.
親切な人らが明かり用の油や携帯食を置いてって成り立ってんねん。ほら、そこに干し肉があるで。
Kind folk keep it going by leaving oil for the lamps or non-perishable food. See that dried meat over there?
へえ。
Yeah. Just then, a loud grumble filled the cabin. Shiyu and I turned to look at the source of the sound.
腹
Yuhang.
減っとるんやな。
Starving, huh?
仕方ねえだろ。武術界にも出てたし。
So what? I haven't eaten since I fought in the tournament. Now that you mention it, neither have I. The tournament ended. We fought off the Yangshi, and then we fell into the river. I was famished. I hadn't even taken part in the tournament. I could only imagine how bad it was for Yuhang. Let's do dinner.
おう。
Sure.
じゃあ、僕は見回りしてくるから。二人ともゆっくり休んどき。
Have a good one, guys. I'm gonna go take a look
つ
around.
いでに怪しいキョンシーがおらんか探しとくわ。先寝ててや。
I'll keep an eye out for any fishy Yangshi while I'm at it. Feel free to hit the hay. She waved a hand at us as he left the cabin. The door closed with a clunk, leaving us in silence. Time to dig in. We ate a simple meal made up of the stuff other people had left, dried meat and pastries. Pastries are not non-perishable. It wasn't much, but having something in our bellies was a huge relief. What a day, right, Yuhang?
そうだな。
You said it. He gnawed pensively on one dried meat. Mimi must have been just as exhausted as we were. The little panda was dozing off mid-meal. Put the food down, Mimi. You'll choke if you nod off. Once finished, Mimi yawned and curled up on the floor. The panda was out in seconds. Its steady, sleeping, breathing breaths filled the air. Watching its behave so normally was equal parts reassuring and anxiety-provoking. It reminded me that things actually weren't peaceful at all. I hope Grandpa's okay. He was my biggest concern. Did they still suspect him? He was controlling the Yangshi? Had he been allowed to go home? Mouthful with the second pastry, Yuhang gave a funny look.
あのじいさんなら平気だろ。悪くなってた月餅食べて全員腹壊した中でも一人だ
I'm
け
sure
ピン
he
ピン
is.
してたし。
Remember we all got sick eating those bad mooncakes, but he was totally fine. Gosh, that's right. I totally forgot about
俺
that.
なんかあれからしばらく月餅食べられなくなったってのに、お前は翌日にはもう食べてたし。
I couldn't eat mooncakes for ages after that, but you were scarfing them down after that day.
とお前、昔から食い意地張ってるよな。
I've always been hungry as a horse. Can you not insult
そ
me?
れは当然だろ。俺だって男なんだし。
Excuse me? Look how much you're eating compared to me right now. Well, yeah, I'm a guy. What's that got to do with anything? We returned to our food, though I was still fuming over being compared to a gluttonous horse. Yuhang has changed quite a lot since... How many years has it been since we last met anyway? I knew it had been more than 10, but it was too long for me to remember how old we had been exactly. How old were you when you moved away, Yuhang?
は？なんだよ急に。
Where'd that come from? I just realized I can't remember how many years it's been since we last were in touch.
俺だって覚えてねえよ。どうせ5歳くらいの頃だろ。
And you think I do? We were probably around 5 or... Yeah, that sounds about right. It was weird to think that this little boy I knew was now a mature martial artist, competent enough to fight in a tournament. His master was called Setsetsu, right? I wonder if it's Setsetsu's training that got him here. Did you meet Setsetsu right after moving to the Northern District? Strangely, he stiffened up my question.
しばらくは一人で稽古してたんだ。
No, I trained alone for a bit.
でも、一人じゃ全然強くなれなくてさ。
I wasn't getting anywhere by
うまく特訓すら
myself.
できないでいた俺に。ある日、
Nothing I did was
聖節さん
intense
が
enough.
声をかけて
That's
くれたん
when
だ。
Setsetsu found me.
聖節さんが励ましてくれたおかげで、
The
俺、もっと
encouragement
頑張ろうって思える
was
ように
just the
なった。
motivation I
だ
needed.
から弟子入りしたいってお願いしたんだけどさ。弟子は取ってないって、最初の頃は断
I
られ
asked him
続
to
けて
make me his student. He kept brushing me off, saying he didn't take any.
けど、
Oh, I guess
数年前
Setsetsu
つい
could
に
be
弟
one
子
of
入りを
his
認めてくれた。
accomplices.
ようやく俺にも師匠ができたんだ。
He accepted me a few years ago, though. I finally got a master of my own. I know, so it took a while.
ああ、それからずっと北地区の外れにある聖節さん家に通いながら教わっててさ。
I've been going to his house on the edge of the Northern District for
教
lessons
え
ever
方は厳し
since.
くて、修行もすげえ大変だった。でも、おかげでここまで強くなれたんだ。
I'm so short. I'm leaning forward. This is not the direction I want to be. Oh my gosh, okay. There we go. He's super strict and his training's crazy intense, but I wouldn't be as strong as I am now without it.
聖節さんがいなかったら、俺、多分武術界にも出られなかった。だからすごく感謝してるんだ。
I wouldn't have been able to enter the tournament, that's for sure. I owe him a ton, but Yuhan trailed off. His gaze was steely as he lowered it to the floor. What's up?
ロンレイが言ってたよな。武術家が襲われる事件があって、その首謀者がキョンシーたちを放った可能性
Remember
が
what
高
Long
い。
Li said about all of those assassinations and how the culprit might have released the Yongshi too? Yeah? I wasn't sure why he was suddenly bringing it
俺
up.
はさ、この事件に聖節さんが関わってるんじゃないかっ
I've
て
been
思
thinking
う。
that Setsetsu might be involved. Setsetsu,
で
really?
も別に証拠もないし、まだわかんないんだけどさ。でも最近の
I'm not
聖節
sure. It's not like I got proof. It's just that he's been acting weird lately.
最初は俺が武術界に出るから聖節さんも一緒に緊張してくれてるのかもって思ったりしたんだけどさ。
At first, I thought he was nervous because I was entering the tournament. It even made him kind of happy.
見慣れない奴らとこそこそ話してたり、気がついたらいなくなってたり、俺と話してる時にも深刻そうな顔してて。
Then I saw him whispering with these guys I'd never seen before, or he'd vanish out of nowhere, and when he spoke to me, he'd look real serious.
なんか思い詰めてる感じだった。しかも武術界が近づくにつれて 修練場に近寄らなくなってったんだ。
I mean, that could be it. He could also just be a smuggler. Smuggler. It was like he had something on his mind, and as the tournament got closer, he stopped showing up at the training
何し
grounds.
てるのかって聞いても、武術界に専念しなさいって言うだけでさ。
When I asked him what was up, he told me to focus on my training.
俺に隠れてずっと何かの準備してるんだ。だから嫌な予
It
感が
really
して
felt like he was planning something and
俺も
avoiding
聖節
me.
さんをこ
I
っそ
decided
り
to
調
find
べ
out
て
what
た
was
んだ。
going
で
on.
も
It
全然
didn't
うま
work
くい
out
かな
so
かった。
well.
尾行してもいつも途中で巻かれて、昨日も見失っちまったしさ。
He always gives me the slip when I try to follow him. Same thing happened yesterday. Wait, is that what you were doing before the tournament?
ああ、実はあの時聖節さんを尾行してたんだ。
Yeah, right when we bumped into each
ま
other.
さかその途中で財布を落としてお前と再会するなんて思わなかったけどさ。
Never thought I'd drop my wallet or that you'd be the one to pick it up. I had no idea. No wonder he seemed so panicked. I'd gotten mad at his attitude, but if I had known he was in the middle of something so important to him, I'm sorry I got in the way.
いや、お前は悪くねえよ。元はといえば俺が財布を落としたのが悪いんだし。
It's not your fault. It's mine for dropping my wallet in the first place.
それに結局聖節さんには尾行もバレてたみたいだしさ。
Besides, I think Setsetsu figured out I was following him anyways. You do.
あの後俺を迎えに来ただろ。あれは尾行に気づいてたってことをわざわざ教えるために来たんだと思う。
Came to talk to me right after, right? I think he doubled back to let me know he noticed.
はあ、情けねえ。俺何やってんだろう。尾行はバレるし、
Pathetic, right?
結局何もわかんねえし。
I'm so useless. I couldn't even tell him without getting caught, and I never even got any info from it. You actually think Setsetsu got something to do with the incidents? I've only just met Setsetsu. He didn't seem like someone who would do something so evil. Yuhang's eyes darted around for a bit, then flickered back down. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it anymore.
聖節さんさ、反武術派なんだよ。
Setsetsu's part of the anti-wushu faction. What? Mentioning of the anti-wushu faction brought me back to the argument that had broken out in the
普段は
arena.
何も言わないよ。でも武術派の話をしてるとき、ゾッとするぐらい暗い目をするんだ。
He's usually fine and all, but if you mention the pro-wushu faction, his eyes go real dark. It's pretty scary.
俺の付き添いで会場まで来てくれるだけのはずだったのに、なんか見慣れない奴らと話しててさ。
He was supposed to come with me as the to the tournament as my master. Then I saw him talking with those
俺
guys.
の試合が終わった後にも用があるからってどっかに行っちまった。
And when my match was done, he went off somewhere saying he had an errand to
その
run.
後にあんなことがあっただろう。だからもしかしてって思ってさ。
You saw what happened next. I mean, it all lines up.
俺も疑いたくはないよ。
I don't want to suspect him yet. I can't
Most of
seem
them
to
are
shake it off either. I see. This was clearly how much he cared about Setsetsu. That was exactly why he was so eager to find out the truth. Setsetsu was Yuhan's master. I bet Yuhang was just as worried about him as I was about Grandpa. Let me help you investigate. Huh?
調べる
Investigate?
って。
Like, as in, we find out whether or not Setsetsu was really involved in what happened. I want to help you. As a Doshi, the whole thing bothers me too. Why don't we team up? Whoa.
お前、ほんと変わってねえな。
You haven't changed a bit.
でも、ありがとう。一人じゃもうお手上げだったし、同志のお前がいると助かるかも。
I was hitting a wall by myself. A Daoshi on my side might be just what I need. Gosh.
何驚いてんだよ。
What? Thought I'd turn you down? I definitely didn't think you'd accept so easily or say thanks.
はあ？別にこれぐらい普通だろ。俺だってお礼とか言うし。
That's weird. What's weird about that? I'm not too proud to say thanks when it's due, you know.
つか、お前こそいいのかよ。あのじいさん、お前が調査するって言ったら絶対反対するんじゃねえの？過保護だし。
Anyways, are you sure about this? Your grandpa would flip if he heard you wanted to investigate. He's way too protective of you. Speaking of grandpa, I hope you made it home okay.
さすがにもう帰ってるだろ。 あのじいさんのことだし、心配すんなって。
But he's there right now. Like I said, I'm sure he's fine. He's a tough guy.
じゃあ、明日お前ん家に帰って、じいさんの無事を確かめて許可もらおうぜ。なんか反対されそうだけど。
Alright, we'll go to your place tomorrow. Talk to your grandpa and get his permission to go on the investigation. He's going to say no, though. Oh yeah, you might be right. But I'm not a kid anymore either. I am confident and I can convince him. I want to know the truth too. We'll talk about it together. Gotcha.
ありがとな。
And thank you. What was that?
なんでもねえよ。
Yuhang looked away, his face red. He looked like he had been like this all day.
明日は西地区に一旦帰るぞ。調査はそれからにする。
That's the plan then. Check in at your house and start our investigation. Sounds good.
じゃ、もう寝ようぜ。川で流されたし、疲れた。
Bedtime for me, I think. That river really took it out of me. Yuhan let out a dramatic yawn, glancing around, then froze. I followed Yuhan's gaze. He was looking at the bed, a bed for only one person.
じゃあ、俺は床で寝るわ。
I'll sleep on the floor. What? Oh gosh, what do they do? One bed, two people. Coming towards romance, but here's the thing. I don't think he wants her to say that, you know. He's letting me have the only bed. That's really thoughtful of him. He's always been so considerate, but if this had happened when we were kids, he probably would have suggested we sleep together. He offered to take the floor, caught me off guard, and it proved how mature he'd become. Thanks, Yuhan.
当たり前だろ。お前を床に寝かせられるかよ。
It's not a big deal. It's not like I'm gonna let you sleep on the floor. His words were curt, but his intentions were thoughtful indeed. And apparently I was supposed to say, let's pile into that bed together. It's a twin. We can both fit. He's got to be exhausted after swimming in the river. Let's sleep together.
Huh?
We used to nap together all the time as kids, right? It's the same thing.
Baka!
Idiot! His shout shocked Mimi awake. Yuhan didn't seem to notice, his face scarlet. He burst out of the cabin and ran off. But bye, I guess. Annoyed at having been woke up, Mimi grumbled a series of complaints towards the door Yuhan had just vanished through. I suppose I should go to sleep then? I glanced at the bedding and then the doorway. It didn't seem like Yuhan was coming back. Think he's gone forever? The heck's her problem? I griped under my breath as I wandered around, making sure there weren't any weirdos or young she lurking nearby. How old does she think we are, suggesting we sleep together? Seriously, it's like she doesn't know how to put her guard up. I sighed. She made me want to pull my hair out. Whew. It's the same thing as napping when we were kids, she said. So what, she still sees me like that? I was mad, not at her, but probably at myself. I realized that she didn't see me as a grown man. I really am that pathetic, huh? Even after growing taller and stronger. I don't get how she can pretend everything's the same. I mean, she's grown up too. She was a grown woman now. I only realized that when we climbed up from the river.
バカ思い出すなって俺
Stop thinking about it, you dumbass. I shook my head, doing everything I could to push the memory of her dripping wet body from my mind, except it was already too late. The image came back. It was stuck in my head now.
あいつと一緒にいられるだけで嬉しかったのにな
Back then, I was plenty happy just being with her. He's describing her wet body that he saw without consent. How was that cute? Just kidding. Even now, I remember that time we spent together like it was only yesterday. I used to be a wimp who cried about everything. That was why her smile meant so much to me. I was crying the first time we met too, when she saved me. I said it before you said that.
弱虫Yuhang 悔しかったらここまで来な
Little baby Yuhan, you want it? Come and get it.
お願いやめてよその靴
Stop!
俺のだよ
That's my shoe. Give it back.
じゃあ返してやるよ
Sure thing here. And then they throw it.
おっと木に引っかかっちまったな
Looks like it got stuck in a tree.
ほらほら取ってみろよ泣き虫Yuhang
There's your shoe, but you're too chicken to get it. And he goes, "Bleh," and then everyone's like, oh no.
ひどいよ
Why is it mean? Why don't you pick out someone your own size? Shunlin! Run for it! Now we can later on have a romance with Kid B. They always pick on the smaller kids. You okay?
それが俺の靴が
My shoe. Oh, I see it. How could they do something that so awful? Wait here, I'll go get it.
待って危ない
You're gonna get hurt. Hup. Got it. Here.
ありがとう
Thanks. No problem. I haven't seen you around before. What's your name?
俺は
Yuhan.
君は
Kimiwa, what's yours? I'm Shinlin. It's nice to meet you, Yuhan.
あの時あいつが来てくれなかったら多分俺ずっと泣いてたんだろうな
I bet I would have been crying for the rest of the day if she hadn't shown up. Girls, what can I
そり
say?
ゃあいつが俺を男だって意識できなくて当然だよな泣き虫で
No wonder she doesn't see me as a grown man. I've always been a coward and a crybaby. Yep, I'm sure that's it. I'd cry and wait for Shunlin to bail me out. I hated myself for it. I wanted to get stronger so I could hold my head higher when I saw her again.
だから俺だって頑張ったのに
I worked really hard. Why did she still see me as a kid? Maybe because you literally ran out of the room crying because she said, "Do you want to share a bed?" It really got under my skin and it made me snippy whenever we spoke. I hated myself for that too. Had me feeling like a total crap.
ああもうなんで俺あんなことばっか言っちまうんだよ
Why can't I have one normal conversation with her?
バカとかあいつに言いたくねえのにあいつ見てると言葉が出てこなくなって
It's not like I want to insult her all the time. But when I clam up whenever I look at her, but then I clam up whenever I look at her. I'm a real idiot here.
俺全然成長できてないせっかく師匠にいろんなことを教わったのに
Who am I kidding? I haven't grown up one bit. All those those lessons from Master and nothing to show for it. My chest prickled when I thought of Sesetsu. I was just as much of a crybaby after moving to the Northern District. The kids here picked on me too. Shunlin wasn't there to save me anymore, let alone anything else. I missed her like crazy, and that only made me cry more. That was when Sesetsu offered me a kind word.
西地区に帰りたいよ寂しいよ春林
When I go back to the west, I miss Shunlin.
少年そんなところでうずくまっていては往来の邪魔になりますよ
Now, young man, you're causing an obstruction crouching in the middle of the walkway like that.
おじさん誰
Who are you, old man? Oh,
私はおじさんではありません 聖節という名があります。
My name is Setsetsu, and I am not as old as you seem to think.
それより見ていましたよ。他の少年たちにいじめられていたでしょう。
I couldn't help but notice these other boys bullying you. How did you... Why did you not fight back?
俺弱いから。
I'm too weak.
弱いから反抗もせずにやられるままでいるというのですか？
You're too weak, therefore you fail to resist and allow them to do as they please. Are you satisfied with that?
よくないよ。
I'm not strong enough.
俺強くないもん。
そんなことはありません。あなたは自分の強さを引き出す術をまだ知らないだけです。
That's not true. You merely have yet to learn how to manifest the strength you possess.
強くなる努力をしなさい。あなたはそれができる人ですよ。
You must put in your effort to grow stronger, which you're more than capable of.
無理だよ。だっていないんだ。
I can't do it. Not now that Shunlin's gone.
会いたい人がいるのですね。
You are missing someone, I see.
西地区に戻りたい。北地区になんて引っ越してきたくなかった。
I want to go back to the West District. I never wanted to move here in the first place.
では彼女のために強くなりなさい。
In that case, work on your strength for her. But
彼女は西地区にいるのでしょ？ならいつかまた会えるはずです。
she lives in the West District, yes? Then there's no reason you shouldn't see her again. Sorry to tick the mouse instead of the...
彼女に再会したとき、恥ずかしくないような男になりなさい。あなたならきっとなれますよ。
And then he's like starts harassing you, and he's like, they're like, if you give a mouse a cookie, it's gonna ask you to teach you to fight. And that's it. That's how it goes. And now you have to teach it to fight, or it's going to cry on your doorstep every day. I assume. Envision the man you can be proud of and become that man for when you reunite with her. I have full confidence that you can do it.
あの時聖節さんが言ってくれたから俺はもう泣いてばかりでいるのはやめようって思えたんだ。
After he said that stuff to me, I swore to quit crying over every little
いつ
thing.
かまたあいつに会える。その時まで頑張ろうって。
I told her that I would see her again and work on getting stronger till then. I threw everything I had into my training.
それでようやくこういう武術界に出られるほど強くな
Yeah,
れ
but
た。
she also got strong enough to
準決勝
join the meeting. That's the problem.
進めたんだ。
I got strong enough to enter the tournament of valor. I even made it through the semifinals. I wished I could have let Setsu know, but I had no clue where he was right now. What if he had a hand in the chaos? Just thinking about it had my stomach in knots.
聖節さん。
What's up with you, Setsu? Is that why you don't have hands? Is that why you hide your hands behind your back? Because they're actually claws. He had strong opinions, sure, but I didn't want to believe he was involved. All I could do was keep praying that it was only my imagination. Our repair returns to the Western District only to find that Yuhang is missing. Haoran, not Yuhang, steps in to counsel our heroine.
またしても出遅れるユーハン。素早いのは戦いの場だけなのか。
So Yuhang misses his chance. Is his swiftness limited to the arena?
次回、燃えよ。
Next
乙女
time
同士
on Otome
俳優
Daoshi.
恋語り。
Are you
いただきます。
hungry yet?
チャーハンはパラパラ派ですか？しっとり派ですか？
How sticky do you like your fried rice? The next morning.
へえ、これが輪分身か。
So this is the Forest of Chiming Souls. Yuhan, Mimi, and I had come to the forest entrance. The Forest of Chiming Souls was the path Daoshi used to send Yangshi back where they belong. You couldn't enter unless you burned the special talisman in the candlestick at the entrance.
見た目は普通の森と変わんねえのな。
Looks like an ordinary forest to me, huh?
怒んなよ。別にバカにしてるわけじゃねえし。
Don't get mad, that wasn't supposed to be an insult.
朝から元気やな、自分ら。
Already at it this early, huh? We'll be going through the forest back to the Western District. Thank you for the directions, Chiyu.
あんくらいお安いご用や。
Don't mention it. He still had plenty of energy even though he had been working all night. Then again, he was a Yangshi.
なんや、そんなに僕のこと見てどないしたん？
Why are you staring at me for? Stunned by my good looks? No, I was just thinking that you're nothing like other Yangshi.
せやろ？キョンシーらしくないやろ。でも正真正銘本物のキョンシーやで。
Right? I'm one of a kind. I swear I'm a real Yangshi even if I don't act like it. Of course, and thank you for your help. Since I'm a Daoshi, I can help you pass on.
いや、久しぶりに生身の人間と話せて楽しかったわ。ほなまた。
Ah, haven't spoken with live humans in forever. It sure was a blast. Catch you on the flip side.
逃げた。
He ran up for it. He sure did. I didn't even get the chance to help him pass on, but it didn't seem like he wanted to. I'm a Daoshi. I should have conducted a proper funeral for him. I guess I'll talk to Grandpa about it when we get home. Surely he was back by now, and worried sick about me to boot.
ほら、行くぞ。この森、どこから入れるんだ？
Let's get going. How do you get into this forest anyways?
ってあれ？全然進めねえ。
I'm going nowhere at all. Unable to enter the forest, Yuhang's wound up going in circles. I pulled out a talisman, prepping it to do my thing. The first step is to light a talisman. Give me a second. I held the talisman up to the candlestick, then focused my energy on it. Okay. The talisman burst into flames, and I felt the forest entrance open. Ooh, okay, now we can go through.
そうなのか。
You sure about that? Yuhang took a dubious step forward, and his eyes flew wide open.
すげえ。さっきまで全然入れなかったのに。どうしてすげえんだな。
No way, it didn't work until you did that thing with the talisman. What other cool stuff can Daoshi do? He turned to me, his eyes sparkling with wonder. He had worn that very same expression when we were kids. The way he looked at me had me shy and fidgeting. After that, we set off into the forest of chiming souls. I find it calming to walk through here.
へえ。普通の森とは違って静かでなんか雰囲気あるな。生き物とかいねえの？
It's kind of atmospheric. Like it's quieter than a normal forest, you know? Aren't there any critters around? Animal spirits and creatures sensitive to the supernatural live here. Rarely an ordinary animal will be wandering in after a Daoshi. Mew mew! Except for you, Mimi.
へえ、そうなんだ。これが同志の通る道か。
Well, yeah, Daoshi passed through here a lot, huh? Yuhang had his head on a swivel. He was extremely curious about this place. So curious.
なあなあ、この森同志以外は入れないんだろ？つうことは出るのも難しいのか？
If only Daoshi can get in, I'm guessing it's not easy to leave, right? You're not getting out without a Daoshi. That's why it's always important for us to make sure we're not being followed.
マジか。じゃあお前とはぐれたら俺も出られなくなるってことじゃん。
If we get stuck here, I'm stuck? I guess yeah. If we get separated, I get stuck. I guess yeah. So make sure you don't wander off. Same goes for you, Mimi. Mew mew!
ここを通ったらどんぐらいで西地区につけるんだ？
How long is it going to take us to reach the Western District? Probably arrive around noon. Grandpa could manage it in less, though.
は？じいさんの方が早い
That
の
old geezer? He's an experienced Daoshi. He can go way faster than me.
同志としての腕前で
It's
変
about
わるってこ
skill
とか
level. Wow. What are your plans for when you get there, Yuhang?
どうするって
Plans? What plans? Will you go back to the north for a bit, or do you want to start looking for Setsetsu activities right away? His face fell the moment I mentioned Setsetsu.
そりゃ俺は聖節さんについて早く調べたいって思ってるよ
I'm thinking I want to find out about him as soon as
聖節さ
possible.
んが今どうしてるのか気になるし疑ってるままでいたくねえし
I don't have a clue where he is right now, and I don't want to doubt him forever. I understand. In that case, you should get started as soon as we arrive.
ありがとな
Right, thanks.
でもまずはお前のじいさんにお前が無事だって知らせねえとな俺が八つ咲きに
First, we gotta let your Gramps know that you're safe and sound. He's probably gonna tear my head off. Why would he do that?
いや絶対あのじいさんならやるね子供の頃すげえしごかれたし
Just trust me on this one. Should have seen what he put me through as a kid. What was that?
なんでもねえよそれよか聖節さんを調べるっつっても
Nothing.
どこ調べりゃいいんだ
Anyways, about this Setsetsu thing, I don't know where to start with it. Have you got any leads?
それがさっぱりなんだよ大会前にも結構張り付いて調べた
You
つもり
like
だ
his voice? I don't
何やってるの
know.
か情報はつかめなかったし
I like Allspice's voice better. I do think he has a nice voice though, but I like Allspice better. Who is Yuhan's? Robin from Cupid Parasite. Kashigiri from Token Rambu. Richard Belmont. Baraku from Olympia Soiree. Nothing I've played outside of Cupid Parasite. I was really going for it before the tournament too, but I never figured out what he was up to.
だからどうやって調べりゃいいのかもうわかんねえんだよな
It's been 4 hours. Time to blow up the
師匠の
candle.
交友関係とか全然知らねえし
I don't know what to do. I don't even know whose master hangs out with. Why don't we ask around then? We can find people who know Setsetsu and collect information from them.
聞き込みか
Ask around?
確かにそれはまだだったな
I haven't tried anything like that yet. Might be worth a shot. Mimi, where are you going? Out of nowhere, Mimi's eyes widened. The panda sprung into a nearby bush and ran off. Seriously, what did I just say about getting separated? Mimi's going to get lost in the
おい
forest.
バカパンダ行くなって
Baka panda. Come back here, you dumb panda.
そう止まらねえ追いかけるぞ
Damn, it's not listening. We have to go after it. Right. Her. You called her her. Call her a her. She's not listening. After a bit of running, we finally spotted Mimi again. It wasn't alone.
って子熊
A bear? Oh my gosh, it's adorable! Mimi was with a bear cub around the same size. My little panda was working hard to make conversation with the forest bear like the two of them were friends. This bear doesn't look supernatural in any way. It probably wandered in by mistake. I wonder what they're talking about.
話してるっつうか全然意思疎通が取れているようには見えねえけど
If you ask me, it doesn't look like they understand each other one bit. True. Mimi seemed to realize that this bear couldn't understand it. The panda's shoulders slumped. We were watching the pair with smiles on our faces when Yuhang's head snapped up.
って子熊
A bear cub? What's up?
いや子熊が一匹で出歩くなんてありえないだろだか
You
ら
never see a bear club
近くに
wandering
親
around
子が
by
いるんじゃ
itself.
って
It's gotta have a parent or something near. No sooner had a startled cry fallen from my lips than something pulled me back by my waist. Only then did I realize Yuhang was carrying me under one arm. He had Mimi in the other.
バカ暴れんな
Quit squirming, dummy. Yuhang set us down a safe distance away from the bears. It had only taken him a split second to whisk us out of harm's way.
やべ、怒ってる。おい、走れるか。
It's mad. Think you can run for it? Yeah. We were ready to run, but the bear got in first and lunged at us.
危ね
Watch out.
え。そんなとろい攻撃で俺らがやられるとでも思ったのか。
Gotta be a tinsy bit faster if you want to beat us. Wow. Go on and run if you want.
逃げないって言うなら手加減はなしだ。
If not, just know I'm not gonna hold back. You're gonna make an orphan out of this bear.
聖節さん仕込みの拳を受けてみな。
I'll fight you with everything Setsutu has taught me. Whoa, 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 whoa. Not bad. This is insane. You did it! Yuhang knocked out a bear. Worried, the cub rushed over to its parent. The adult bear jumped frantically to its feet, picked up the young one, and left in a hurry. It seems to have concluded that Yuhang wasn't an opponent to be trifled with.
ま、こんなもんか。
That's done and dusted. Ah, Yuhan, you won against a wild bear. Thanks for protecting us.
別にこんぐらい楽勝だろ。
It's no big deal, an easy win. It is a big deal. You were amazing. That bear would have thrashed me, so I'm glad you were here.
ほんとお前ってほっとけないやつ。
It's just really hard to leave you alone, you know? Yuhan looked away, his cheeks red. Then he gave Mimi's head a pat. The panda had been gazing off in the direction the bears had gone.
お前はなんであのクマに話しかけてたんだよ。
How come you're trying to get all friendly with that bear? That's right, Mimi, you shouldn't have gone off by yourself. What if you got stuck in the forest? You thought that bear was your friend?
ま、お前は変わったパンダだし、そんなこともあるだろ。
I guess you are a weirdo. You probably make blunders like that now and then.
仲間ならこいつがいるんだしさ。気にすんなよ。
You got yourself a great friend here, so don't sweat it, Kay? No way, Yuhan's being nice to Mimi? They must have gotten closer after they were swept through the river and spent a night together. Mimi didn't turn on Yuhan either, instead nodding before climbing onto my shoulder. You're right, we are best of friends. Let's help those two get out of the forest once they've calmed down a bit.
ほら、さっさと行かないとまた日が暮れるぞ。
You better hurry before we're looking at another sunset. Yuhan headed back towards the original path. I trailed after him and Mimi in tow. But how do you get them out? Be like, this way! We made it, finally! A few hours traveling through the forest of the chiming souls, and we were back in the Western District.
マジで短時間で西地区にたどり着いた。林粉神ってすげえな。
Barely took us any time at all. That forest sure is something.
にしても、ほんと変わってねえな。
This place hasn't changed a bit. Yuhan stopped to look around. It was no wonder he felt nostalgic, considering he had spent his first 5 years of his life here. Remember how we used to play in that square over there when we were kids?
ああ、そうだった。懐かしいな。それでお前、いつもあの木に登ってたっけ？
And then you were always climbing that tree over there. Right, it has a ton of footholds. It's so easy to get up.
それで、俺もお前の真似して登ったら降りられなくなってさ。
I tried to copy you and climb up behind you, but I got stuck. Remember how my dad had to come rushing over? I do! I stayed at my house. I stayed at your house that night. I still remember how amazing your mom's cooking was. It was as if we were sharing memories and laughing that we heard. It was as we were sharing memories and laughing that we heard footsteps approach.
そこにいるのって
Shunlin. At the sound of my name, I turned to see Haoran standing there.
よかった。無事だったんだ。昨日急にいなくなったから心
You're
配し
safe.
て。
What a relief. Goodness, I was so worried when you vanished, Esther. Haoran! He was all right. Overcome with relief, I flung my arms around him. I'm glad you're okay.
相変わらず大げさだな、春林は。
You're always such a drama queen.
だよ。それ。
What am I looking at right now?
昨日はぐれた後に探してたんだけど、全く手がかりがなくて。
I looked for you after we got split up yesterday. I couldn't even find a
先に帰ってい
trace.
るかもしれないと思って、俺も帰ってきたんだけど、姿が見えないから心配し
I
てた
thought
ん
you
だ
might have gone home, so I tried there too, but you weren't. I got me really anxious. Sorry, I got caught up in a whole lot of stuff, but don't worry. Yuhang was with me the entire time.
ユーハンが
Yuhang? Yeah, he walked me all the way back here too. I stepped away from Haoran to look at Yuhang, who was wearing a conflicted expression on for some reason. So confused. Why are you so confused? I'm just hugging my bro.
そっか。ユーハンが一緒にいてくれたんだ。
You kept an eye on her, Yuhang? I guess.
ミーミも一緒だったんだ
And
ね。
Mimi did too?
みんな無事でよかった。
I'm glad you all made it back.
ユーハン、二人を送ってきてくれてあり
Thanks
が
for
とう。
getting them here safely, Yuhang. Haoran ruffled Yuhang's hair only for his hand to be slapped away.
子供扱いすんじゃねえ
I'm
よ。
not a kid.
ごめん。
Sorry, I get it.
笑ってるし、全然分かってねえだろ。
No, you don't, because you're laughing.
わかってるよ。ユーハンは相変わらず可愛いな。
I get it, alright. I get that you're as adorable as ever.
だからもう子供じゃねえって。
How many times does it tell you I'm not a kid anymore?
お前の方が子供じゃねえか。
If anyone around here is a kid, it's you. Mimi was picking a fight with Yuhang again. I shook my back to my senses before their shenanigans could distract me. Hi, Treat.
でしょでしょ
Yee. And stretching and stretching. How was Grandpa? He's back home now, right?
いや、それが実は
To tell you the truth, he
まだ帰ってきて
isn't.
いないみたいなんだ。
What? Anxiety seized hold of me at once. He said he'd be right back. He'd be right home. A whole night had passed and they hadn't released my grandpa. Maybe they really did suspect him. What if he couldn't clear his name and was charged with letting those Yangshi loose? Like the second time where I've heard voices and I pause to listen for voices and then I hear no voices. I need to get to the palace and defend him. Oh, but then there's this business with Sesetsu. I could still remember how downcast Yuhan had looked when we discussed Sesetsu. I want to help him with that as urgently. Grandpa said he'd be fine. I don't even know if I'd be of any help if I went. I'm sure Longli would tell me if I'm not allowed in either after how he was behaving earlier. I need to remember how tough Grandpa is. He'll be fine.
おい、大
You okay?
春林、大丈夫？
Are you alright, Shinlin?
また先越されんのかよ。
Beat me to it. Actually, you started it. Oh, sorry. I'm totally fine. I mean, this is Grandpa we're talking about. He's probably living it up with the palace stuff. I bet he's telling an endless story about one time he fought in the Tournament of Valor.
リーホンさんは博識だし、助言をしているんだと思う。
I bet you're right. Or he's still using his expertise to advise
だ
them.
から君は家に戻ってゆっくり休んで。
You just head on home and get some rest, okay? Oh, I'm not tired enough for that.
昨日のことで聞きたいことがあるからさ。後で
俺も家に行くよ。
I want to talk to you about what happened yesterday. Could you go home for me? I'll drop by later. Haoran spoke firmly without giving me the room to refuse. As reluctant as I was, I nodded. Maybe I am kind of tired. We have spent half the day walking. I'll wait for you there.
うん。じゃあ、夕飯、家まで送ってあげて。
Got it. Go ahead and walk her home, Yuhang.
言われなくても送ってくに決まってんだろ。西地区まで来といて送らないわけねえじゃん。
You don't have to tell me. I was gonna do it anyways. Like I'd come all the way from the Western District, then make her walk the last bit
夕
alone.
飯ならそう言ってくれると思った。じゃ
Aw,
あ、二人と
man.
も。
Why is
気をつけ
he
て。
more annoying in this route? Like, what the fuck, bro? Hey, I have an idea. Why are you acting like... What's his name? 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 The guy from Frozen that's a dick? That's... And Christian? I knew I could count on you, Yuhang. Take care, you two. Once Haoran had left, I started in the direction of my house, but when I remembered that Grandpa wouldn't be there, that gut-wrenching anxiety reared its head again. Let's just not go, bro. Me. The three of us trudged alone and silent. I really hope Grandpa's okay. I know Longli felt bad for taking him in, but that doesn't mean he'll let that guilt interfere with his job.
さ
I wonder if he's scary when he's interrogates someone, or maybe it'll be another official.
おい、じいさんなら
So about your grandpa, never mind. It's not like they'll torture him right off the bat, will they? Then again, what if Grandpa said something that made him look bad?
なあ、
Shinlin. Huh? Sorry, I was wrapped up in my own thoughts. That I didn't hear you. What's up?
いや、別になんかすごい話とかあるわけじ
Nothing
ゃ
all
ねえ
that
けど
important, really.
なんつうか、
Just
その、いや、
It's not a
別に
really
大
big
したことは
deal.
ねえんだけど、
I just wanted to say,
なんて言えばいいのかな。お前もその、
I mean,
いろいろ
you...
あるだろうし、別に俺の話じゃなくてもいいん
You've
だ
got
け
a
ど。
lot going on, so it's not like you want to hear about my stuff, but I thought he wanted to ask me something, but now he looked like he was panicking. Like he was trying desperately to scrounge up something to talk about. Like he noticed that I was worrying about Grandpa and wanted to give me a distraction. I was pretty sure he wanted to cheer me up, so I decided to help him along. Why is my thing not on the screen? What's happening? Yuhang. Talk about Yuhang. Talk about Sesetsu. Talk about your grandpa. Talk about Sesetsu. What do you think Grandpa is doing right now, Yuhang?
そうだよな。
That's a good question. I was just thinking, what if they pinned the blame for the Yangshi on him and locked him up? I mean, it's weird that it's been a whole day and he hasn't come home yet, right? Maybe they're convinced that he did it. Or maybe he did clear his name and they let him go, but something happened to him on his way home. Once I started speculating, I couldn't stop, yet Yuhang listened patiently to every word.
そっか。お前も不安だったんだな。
You're really worried too, huh? Yesterday was so chaotic and Grandpa's never taken this long to come home before. I don't know what to do. Yuhang, what if something awful
バ
happened?
カ、そんな顔すんなって。じいさんならきっと無事だよ。
Come on, dummy, don't get yourself so upset. I'm sure he's
あ
fine.
のじいさんだろ。なら何があったって自分で解決できるだろうし、しぶとく生き残ってるはずだって。
You know what he's like. No matter what happens, he can take care of himself. That guy's practically invincible.
だからさ、そんな顔すんな
So
よ。
give me a smile, would you? Yuhang spoke firmly and flashed me a smile on his own. It calmed me down a little bit. Yuhang was with me. That alone was enough to reassure me as we resumed walking towards my place. Not palace. Place. Not long after we made it to my home. I'm home. Gonna. The space left bigger and emptier than usual. Normally, Grandpa would have been here to welcome me home. There was no way There was no one here now. It's not like Haoran said. He hasn't come home yet. Yuhang stepped into the room, turned to face me, and clasped his hands together.
Na. Meshi食わね。
You want something to eat? Are you hungry, Yuhang?
急でもなんでもないだろう。朝から何も食ってないんだしさ。
Isn't that so weird? We haven't had a bite to eat since this morning. It dawned on me that our last actual meal had been yesterday.
腹が減ってるからそうやって落ち込んだりするんだよ。だから食おうぜ。
Nothing gets you down like an empty stomach, so let me get you something to eat. I'll cook for you. You cook?
他に誰がいるんだよ。
Who else is gonna do
座って
it?
待ってろ。
Go sit down. Yuhang rolled up his sleeves and marched into the kitchen and started checking with what ingredients we had.
ああ、ろくなもんねえな。まあ、仕方ねえか。
It's not much. I guess I can throw something together.
いいもん発見。こいつがあれば。
That's a fine. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Everything Yuhan did in the kitchen was with practiced hands and skillful movements. The sound of rhythmic chopping and sizzling oil livened up the once silent room. When delicious smells wafted in from the kitchen, Mimi got excited. Seeing how happy it was over Yuhang's cooking for us mellowed me out bit by bit.
ほら、できたぞ。
Food's ready. Yuhang had made us some fried rice. There was a plate for each of us lined up on the table. This looks
ほら、
amazing.
食ってみろよ。熱々の方がうまいからさ。
Give it a try. It won't taste as good if you let it get cold. Thank you. Here it goes. I took my first bite. It was so good, my eyes flew wide open. This tastes incredible, Yuhang.
だろ?
Yeah, I know. It's like you think so. It's not do you think so. Who translated this? I started to be like, let me phone to speak, but I don't have my actual speakers on this. Yuhang's fried rice was amazing, tasty, and had a wonderful chewy texture. Mimi was stuffing its face enthusiastically. I clearly wasn't the only fan. We barely had anything in the house. He really talented to be able to make this from what little we had lying around. I didn't know you could cook.
ま、弟たちによく作ってるからな。
Yeah, I cook for my little brothers a lot. You have brothers.
まあ、二人な。あいつら食べ盛りだから、いっつも腹減ったってうるさいんだよ。
Two of them. They're growing up strong and fast, so they're always griping about being hungry.
下の弟は引っ越してから生まれたから会ってねえと思うけど、上のやつ覚えてないか?
You don't know the youngest. He was born after we moved, but you might remember the older one. I think I remember your mom holding a baby when she came to pick you up. It was only a vague memory. Most of my memories were focusing on Yuhang, since the two of us played together so often. So that baby's now making you whip up dinners for him?
父さんも母さんも仕事で忙しいしな。俺が弟たちの面倒はなるべく見るって言ったんだ。
Mom and Dad always have. Oh my god. Mom and Dad always have their hands full with work. I promised I'd do my best to look after my brothers when I could. Yuhan had grown up so much. He's a dependable older brother
ほ
now.
ら、お前も食うて止まってんぞ。
You stopped eating. Yuhan smiled, and I could imagine him saying the same thing to his brothers. Pulled from my reverie, I resumed chomping down on the rice. It's really good. Thanks, Yuhang.
だから言っただろ。腹減ってると落ち込むんだって。
Didn't I say your empty stomach was getting you down? I realized then that I cheered up the moment I started eating. Where would I be without him? I could imagine myself wallowing in loneliness and depression. His kindness had put a smile on my face. I was still munching when Haoran showed up.
お待たせ。ってご飯中だったか。
I'm here. Oh, you were eating. Yep, Yuhan cooked us for us.
夕飯が？美味しそうだね。
Did he now? It looks delicious.
ハオランも食うなら作るけど。
I can make you some if you want.
本当？実はまだご飯食べてなくて。お願いできると嬉しいな。
Are you sure? I haven't actually had anything to eat yet, so if it's not too much
じゃ、
trouble,
そこで待ってろ。
grab a seat. Even though Yuhang hadn't finished his own food, he got up to his feet and put together a portion for Haoran.
ほらよ、お待たせ。
Enjoy.
ありがとう、夕飯。
Thanks, Yuhan. With that, we return to our lunch in earnest. Much. I also like fried rice. Hodan's eyes widened as he took the first bite of his fried rice.
これは美味しいな。
This is fantastic. The rice isn't clumped together at
お
all.
店でも出せる味だよ。すごいね、夕飯。
You could open a restaurant with this. I'm impressed.
そんな大したもんじゃねえ
It's
よ。
not that good, okay? Though he snapped, Yuhang looked genuinely pleased. Hodan's works at Yuan's. That's right, that girl. He should know good food when he tastes it. While Yuhang was the one getting complimented, it warmed my heart plenty too. Our lively mealtime continued with every one of us enjoying fried rice tremendously. As we ate, we explained to Horan what happened to us yesterday. His eyes nearly popped out when we relayed the story of us telling those suspicious Yangshi and falling into the moat. Girl.
川に流されたって。
You were swept away downstream?
怪我はない？
Did you
風邪も
get
ひいてな
hurt?
い？
You're not sick now, are you? No, I'm perfectly fine. It's all thanks to Yuhan's protecting me. What?
そっか。
Nice one,
夕飯
Yuhan.
が助けてくれ。
いや、
I really didn't do
別に俺
anything.
は何もしてねえだろ。
If I was truly protecting her, I wouldn't have let her fall into the moat to start with. But you held on to me and Mimi so we wouldn't get separated. The way I see it, that definitely counts as protecting us. I'm seriously grateful to you, Yuhan.
礼言ぐらいなら、もうあんな危ない真似すんなって。
It's not that big of a deal. Think twice before you get yourself in danger next time.
それよか。あの変なキョンシーのことも言わなくていいのかよ。
Shouldn't we mention that one weird Yangshi we ran into? Oh yeah, when we finally came ashore, we met a strange Yangshi called Chiyu. Just then, there came a sound from the entrance. I rolled around, nearly knocking my plate off the table. It was Grandpa.
さすがに疲れたわい。
These old bones are rather weary. Grandpapa! He was back. Unable to stop myself, I jumped up in my excitement. Grandpa, I'm glad you're okay.
相変わらず大げさだな。
Drama queen, like I said.
相変わらず。
She's always like this.
なんじゃ飛びついたりして、このわしがどうにかなるとでも思ったのか。
What's this all about? You didn't think something befallen me, of all people, did you? I did, actually. I was so worried.
だからそう強く抱きつくなといつも言っとるじゃろ。
How many times must I tell you not to squeeze me so tightly? What a handful you are.
なんだ。あいつが飛びつくのはいつものことなのかよ。
She's always running up and hugging people like that.
ハオランに抱きついたりするから、てっきり俺は。
When she hugged Haoran, I thought,
夕飯、どうしたの？
something wrong, Yuhang?
なんでもねえよ。
Nope, all good over here.
つか、ハオランも全然気にしてねえし。家族みたいなもんだから抱きついただけか。はあ、気にして損した。
It didn't even bother him either. I guess she's hugged him because she's considers him family. Here I was getting worked up over nothing. Grandpa gave the air a loud sniff, and his gaze settled on Yuhang's fried rice.
それよりわしは腹が減っとるんだが、そこにある美味しそうなチャーハンは残ってないかの。
I must admit, I'm a tad peckish. You wouldn't be happen to have any of that fried rice left, would you? It does whet the appetite. And they're like, yeah, you got you. Yuhang cooked us another portion of mouth-watering rice for Grandpapa. Once Grandpa had finished his meal, he let out a sigh of satisfaction. Sustenance is in my stomach at last.
まさか夕飯が料理上手になっとるとはな。
I never imagined you would learn to cook, Yuhan.
まあな。
Yeah?
子供の頃はわしに会うたびに泣きべそかいてたちびすけ夕飯がの。
Just think that little runt who always looked to be on the verge of tears when he came to see me, a chef.
子供の頃の話はいいだろ。つかじいさん、なんでこんなに帰ってこなかったんだ？
Do you have to bring up stories from when I was younger? Look, Gramps. Just tell us what kept you from coming home already. Yes, please do, Grandpa. I was really worried.
おお、すまんな。わしも早く帰ってきたかったんじゃが。
Sorry, I was planning on coming home much earlier.
実はわしが偉大すぎる同志のせいで検証に時間がかかったんじゃよ。
Regrettably, they held me for longer than I had anticipated, likely because of what a true master I am. I'm not following. Grandpa went into depths about the order he had been given. His panache for dramatic shone as he recounted it like an epic tale.
犯行時刻と札が剥がされたであろう時刻にわしはお前さんたちと一緒にいただろう。だからこれで疑いが晴れると思ったんだ。
I was with you when the talismans was broken down and the Yangshi horde stormed in. I thought that would be enough to prove my
遠
innocence.
隔操作もできるのではないかとか。わしがキョンシーを操って札を剥がさせたなんて言い出すやからもってな。
Then a palace official accused me of controlling them from afar using the Yangshi to remove the talisman. What, is that even possible?
それは大変でしたね。
Sounds like you had a rough
で
time.
あろう。そんな疑いを一つ一つ実践で晴らさなければならなくての。
Putting it mildly, yes. They tested my abilities against every last one of their doubts before they were satisfied.
それでこんな時間までかかったのか。
And that took all the way until now.
そういうことじゃ。これもわしが偉大すぎるせいだろうな。
Indeed, like I said, had my skills been any less superior, I would have been out sooner. What?
じゃが真面目に検証にも付き合ったおかげで疑いも晴れてこうして無事に家まで帰ってくることができた。
Nevertheless,
というわけじゃ。
my earnest cooperation to ensure that my name was cleared and I was allowed to return home safe and sound. You've been through a lot, but I'm glad that you were able to prove your innocence.
そうじゃな。おかげでもう王宮には行かなくて済みそうじゃ。
As am I. It seems there will be no trips back to the palace for me.
やたらと慌ただしい上に物騒だし、しばらく王宮には近寄りたくもないもんじゃな。
What with all the chaos and the trouble over there, I'd rather keep my distance, thank you very much.
物騒？
There's trouble? Is there still stuff going on because of the Yangshi attack?
いや、それが明日、南地区で武術派の会合が開かれるらしいんじゃ。
That's not it. Tomorrow the pro-Wushu faction is holding an assembly in the southern district. Why?
武術派の会合だって。
The pro-Wushu faction?
おかげで王宮の兵士や肝心たちは警備で忙しいらしくての。近づけば手を貸せと言われるに決まっておる。
The palace soldiers and officials have their hands full setting up security. If they saw me around, they'd beg for my assistance.
論例も言っておっただろう。各地の名だたる武術家たちが
You remember what
何者か
Long
に
Li
殺害
said
され
about
ている。
killing the renowned martial artists across Kaiyu, don't you?
その後に襲われたのが武術界じゃ。
What followed was the attack on the tournament. So if whoever was behind the attack finds out about this assembly,
襲われるかもしれないね。
it could become their next target.
これまでの流れを組んで考えれば十中八九狙われるじゃろうな。
Given how things have unfolded thus far, I would say it's highly likely indeed. If another wave of Yangshi were unleashed on the assembly, the fighters there wouldn't be enough to dispel them. There might even be casualties this time.
何案ずるな。王宮の兵士たちが警備すると言っておるんじゃ。同志もきちんとおるじゃろう。
Come now, no need for concern. As I mentioned, the palace soldiers are tightening security and they aren't short of Daoshi.
それは。
I know. Yuhang was dispirited, and I knew his real worries lay elsewhere. He had to be wondering if Sesetsu would be among the attackers.
二人が懸念しているのはそれだけじゃないようじゃな。
It seems to me that you two have something else occupying your
犯人
mind.
として疑わしい人物に心当たりがある。といったところかの。
An idea as to the identity of one of the culprits, perhaps. What? How did you know?
そんなもん、お前さんたちの顔を見てりゃわかるに
It's
決
written
ま
all
っ
over
て
your
る。それ
faces.
で誰を疑っておるんじゃ
Who is the suspect? I'm not sure if I should say, so I glanced at Yuhang, who hesitated but eventually came
俺
clean.
の師匠聖節さんです。
My master Sesetsu. He explained that Sesetsu was affiliated with the anti-Wushu faction and that he had been sneaking around acting
それ
suspicious.
に師匠は試合の時には近くにいてくれたはずなのに、キョンシーが襲ってきた時には姿が見当たらなかったからさ。
He stuck with me during my match at the tournament, but I couldn't tell you where he was when the Yangshi attacked.
これまでの師匠だったら観客の避難を手伝ったり加勢してくれたと思うんだよ。
The master I know would have been fighting with us or helping the crowd evacuate.
あの時どこにもいなかった。だから師匠があの騒ぎの犯人なんじゃってどうしても思っちまって。
He was nowhere in sight. That's why I can't help but think he might have had something to do with the attack.
聖節が
You suspect
例の
Sesetsu?
こそこそ隠れて何かしていたってだけなんだよね。
Only because he was acting strangely, right?
それだけで聖節さんを疑うのは無理がないかな。証拠もないんだろ。
I think that's a bit of a stretch. You don't have any solid evidence, do you?
そんなの分かってるよ。確かに証拠もないし思い過ごしかもしれない。でもなんか嫌な予感がするっつうか。
I'm with you on that actually. I've got zero proof and I might be overthinking it, but something doesn't feel
弟
right.
子の勘だよ。ハオランならそういうの分かるだろ。
I feel like we have unless Redhead is just straight up the bad guy. I can't think of who the Redhead's gonna have. I mean, they didn't introduce his former classmate until later, so it's a gut feeling I got as his student. You know what I'm talking about, don't you, Haoran?
勘か。
A gut feeling.
まあそうだね。
Maybe I do.
だからちゃんと調べて聖節さんが俺に隠れて何をしていたのか知りたいんだよ。
That's why I want to look into this properly and find out what Sesetsu's been up to behind my back.
関係ないならそれでいい。俺
If it's
師
not,
匠に感謝してるから。
if it's got nothing to do with this stuff, that's fine. I owe him a ton, you know. I don't want to be doubting him like this.
だから俺聖節さんが会合に来るかもしれないなら行って確かめたい。
If there's any chance that Sesetsu shows up at the assembly, I want to be there to see for myself. I told Yuhang that I'd help out. This isn't something he should do alone, right? And as a Daoshi, I'm curious to know who could be behind an attack involving so many Yangshi. There was nothing honorable about keeping the undead on a leash and using them as tools. We needed to help them move on with a funeral. After hearing my reasons for wanting to help Yuhan, Grandpa fell into thought.
そうか。なら止めはせんよ。存分に二人で調べるとよい。わしもできる限り協力するとしよう。
I understand if that's how you feel. I won't stop you. Leave no stone unturned. I shall do whatever I can to aid you. You mean it?
もちろんじゃ。
Of course I do.
だが危ないと思ったらすぐに引き返してわしのところに来なさい。よいな。
But the moment you sense danger, turn back and come find me. Agreed? Got it. Thank you so much, Grandpa.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
だが勘違いするでないぞ、ユーハン。お主を認めたわけじゃないからな。
Do not misunderstand me, Yuhang. This doesn't mean I've accepted you.
はあ？何の
What do you mean by that?
いいか、こやつに手を出したらだな。昔みたいにお前さんのことなんか桃の木に。
Listen well. You lay it so much as a single finger on my granddaughter, and I'll reacquaint you with your old friend the peach tree.
分かってるよ。つかじいさん、まだそんなことしてんのかよ。
Alright, I got it. I didn't know you were still up to those tricks, Gramps.
当たり前じゃ。まだ19の子供じゃろう。恋など早い。
Why would I hold back? She's 19, far too young to think about relationships. The peach tree? What are you talking about?
なんでもないぞ。別にこやつを吊るしちゃいない。
Nothing whatsoever. I certainly wasn't insinuating that I'd hang him from one by the collar.
マジおっかねえよ。このじいさん。
Your grandpa's a scary dude. What even? It looked like Yuhang and Grandpa shared a secret I wasn't aware of. Grandpa knew Yuhang when he was a kid too. I think I remember Yuhang not liking him much. She was always running around trying to avoid him.
とにかくそういうわけでお前さんたちは安全を心がけて行動するように。
Well, you heard my thoughts on the matter. Just be sure to prioritize your own safety above all else. Yes, we absolutely will.
ところで、さっき二人とも何か話しかけていなかった？
Wasn't there someone else you're going to tell me earlier?
何かって、シユのことか？
You mean about Shiyu? That's right, Grandpa. Have you ever heard of a young Shi by the name of Shiyu?
聞いたことはないが、そのキョンシーが
I
どうか
can't
し
say
た
I
のか？
have. Why? We met him in the Northwest in Caillou yesterday. He had free will and he could talk. He said he had a soul and that when I tried to help him pass on, he ran away. I figured Grandpa might know something. He hummed thoughtfully, then nodded.
なるほど。野良で霊魂持ちのキョンシーか。話を聞く限りあまり害はなさそうじゃが。そちら
A
は
stray
水分
young
が
Shi with a
落ち着い
soul.
てからでよかろう。
Doesn't seem like he meant any harm. I wouldn't worry about him until things start
知
calming
のを
down.
持ったキョンシーの話はたまに聞くものの大きな問題になることは珍しいからな。
One hears of intelligent young Shi from time to time, but it's rare for them to cause major troubles. I guess she is okay then.
それよりハオラン。さっきから何やら落ち込んで見えるが、どうしたんじゃ？
Haoran, you're looking a little down in the dumps. Is something the matter?
すみません。その考え事をしていて。
Sorry, I was thinking something through. What's up?
それが実はこの騒ぎで。
Earlier, I heard that masters have gone missing amidst all this chaos. Yimin's missing?
だから俺は明日道場へ行ってみようと思って。
I think I'll go to the Kyun tomorrow. Hopefully he'll be there. I have no
いい
idea.
民か。そういえば王宮でも疑われていたの。
Yiming, huh? They seem to suspect him at the palace too. They did?
本当ですか？
いい民は同志ではないが、ちょうどあの札を剥がせる時間に姿を消していたからの。
Well, Yingming isn't a Daoshi. He went missing right as the talismans were removed.
しかも、あれから行方不明ときたら、どうしても疑われるじゃろうて。
And if he still hasn't returned, I'm sure that makes him all the more suspicious in their eyes.
妙に気になるな。ほら、いい民を探すならば、わしもそれに付き合おう。
It's all a bit upsetting. If we're going out to look for Yiming Haoran, then I'd like to accompany you.
いいんですか？
You sure you don't
あ
mind?
やつとは付き合いが長いからの。春麗、しばらくわしは家を留守にするかもしれんが。
Of course not. He and I go way back. As for you, Shunlin, you may be on your own at the house for a while. Is that all right? I'll be fine. In the meantime, Yuhang and I will see if we can find out whether Setsatsu connected to these incidents.
気をつけるんじゃぞ。
Understood. Do be
こっち
careful.
で調べてて、もし聖節さんについて
If we
何か
learn
分か
anything
ったら
about
教える
Setsatsu
よ。
on our end, we will let you
だ
know.
からたま
Let's
には
meet up
こ
here
こで合
once
流しよう。
in a while.
そうだよな。お互い師匠がどこにいるかわかんねえんだし。了解。俺も何か分かったら教える
It'll be
よ。
good if we can help each other find our masters. In that case, I'll share anything I learn with you
あ
too.
りがとう。
Thanks. Arigato. It sounded like Pascalia. Pascalia, not Pascalia. That's not the right. We broke off into pairs to tackle our respective investigations. We went to bed early that night, ready to head to the Southern District the next day. But he just said we're going to be home alone for a little while.
武術派の会合が行われると聞いて南地区にやってきた2人。
The pair come to the southern district to find the pro-wushu faction assembly.
厳重な警備が敷かれた会合場所をユーハンたちは物陰からこっそりと見守るだけ。
They watch the heavy guarded meeting from the shadows. It's a very, very tight squeeze, but that's not important right now.
次回燃えよ乙女同士
Trouble
恋語り
approaches.
大変だ。寝巻きと部屋着を分けている割合ってどのくらいなの
Is it just me, or are pajamas and loungewear the same thing? It's just me. Oh goodness. Alright, we're gonna save it here. I know it's only been 5 hours, but my knees hurt and I am an old lady. Yuhang! So we'll continue this. I'm not gonna have a stream tomorrow. I should have a stream on Thursday to finish Borishihana, just so we can finish the side stories. And then we will see what I play next. Save you. I'm not going to go to the main screen because it'll start playing that music and I'll cry. Ha 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 ha. Alright, yay! Thank you guys so much for watching today. We played Otome Daoshi. We're going to finish Borishihana. We're going to get back to the other Borishihana so we can play Winds of Fate and try the new stories. Probably do... I might skip Bin-K. I'm going to be honest. I kind of don't care. I might skip streaming him. I might just play him offline if I'm being so for real, just because I don't want to see him. And when I say play him offline, I mean skip through it, just see what the CGs look like. That's how much I didn't like him. No. But if you're watching this on YouTube, remember I stream about 3 times a week. You can check me out on Twitch. Thank you, Ninja, and happy birthday, Ninja. Thank you, Blue. Thank you, Bass. I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day. I will see you guys later this week. Bye-bye.